Dizzying surge in the popularity of the new virtual universe Arctania is simply awe-inspiring. The flow of new gamers has continued for month after month, and nobody can quite put their finger on what's causing the excitement. Some attribute it to the revolutionary approach to quest generation, some to the realism of the characters and the continuous development of the universe. Whatever the case, what we're seeing is being accompanied by the creation of unbelievable resources on a scale unattained by any modern computer firm. Official data put the number of Titan 21 class supercomputers which are already supporting the game at 6, and project for 2 more to be introduced into service soon. Computeratory. Despite the insistence of specialists to the contrary, many gamers are convinced that abilities acquired in the game can transfer into their real lives. This phenomenon has already been dubbed the Neo phenomenon, after the well-known main character of the Matrix films. However, a scientifically verified instance of this phenomenon has yet to be confirmed. Nonetheless, rumors of such occurrences are continually encountered on the web, and there is even a plethora of different videos. Most of these are fakes, of dubious quality. Computeratory. I know Kung Fu. The Matrix. Chapter 1. The airship wasn't flying as high as passenger planes do in the real world, and of course wasn't flying as fast either. That said, I could enjoy breathtaking views of Arctania and had a chance to check out a multitude of cool details, right up to the typical nonplussed expressions on the faces of the creatures that flew alongside our airship. But all in good time. We took off so smoothly that at first I didn't notice that the ground was already far beneath us. I sat in my cabin, which was just like a steampunk version of a normal cabin on a train, except that the cabins were on both sides of the hallway here, and got distracted checking out the other passengers. With me in my cabin were 2 elves and someone small and hairy. No matter how much I tried to sneak a look at its face, I still couldn't tell if this was a worgen or an unshaven hobbit or goodness knows what else. The character's ID, Rigmus level 36, didn't tell me anything at all other than the fact that this was a player. I'd say probably male, although even that wasn't something I could say with 100% certainty. And the elves were NPCs who were almost level 50. They looked at me and the hairy guy like we were garbage. Although, no, in my case, it was more like they were looking right through me, like it was just an empty seat. The long-eared aristocrats had ended up with a nice cabin. They had only a pile of garbage and an empty seat to share it with. They exchanged words majestically with each other in their sing-songy elven language, not even considering the possibility of entering into a conversation with us. As far as I understood, this airship was coming from the border, and to be honest, I couldn't imagine what 2 towering elves had been doing in one of the Empire's border forts. But in any case, these were the first 2 elves I'd seen in real life, so to speak. Basically, they looked just like a classic Legolas, except for the complete lack of emotion on their faces. It was like this was written into their programming. Generally speaking, nice enough guys. At least they didn't fight, and didn't try to insult either me or the unknown hairy thing in the cabin. Having had my fill of checking out my traveling companions, I leaned back in my seat so as to be able to check out the landscapes that drifted by below, and got absorbed in thinking about my next steps. In the luggage compartment, I had a pretty nice-sized suitcase full of all sorts of goodies, which had been left behind by all the players who'd tried and failed to capture our instance. And even though there was nothing over a level 35 in there, it should still bring a pretty nice price. There were a few rare items in there, and even a few unique ones. Well, one man's loss sure is another man's gain. I had more on the agenda once I got to Qatar than I could even keep track of. Sell the artifacts, find out where Rathmir was and rescue him, complete a mysterious quest for the goddess, one of the complete a task without even knowing what it is variety of tasks. And I still had the folder with secret documents and the weird photo of me, both of which had yet to be explored, the engraved pistol and the unidentified epic alchemical reagent with the packaging and description in the Elven language. The wings of the steel fur birds would also come in handy somehow, although I still wasn't sure how that was going to happen. In general, my prospects were as rosy as they could be. First, I just had to fly the rest of the way, quietly, to the city. And naturally, that was where the problem started. The airship was suddenly jolted so violently that I almost smacked my head against the ceiling. A siren began to wail, the lights started to flicker, and a calm male voice said, Attention! Aerial pirates have launched an attack on this commuter airship. All mages, please assemble on the exterior deck to prepare to repel this attack. Passengers, please remain in your cabins. I peered out the window again, but didn't see anything other than a clear blue sky. Apparently the attack must have been coming from the other side. Looking out into the corridor, I barely avoided being smacked in the face by the sword sling of a passing security guard. For some reason, although I was extremely curious about what was going on, nobody else was sticking their nose out of their cabin at all, and the elves in our cabin continued to chat like nothing at all was happening. "This your first time flying?" asked the hairy thing hoarsely. "Yeah," I confirmed, making a mental note of the fact that this character did indeed seem to be male. "What's going to happen?" "Nothing," he shrugged. At least it seemed to be a shrug. "They'll either beat back the attack before the pirates board or when they board. These are obviously inexperienced pirates. Nobody takes the risk of attacking a commuter airship. They're too well defended. The gnomes would rip any pirate's throat out with their teeth to maintain their reputation as the safest passenger service in the world." The elves were obviously trying to pretend that they were totally uninterested in what the hairball was saying, but it seemed to me like they were actually listening with as much curiosity as I was. "Have you been in these kinds of situations before?" I clarified. 100 times. I'm a special courier, so I spend most of my game time on these long flights. As far as I can remember, only one commuter airship has even been taken. That time, we happened upon the Pirate King. He had such a boarding party that he would have been able to wipe out even the gnomes." The airship jolted again, and outside our window a few human, possibly gnomish, figures flew past in guards' uniforms. "They're pretty accurate," Rigmus noted. "Maybe it will come down to them boarding." Here I thought I was on the safest and quickest mode of transport in Arctania. Mind you, trains got attacked just about every other time they traveled. Airships, much less often. I was just lucky, I guess. "Are we going to have to fight?" I asked worriedly. With my level 20, there was no point counting on me for anything but a heroic but very quick death. These pirates were almost certainly level 70 to 100. Whatever the case, the gnomish guards were all in the 80s, so lower-level pirates would know they had no chance against them. "If you want," replied Rigmus and explained, "the passenger area is protected by level 100 gnomes in Mithril from head to toe. Masters of defense. But if you do want to go out and get involved in a scrap, nobody's going to stop you. More importantly, though, the freight section is much less well defended, and it's usually there that the pirates are headed when they board. That's why a lot of players like to work with the guards and help them defend the warehouses. To put it bluntly, it's a menial task which helps pass the time during the trip and gives you experience." "Menial task?" I repeated. "But all my stuff is in there." "I doubt that with your level you've managed to rack up enough wealth to make it worth losing your hair over." "There's news for you. So what, I could lose everything that the sweat and blood of the whole village had been spent to collect? My precious suitcase full of artifacts?" "Where do volunteers go?" I asked immediately. Rigmus looked at me skeptically. I couldn't see his face, but I could just feel it in my bones. "Are you sure? The pirates aren't just attacking now by chance. The airship is half empty. All the high-level players are at the fortress, so on the return trip it's just people who, for whatever reason, don't want to participate in the campaigns. They're only so-so as warriors, generally speaking." "At least I'm a little bit of a warrior," I chuckled. "Yeah, but there'll be plenty of pirates who'll be higher level than you," noted Rigmus. "Look, this isn't going to be like chasing jaboas around the meadow." Seemed like that achievement had branded me for life, I thought sadly. "I don't have a choice. I have to save my stuff. Where does the respawn point set to?" "It sets right here. You can get the task of defending the airship from any of the gnomes of officer rank." Man, if only I knew how to tell what rank they were. "They have red ribbons braided into their beards," said Rigmus, obviously noticing my confusion. "And I'll beg your pardon, but I'm not going with you. I can't die now. In the future, I'd advise you to keep anything valuable on your person whenever you're on an airship. It's safer." I understood that now. Although, on the other hand, I had so much stuff with me that there was no way I'd have been able to stuff it in my inventory in any case. Damn it, these freaking pirates. I really didn't want to lose my suitcase. "Good luck," the hairball shouted after me as I left the safety of the cabin. Perhaps it would have been a good idea to be cautious, actually. After all, my most valuable items were in my inventory, including the glass rose of fate and various quest items. But sitting here on my ass when some filthy pirates were trying to get their dirty mitts all over my goods was just not something I could do. "Sir, I'd like to take part in the fight against the pirates," I shouted boldly into the ear of a level 90 gnome in lamellar armor. Despite the fact that the difference in our heights was not at all in his favor, the gnome sized me up from head to toe. "You, in a fight? Have you lost your mind?" "I'm tougher than I look at first," I said frankly. "Fine," said the gnome reluctantly. "If you want to take part in the defense, get on down to the warehouses. That's where the pirates are heading. That's also where all the passengers who know how to fight are headed." Oh, so that means the 2 level 50 elves who stayed in our cabin probably didn't even know how to pick up a bow. Somehow, I didn't believe it. The airship turned out not to be that big after all. There were 3 stories: a passenger level, a service level, and a freight level. The gondola was shaped like an upside-down trapezoid, with the largest floor being the passenger floor and the smallest being the freight floor. But the lowest floor was a pretty decent-sized hall with a massive steel-safe door, behind which all the passengers' luggage was stowed. Somewhere in there was my priceless suitcase full of goods, which had been compiled through the labor of a whole village. Besides a few gnomes, there were about 10 players of different types in the hall, all around level 30 to 40. It turned out that with my 20 levels, I didn't actually look so bad. Plus my items, as unsightly as they were actually pretty decent. "Range or melee?" a gnomish officer barked into my ear. I still didn't exactly know what to call myself, but this kind of question required an immediate answer. Between ranged but short and melee but long range, I preferred the second answer, so that's what I said. "First row," the gnome commanded. "Maybe you can hang on for a little bit at least and help shift the initiative over to our archers and mages." In other words, they were openly referring to me as cannon fodder. Mind you, I'd have been happy to serve as a human shield as long as it meant I'd be able to keep my stuff safe. Of course, it'd be painful, but my welfare for the next month was at stake here, and without the money I was hoping to get for the artifacts in a suitcase, it'd be harder to search for Rathmere, and generally just harder to get set up in the city. 1,000 coppers was definitely not going to cut it. As I was thinking about all this, the ragged rows of defenders finally formed up. 2 whole rows. 6 tanks, led by 2 level 60 gnomes in the front row, and 4 mages in the back row. It was a serious group, provided, of course, that the pirates weren't above level 40, and that they didn't burst in one big group of 20 or 30. "Ready," the gnomish guard commanded. After that, I had no time for further speculation. The pirates burst into the hall. Orc pirates. "I have good luck against orcs," I muttered quietly, but the man standing next to me, club in hand, heard me and snickered. "Most pirates are orcs. I'm no racist, of course, but the statistics don't lie." It turned out we weren't so lucky after all. There were twice as many pirates as there were of us, levels from 30 to 50, and at their head strode a 7-foot-tall, level 60 orc. He had 1 eye, massive tusks, and an even more massive axe, almost as tall as me. Right hand of the king, level 60. I read his info. He was the only NPC among the attackers, and I think I knew exactly what king was being referred to here. I did feel a little relieved to see that at least it wasn't the king of the pirates himself who was visiting us. "Kill them all," roared the one-eyed orc. The pirates roared and threw themselves at us. The first thing I did was to activate my last electric mine and throw it at their feet. Standing shoulder to shoulder with other players, I couldn't unwind my chain for my favorite attack, but my first throw sunk the spearhead into the neck of the foremost attacker. The chain wrapped around his neck and stopped him in his tracks. And immediately, an icicle unleashed by one of our mages sunk into him and sent him to the respawn zone. The battle was on. A system communication told me that somewhere my mind had loosed its electrical charge, but it hadn't been enough to kill anybody. Now the fun's gonna start," the man next to me grinned, as he launched himself into the fray. This was the first time I'd participated in a face-to-face slugfest like this, when one crowd just threw itself at another. It really was just a crowd. There was no attempt to distribute roles between players or develop tactics or a command structure. The gnomish officers were trying to give commands now and then, but nobody was listening to them. It wasn't even 2 distinct groups of players. The groups got mixed up almost instantly. All I could do was get mixed up myself, dodge blows, and periodically chug a healing elixir. Evasion as a skill in a battle like this turned out to be more useful than it had ever been before. Reeling the chain in up to the base of the spearhead, I dealt short-range blows and did my best to hide behind the backs of friends and enemies alike. This might have been the first time in my life that I'd really felt the strange excitement and elation of being in battle. For a time, I forgot about the reason I was here in the first place, and about the cargo I was defending, and just enjoyed the moment. But then it all came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, the only people left on our feet were me, the one-eyed orc, and 4 player pirates.
"Oh, wow. How did you manage to survive, noob?"
asked one of the orcs condescendingly.
Level 20.
"It's a miracle he didn't accidentally get stomped on," laughed another.
I looked around furtively, just to be 100% sure that all the other defenders were actually dead.
"We've got a few minutes before they come back from the respawn zone," a third orc chimed in. "Let's kill him, get through the door, and get the goods."
"I've got dibs,"
the first orc yelped. He immediately ran at me, swinging his sword theatrically.
"Well, little maggot, your time is up."
I waited silently for him to get closer before I whipped my chain at him, hoping to catch him in the neck too. The orc easily caught the end of my chain in mid-flight.
"A master swordsman can't be taken down by a piece of crap like that."
That's when I activated my electric shock. The whole time that the orcs had been mocking me, I'd been charging up the spell, putting all my mana into it. Honestly, during the fast-paced battle, I'd totally forgotten about my newfound abilities, which meant I had more than enough mana stored up.
"You've dealt critical damage using electricity, 300 points. The player, Nurgle, has been killed. Reward plus 3,000 experience, taking modifiers into account, 3,300 points.
Sweet!
It took all of my willpower to stifle a joyful shout. Let my opponents think that this was what I've been planning all along, and that I could easily cast that spell again. In fact, of course, I'd just spent all my mana on that one, and now I could only fight with the chain. And even then, I'd only been able to kill a level 38 player because he'd neglected to take a break and have a healing elixir to restore his health fully. When he ran at me, he'd been in the yellow zone.
"You bastard!"
exclaimed the other 3 players almost as a chorus. They began to run toward me, but were stopped by a menacing grunt.
"He's mine."
The enormous one-eyed orc came at me with his massive axe.
"He's gonna cut you clean in half,"
shouted the other orcs gleefully. I took a few steps back and bumped right into the wall. "Screw you!" I shouted spitefully. I don't know what point there could be in screaming at a person, pardon me, an orc, who's standing a few feet away from you, but in Arctania I often behaved a little bit pathetically, probably because I felt like I really was the protagonist of some fantasy novel, and the protagonist always has a chance. The orc swung back the axe, obviously intending to kill me with a single blow. Right then, however, I remembered the words of the shaman who told me to use his beads if I ever found myself in danger. They weren't an artifact or anything, but maybe they had some symbolic meaning or something. Quickly grabbing them from my inventory, I thrust them in front of the orc's nose and shut my eyes tightly. I was already prepared for the pain, but the orc didn't swing. Opening one eye slightly, I saw to my surprise that the orc was walking away.
"We're leaving,"
the one-eyed orc commanded his warriors.
"But boss, we came for the goods," said one of the player orcs,
and the other pirates joined his chorus.
"I said we're leaving,"
barked the orc again. The pirates obediently trailed along after him out of the room, leaving me on my own. The shaman hadn't been kidding. May he live to beat his tambourine 1,000 times more. That huge pirate had spared me, and had even left the cargo alone. As soon as the pirates left, into the hall burst some gnomish guards along with some players.
"Where are they? Is the cargo okay?"
"The door hasn't even been touched," one of the players noted.
"Their airship's leaving," said one of the gnomes, looking out a porthole.
"How'd you scare them off, dude? Those were no jerboas, those were sky pirates." Nobody had called me dude for a while. It wasn't that I hadn't taken care of myself. I'd been a pretty serious-looking guy since I was about 20, although I'd never actually had the personality to match. Of course, the opposite also happens, where the hardest and most aggressive-looking people can be the nicest people you'll ever meet. I was similar, in a way. Sort of a noble idiot who nonetheless looked like I was proving Fermat's last theorem in my mind. I don't know, I lied. They just suddenly turned around and left. Yeah, but they didn't kill you? Said one of the players skeptically. How'd you guess, genius? I sneered as I stood up from the wall, which I'd been leaning on the whole time up to that point. Thankfully, my legs weren't shaking, and I could allow myself to walk the whole length of the airship with the stride of a conquering hero. I hadn't managed to leave the freight level yet when, as I was heading toward the stairs, one of the gnomish guards caught up to me.
Whatever happened there, you did a good job, and didn't just sit on your ass in the passenger section. That deserves respect. Standing among the Gabilskar clan of gnomes, plus 100. Current status, neutral. To friendly, 900. Let's go. We'll celebrate your victory with some infusion.
The guard slapped me on the back, which caused me to grab the railing in order not to go flying forward and smack my head against the stairs. No beer? I clarified.
Beer is for export, said the gnome dismissively. Our little infusion is for our people.
Why not? I said casually. We had a long way to fly still, so why not spend the time sampling some gnomish infusion? I mean, if I deserved respect. It turned out I'd been flattering myself a little bit. The gnome didn't just invite me to drink, but also all the others who'd fought the pirates. We occupied the restaurant room, or more accurately, the restaurant cabin, and began our little drinking session. The workers quickly set the table, laying out snacks, and in the center of the table they placed a massive bottle made of dark glass. Obviously, this was the infusion. The guard himself poured the brownish liquid into our glasses and gave the first toast.
Peril, warriors.
I cautiously took a little sip of the infusion, whose smell and appearance reminded me of brandy. But taste-wise, this stuff was quite a bit milder than brandy, and pretty soon a warm, somehow even cozy feeling was coursing through my whole body. It was pretty nice, I thought, but I wasn't about to overdo it with the booze. I kept to myself, quietly chewing a piece of meat and listening to the players who'd gathered in the restaurant. Mainly, they were discussing the campaigns at the border and their successes in the discipline of killing the greenskin enemies of the Empire.
To the hammer of the Jerboas,
one of the players raised their glass to me, which made me grind my teeth in frustration.
Sick of it.
The drinking continued in its usual way, but I didn't at all feel like getting drunk, and since I was sitting next to one of the gnomish officers, he was the only one I could talk to. Excuse me, I turned to him. The airship is heading back from the border fortresses. What could the two elves in my cabin have been doing there?
Observers from the elven kingdom of Elendril, sneered the gnome. They were making sure we Imperials weren't using forbidden spells like mass raising of the dead or calling upon blood gods.
Ha-ha. No matter who I talked to, everybody had some beef with the elves. They seemed to be like the UN of the virtual world, trying to stick their nose wherever they could. And somehow their kingdom hadn't yet been wiped off the face of Arctania. The war's still going on. Why are they flying home?
They were caught spying, the gnome laughed, so they were politely escorted out of the fortress under guard.
It's too bad they weren't shot, one of the players chipped his 2 cents in.
I can't stand them. Stuck-up snobs.
I was in total agreement with him on that particular point. The elves, after all, were just unbearable. They couldn't be asked to say even one word to us, but still they'd managed to leave a very distinct and unpleasant impression. After spending about half an hour around the drinking table, I quietly slipped away and went back to my cabin. Even though I'd only had a few small shots, I was a little stumbly. The gnomish infusion turned out to sneak up on you a little bit. But damn it, when I got my own house in Arctania, I was definitely going to buy some of it for my virtual bar. Both the elves and Rigmus were sleeping like logs, as if there had never been any pirates at all. Judging by the schedule, we still had at least 8 hours before we got to Qatar, so I decided to let my character get some sleep too and return to the real world for a bit. I didn't have a workout plan for today, so I cleaned up my apartment, went to the store, and for the first time in a long time finally cooked some real food at home. Not able to resist a little danger, I lit the burner on the stove with my electric shock. If I ended up not wanting to go back to my job as a programmer, I could always make some money as a piezo lighter. When, closer to evening, I returned to the airship, my hairy acquaintance was awake, and the elves were sitting there periodically exchanging short, musical words with each other.
"You're up," said Rigmus instead of greeting me. "Listen, I hear it was you that fought off the pirates, and now you're basically a hero."
Yes, I chuckled. I chased off the pirates like bratty little kids.
And you got to try some of the gnome's infusion, sighed Rigmus enviously. If I'd known the gods were going to be that generous, I'd have taken part in the defense too.
Brandy's brandy, I shrugged. Well, it's tastier than the real thing, of course, but I'm no expert. Suddenly, it seemed like Rigmus's fur was all about to stand on end.
What do you mean? You know how much one shot of that stuff costs.
All I could do was shake my head.
For non-gnomes, it's 1 gold a shot.
How much? I exclaimed so loudly that the elves fell silent, looking at me with expressions of mild disgust.
Yep, confirmed Rigmus, and the gnomes don't sell it to just anyone. That's why I'm jealous.
And here I'd been surprised why all the players were so keen to go drink. If I'd known the price of that liquor, I'd have drank as much as I could.
Rigmus sighed. What can you do? I guess, to be honest, I'm really not the right size to be taking part in fights.
Listen, what race are you anyway? I said, finally deciding to ask the question that had been tormenting me. Maybe I'm just a noob and have never met one of your kind?
You stifled your curiosity for a long time, giggled Rigmus. I'm actually a human. And my hairiness? Well, that's what you get for being curious. I went into a tomb that turned out to be cursed. I thought I was so clever. Well, I ended up getting cursed for several months with this hairiness by one of the local gods. For the time being, I can't put on armor, can't wield any weapons, and I can't socialize normally with any NPCs.
I suppressed a laugh with difficulty. I felt bad for the guy, of course, but you had to admire the imagination of whoever thought up that curse. It occurred to me that Artyom had warned me about something like this some time ago. Virtual deities could easily just ruin a player's life to the extent that they would just need to start over with a new character. This Rigmus guy was tough and resourceful. He just decided to work as a courier and wait until the curse lifted. Someone else might well have just said to hell with it. How long does the curse have left to run? I asked sympathetically.
I'm already halfway done, said the cursed player with a wave of his hand. To be honest, I'd have liked to start the game over, but I didn't have the money to reset the capsule at the time. And by the time I did, I'd gotten used to the curse. Actually, I'm still pretty lucky, all things considered. Some people get cursed worse than this somewhere around level 100. Then there's no question anymore. You just have to stick it out. Starting over means months of your time go to waste. It's not something most people decide to do.
What are the worst curses you've heard of?
I heard about one guy who got a sex change courtesy of the goddess of love. He'd been a man, one of the kind of people that likes things rough, if you know what I mean. Let's just say he was really rough with some NPCs, and since they weren't real, the girls were easily able to join forces and complain to the goddess. So now the guy is no longer a guy. He'd already gotten his level up to something like 90 and didn't want to start over. They say he's actually learned to like it.
Let's change the subject, I requested. I'm getting a little bit airsick for the first time this flight.
That's not the worst case either, Rigmus continued jovially. How about a classic case of virtual leprosy? Universal bad luck, an allergy to healing elixirs, inability to harm any other living creature, and that's not even to mention blocks that can get placed on your most leveled up and valuable skills.
All I could do was shake my head. Yeah, it's best not to get involved with the gods.
They do say that a blessing from the gods is a serious plus, and it's worth the risk, but I wouldn't aim for it, and I'd advise you not to either. By the way, what's your plan once you reach Qatar?
I couldn't resist a chuckle. Honestly, I'm headed to the main temple of the goddess of fate. Chapter 2. The airship descended smoothly next to the platform, which turned out to be the roof of a tall and very long building. It was some kind of pier, along the whole length of which airships were continuously docking and departing. The light bump of the gondola against the surface told us all that the flight had ended. With a regal lack of urgency, the elves stood up from their seats and headed toward the exit. Rigmus had already said goodbye to me and rushed off toward the exit before we'd landed. The battle with the pirates had held us up a bit, and he was afraid of missing the deadline for delivery of his precious package. I let the elves leave ahead of me and set off behind them, quietly whistling a nonsensical little tune to myself. For me, the flight had been not only an interesting way to spend some time, but also quite beneficial. Picking up a little experience was always nice, but surviving where other higher-level players had died, that was double the pleasure. Once I descended the ramp down to the platform, I learned that the baggage would be unloaded in a few minutes, so I decided to spend the time getting to know my surroundings a little bit. Most people were speeding past down the staircase in the center of the platform, but I walked right over to the edge. I leaned against the railing and froze, enjoying the view that unfolded beneath me. The airship station turned out to be not too high after all, just 6 stories, but since the rest of the structures in the city turned out to be quite a bit smaller, I had the sensation that I was looking at Qatar almost from a bird's-eye view. After my time in the village, the city looked like a real anthill to me. From here, there unfolded a view of an endless web of alleys lit by streetlights, which snaked their way between houses of all different sizes, shapes, and colors. No higher than 2 or 3 stories, each structure could still pride itself on being well-designed, even in the cases where they were templated. Everything in Arctania had been created to be pleasing to the eye, even, it seemed, the most nondescript things. Here and there, tall towers rose above some of the normal houses, which obviously meant they belonged to mages. Along the streets, players hurried to and fro while NPCs trudged slowly along. The natives of the virtual world were easy to spot by the clothing they chose. One of the first priorities for any player was to get their items in order, so a lot of times players looked like they'd just walked out of some sort of carnival of homeless people. Basically, it was immediately clear that the NPCs lived here, while people like me tried to spend every minute in the game profitably. If only they all treated real life as seriously as they treated this game. Think of how much they could achieve in the real world. A gigantic, long-armed troll unloaded my suitcase with such ease that it seemed to be empty, but as soon as I tried to pick it up, it became clear that all the artifacts were still there, and they'd be there until I managed to find a porter.
"May I help you?" said one of the troll porters, appearing almost immediately.
These big guys looked pretty weird. Not that I was any kind of expert on trolls, but the gray, hairy hides, barely covered by a pair of saggy pants which were their only clothes, reminded me much more of gorillas. Yes, I have to take this suitcase to a hotel, which I still have to choose.
10 coppers, the troll replied, holding up 3 fingers on his paw for some reason. Per hour.
Focusing my attention on him, I saw the inscription, Ear the Troll, level 31. Deal, I agreed, noting sadly that even everyday, unremarkable trolls here were higher level than me. I didn't know the prices here, of course, but I wasn't about to argue with this guy, so I counted out the coins and laid them in the troll's enormous paw. Grab the suitcase and let's go, I ordered. Then, looking up at the troll's face, I thought twice and added, please. The troll threw the suitcase onto his shoulder and looked at me expectantly. Ah, yes, I still had to decide where we were going. I wish I knew. We went down the stairs from the roof, descending past 5 floors, and came out onto the street. I stopped, indecisive. I didn't know which direction to go. I had to find somewhere to set up shop, and quick. First, a residence in Arctania was inviolable. Nobody could enter without the owner's permission, which meant that all my stuff would be totally safe there. And second, the bonus to your experience from resting in your own roof, rented or otherwise, was always welcome. Do you know of any cheap hotels? I asked the troll.
Huh?
It seemed like there wasn't going to be any sage advice coming from this guy. Fine, I decided. I'd head to the only building I knew anything about. Of course, nobody would let me live in the clan tavern, and anyway, I wouldn't want to live next to Sophia and Alexander. Someone might say that I was being too dramatic, but that someone would have to be someone who'd never fallen in love at first sight. Well, or someone who'd never been in love at all. What good could come of seeing the girl you like with another guy? But it was the only place I could go for advice at this point. Do you know where the Happy Vampire Bar is? I asked the porter, not holding out a ton of hope.
Ah,
the troll confirmed, unexpectedly, and set off confidently down the street. Despite the fact that he had a heavy suitcase on his back, I could still barely keep up with him, and that's after I invested almost all my available attribute points in dexterity, and should have been able to jump like a grasshopper and run like a jaguar. Maybe a jaguar with a limp, but still. While we were walking down the streets, I was looking from side to side and getting more and more surprised by the minute. Up close, everything looked 100 times more surprising than it had from the airship station's platform. Past us strode both dark and light elves, gnolls, trolls, some kind of blue-skinned humanoids, draconids, hobbits, orcs, and a few other creatures which were totally unfamiliar to me. It was only players who had a limited range of races to choose from. I mean, there were over 20 to choose from, but I think NPCs had something like 3 times that number or more variants. And the total for the whole universe of the game was just unfathomable. I felt like Luke Skywalker when first he walked into the bar filled with aliens from 20 different planets. It was a good thing that riding mounts was forbidden, otherwise it would have been absolutely hellish here. Although, that said, I had this troll porter working for me, and a few other characters were being followed by humanoid and arachnoid golems that could stomp on a person as well as any mount could.
"Out of the way, noob!"
I suddenly heard a green-skinned goblin bark at me from his seat atop a massive stone golem.
"Everybody's getting in my way. I'll end up having to pay damages."
I jumped aside, by some miracle managing to avoid ending up underneath a stone paw. At my side, there suddenly appeared a security officer in a yellow military uniform.
"Is everything okay?"
he asked me. Yeah, I said hesitantly, following the exceptionally strange pair with my eyes.
"Have a good day,"
the guard said, and returned to his patrol. I belatedly noticed that there were a lot of guards at level 80 or higher patrolling the streets. Obviously, this was so players didn't go too crazy in the big city. That was nice to see, but not as nice as the plethora of beautiful, no, unbelievably beautiful women. Basically, every girl I passed was as much of a stunner as the last. It was like some kind of endless virtual beauty pageant. My guess was that if one were to collect the stats on how true to real life the male and female characters were and see who was more honest, the women would lose by a mile. The troll led me confidently through the streets past an endless series of stores, artisanal stalls, and restaurants with such strange names that I could only marvel at them. The Fading Moose, the Lonely Carp, the Love-Struck Oak, and the Finest Arts. Unlike in the real world, here the ads also incorporated magic. Alongside the shining neon signs, there were illusory ads hanging in the air here and there. They were strongly reminiscent of modern holograms.
"Here,"
the troll grunted, pointing at a sign that was already perfectly familiar to me. The picturesque architecture looked insane, even for Arctania. That said, when I compared the troll's measurements to those of the door, I understood why the place had to be so enormous. Naturally, I already knew that Artyom was off gallivanting around at the border. But I was hoping to meet someone here who I'd have already met that evening when I went to the restaurant with him. Maybe Fox or that guy that looked like a gnome. I just wished I had learned his last name. At first I'd missed it, being distracted staring at Sophia, and then I'd been too shy to ask again. And yes, I'll admit it, I did really want to get at least a brief glimpse of Sophia's virtual avatar. That is, of course, if she wasn't at the border with her husband-to-be. The interior of the hall looked just like the bar in the real world had. The troll waited politely at the entrance while I walked through the hall to the bar. There weren't very many people at the tables. There were actually very few humans, but it was just easier to call them all people than to list the numerous different races of all the patrons. And among them there wasn't a single familiar face. All I could do now was hope that Fox or the gnome would recognize me themselves. It was a good thing in this case that my appearance in Arctania was no different at all from my real appearance. The bartender in Arctania looked somewhat more pleasant than the one in the real world. A pretty, dark-haired girl, not all done up with special effects like most of the female characters I'd seen in the city so far. Just pretty. No huge boobs hidden behind an armored push-up bra, no 6-foot sword strapped to her back, just a player standing behind the counter. "Hello," I said politely. "Nice day." "Amazing," she smiled cheerfully. "Let me guess, Hammer of the Jerboas. You're Artyom's friend?" Yeah, that's me. Hammer of the Jerboas. Pretty soon, I thought, I'd just exchange my nickname for that achievement. "Yep," I said, shuffling my feet, as if she could see that from behind the counter. "I was hoping to talk to Fox or his buddy, the guy with the big beard." "Dorn?" That was his name. "Yeah, that's it." None of them are here right now. Everybody's at the border. Can I get you anything?
If possible, something non-alcoholic, I nodded. She poured some kind of clever bright green potion into a large glass, stuck in a straw, and set it down on the bar in front of me. Try it, she suggested, looking at me as if in anticipation of something funny happening. Suspecting a trick, I took a cautious sip from the glass, not in any particular hurry to gulp down the strange beverage. But it turned out to be unexpectedly refreshing and pleasant. A light fruity flavor, although, no, kind of savory and spicy. Or, obviously my confusion was reflected on my face. Clever, huh? Said the girl. That's something you can only have in virtual reality. Food that changes flavor over time. You can have meat that tastes like garlic chicken 1 second, then the next second it's turkey cooked in beer, then it's stewed rabbit. It's not cheap, but it's worth it. I sat, my eyes wide with surprise, since the last flavor had turned out to be pickle. After the fruity and other sweet tastes, this was too unexpected, and didn't sit super well in my stomach. I hummed as I swallowed with some difficulty. You've got to warn people. If I warned them, it wouldn't be as fun, the girl giggled. A little bit late, I looked at her information and got a second shock. Sofitel, level 104. Sofitel? I asked with surprise. So that must come from Sophie, she smiled. Ugh, damn it. The prettiest girl I'd ever seen was using an avatar that concealed her real appearance. I thought that only happened in stupid novels and movies. How could a beautiful girl like that reject her own beauty? Let's be honest. The whole idea that beautiful women hate it when guys come up to them on the street is usually more a way to brag than it is a real complaint. So, you're Alexander's girlfriend? Whatever, she smiled enchantingly. Why do you sound disappointed? He and I didn't end up getting along. But I owe you a big thank you for responding to my request. Without you, the orcs would have wiped out our village. No problem. So you didn't share the shaman with Alex? So she knew about the shaman, too, I thought. But I decided to keep mum about that. It's just that Alex, like a lot of other introverts, divides people into 2 groups, his inner circle and everybody else. That's why the clan's interests are more important to him than anyone he doesn't know very well. I thought. I have some idea what Sophie's probably studying for. Or had she just been reading a lot of women's magazines? In my opinion, all this talk of introverts sounded a lot like talk about Aries and Sagittarius. I see, I agreed cautiously. Treat anybody who's not in your clan like a doormat. That's a good policy. I thought people played for fun. People have different ideas of what's fun, Sophie noted. For us, it's developing the clan and fighting for the top spot. It's also pretty profitable, by the way. So how much do level 104 bartenders make in the clan? Almost as much as the clan's best healers do at the same level, Sophie said, not missing a beat. Plus, free coffee. It's just that I missed the airship that was heading to the front. I was too busy with the design for the wedding cake. In real life? In both. You know, people plan weddings for both worlds these days. And if you think that women like all the planning for them, you've been watching too many stupid American comedies. The hassle of it all is enough to make you want to hang yourself. Mind if I don't sympathize too much? I asked. I can't even imagine what it's like to get married. Even serious relationships just aren't in my wheelhouse. Too bad, Sophie smiled. You know, they say that in the virtual world, people find what they can't find in the real world. Maybe you'll meet somebody here or fall in love with a virtual princess. I gave her a somewhat sad look. What happens if people fall in love with NPCs? Man, people have been falling in love with characters in books, movies, and anime way before VR. But now, with AI so well developed, and young people today also developing so many issues, the times they are a-changin', I chuckled. I agree. People here can surprise you. Honestly, I got to feeling so at home in my starting location that I'm heading back there for a wedding soon. You made some friends? She nodded knowingly. Everything here feels stronger than it does in the real world. Friendships are stronger. Anger is stronger. And love... It makes you feel like it's playing games with you. Looking at her virtual avatar, I tried to imagine her real face.
Let's not talk about sad stuff, I asked. Actually, I came to get some advice. Where's the best place for a noob to set up shop? What should I buy first? You can stay in the clan hotel. It's next door. I don't think the boss will have a problem with it. Bunk with the clan when I haven't even joined them yet? Not a great idea. And anyways, I didn't want to live too close to them all. Whether I wanted to or not, I'd end up having to share my plans with them to some extent. I'd rather be in some other area, I said, a little embarrassed. Alex isn't the whole clan, she noted. It's not worth cutting all your ties just because of one argument. I'm not cutting any ties, I said, now thoroughly embarrassed. I'm just not in a hurry to sign up for anything without weighing my options first. Well, then your best bet is one of the hotels on St. Helena Street. It's not too expensive there, and it's a quiet neighborhood. Thank you, I said sincerely. And what should I buy first? Also, maybe if you know where some nice, simple quests might be? If you haven't had a chance yet, definitely get yourself a tablet. It's almost impossible to play without one, since it gives you access to libraries, auctions, and personal messaging. With your level, you'll only be able to use the most basic version, which you can buy in any store. And as for quests, I'd advise you head into the business district. You'll see it on the map when you buy a tablet. There you can get tasks that are level appropriate, and it's fully above board. Oh, wow. It's so simple, I said excitedly. Sophie waved her elegant hand at me dismissively. They're boring quests, for money and experience. What else do you have to do? Well, for starters, those tasks won't give you very much money or experience. And second, only rare and secret quests lead to getting your hands on legendary artifacts, special alchemical ingredients, and hidden professions or classes. And there's also the chance that those will lead to a whole chain of other tasks, right up to divine ones. Ah, now this was interesting. Why are divine tasks so good? Artyom warned me not to get involved with them. Yeah, it's dangerous, but the rewards for God's quests are the biggest. There's a reason to take the risk. Suddenly, Sophie looked over somewhere past my shoulder. Hey, is that your troll out there by the entrance? Yeah. Why does he have such a big suitcase? It's my stuff, I said with some pride. I managed to collect all that during the last week. There are usually like hundreds of slots in a suitcase, she said, raising her eyebrows skeptically. You filled them all? No, not all. Just half. Surprised, Sophie clarified. 50 artifacts. Well, we were fighting the orcs. We collected some trophies. Interesting, she exhaled slowly. Maybe we could buy some of them from you. Will you show me what you have? I immediately realized right then that none of it would impress her at all. It's nothing that good, I was quick to add. Just things at my level or lower. By the way, it's a good thing you reminded me. I only paid the troll for an hour, and I have to get to the hotel. Quickly saying goodbye and thanking her sincerely for her help, I bolted out of the bar. Damn, and here I'd been hoping that Sophie would turn out to be stupid or unpleasant, or at least boring. That would have made my life a lot easier. Alas, she'd turned out to be pleasant, funny, with some feminine quirkiness, but all in all, very cute. Let's go to St. Helena Street, I ordered the troll, hoping he'd know where to go. And indeed he did. The big hulk set off down the street and led me down a neat little alley that looked somewhat like old Arbat Street in Moscow. Only there the stores were separated by the occasional hotel. Here it was vice versa. The names of the hotels, as usual, defied the imagination. The Limping Unicorn, Sad Roger, 3 Criticals. But my eye was drawn most of all to the sign reading, Thick as a Brick. A neat 3-story wooden structure built right around an enormous tree. How original. Follow me, I ordered the troll as I headed toward the entrance to the hotel. Inside the place was pretty nice, kind of homey, like the mini hotels in St. Petersburg which were built in the old communal apartments, although I had yet to see any of the new-style mini hotels. Hello, the woman behind the counter smiled warmly. She immediately reminded me of Margia, the headman of Kalevra's wife, just as down-to-earth, strong, and friendly. Hi, I'd like to rent a room for maybe a month. A month? Excellent. We have rooms with street views or courtyard views.
For either, it's 1 silver a day." Some prices. I mean, I had roamed the forest hunting jerboas for 3 whole days just to get my hands on 10 silvers. I'd have to sell the artifacts quickly, otherwise I'd be broke within a week. Let's go with the street view, I decided, and I'll pay for 5 days right away. I could always look at oak trees in real life. The view onto the street, humming with virtual life, was a bit more interesting. Handing her the necessary cash, it turned out that 5 silver coins currently bought 505 copper coins. I got the key and headed to my room. It was on the 2nd floor, pretty spacious, with nice furniture, a bath, and a toilet. No Palace of Versailles, of course, but it was pretty nice. Better than my Euro-style apartment in real life. The troll unloaded the suitcase onto the floor in the corner of the room, muttered something like, "Have a good one," and left silently, which was surprising for someone so huge. After making sure that nothing had been lost during the trip, I set my respawn point in my room and headed out on a walk down this new Arbat. The first thing I decided I'd do was follow Sophie's advice and buy the tablet I'd needed for such a long time. An all-in-one guidebook, messenger app, and auction site, in a neat little package. I found the store I needed right by my hotel. The wooden sign that read Uncle Boris's tablets was a clear sign that the owner wasn't an NPC, but a player, and probably a countryman of mine. Maybe I can get him to give me a discount, I daydreamed. That would certainly have helped. I didn't have a ton of money as it was. Opening the door, I entered what was probably the closest thing imaginable to a medieval computer store. The laptops here were made of wood, steel, and glass. Everything looked pretty stylish, but very unusual. Behind the counter stood a gangly, red-haired young man of about 16. No way in hell this was Uncle Boris. "Hello, I'm hoping to buy a tablet," I said cheerfully. "Logical, since you're in a tablet store," he snorted. "What kind?" "What kinds do you have?" I asked. "For your level, just the newbie and the newbie 2. "What's the difference?" "Are you stupid?" asked the kid sarcastically. "The number 2. Basically, they're the same, except the second one is a little more expensive." "I'll have the more expensive one," I said, making the choice easily. "Ugh, I'm sick of people getting tricked by marketing," the kid grumbled, pulling out a simple, smooth, lacquered tablet. 4 silvers. There went the last of my money, I thought, handing the kid my precious coins. Man, I'd sure worked my ass off to earn these. "Hold your hand to the screen to connect it to your account, and then the menu even a little kid could figure out." "You've received the item Newbie 2 Model Tablet. Type Normal. Special properties impossible to lose, not subject to being stolen. Quality 20. Toughness indestructible." I'd say it was funny, using a computer within a computer game, but actually, if you think about it, there was nothing new here. This was even a feature of 2D games and 3D games. Now it was appearing in full immersion games. Cool. "Thanks," I said to the kid. "Keep in mind that the tablet has limits on auction lots and only has access to public libraries. With increases in your level, you'll have the chance to get a better version and order whatever design you want. By the way, you can only install additional apps once you get the master model. If you ask me, the design and everything is cool and all, but the really interesting thing is when you get access to guides and additional apps." "What kinds of additional apps are there?" "There's tons. Currency exchange rates in different cities, alchemical recipes, basically a lot of different structured topics. Looking for the info you need in public libraries is pretty inconvenient." "Are there libraries that aren't public?" I asked. My curiosity piqued. "There are clan libraries, order libraries, city libraries, libraries for different services. You can only get access to them through members of whatever group it is or by getting a high enough standing with them. In other words, if I couldn't find the necessary information in a public database, I could pretty much count on the fact that there'd be nowhere else I could look. I had no standing at all, and no clan would accept somebody at my level. Bummer. Is Uncle Boris your dad? I couldn't resist asking. "That's me," said the kid with a huge, satisfied smile. I focused my attention on him and saw that his avatar was real. As usual, his level was higher than mine, but not by a lot. "You don't look like an uncle." "I'm planning ahead." Uncle Boris giggled. "By the time I actually do become an uncle, my business will have spread through all of Arctania, and people will know me as one of the richest people in the game." "Ah," I said, surprised.
Big plans. Somehow it reminded me of my weapons teacher at the Virtual Warrior. Every bit as self-confident, active, and fun-loving a kid, with big long-term plans who made me feel yet again like a lazy old man. You better believe it, the kid replied proudly. By the way, besides tablets, I also buy and sell items. If you've got anything interesting, bring it to me. I promise I'll give you a decent price. You won't get rich giving people decent prices, I replied. You don't get rich just by making money. It's also about your brand, said the kid with an air of casual superiority. I give you a respectable price for your artifacts, and the next time you get something, you'll come to me, not somebody else. Then, later on, you might become a big player in one of the clans, and you'll remember Uncle Boris and offer me a nice contract to supply equipment or materials for crafting. Sharp kid. Perhaps I would be interested in continuing this fruitful discussion, I said, after thinking a little about it. I hope you were serious about those respectable prices. If we're talking about good artifacts, the kid clarified, looking at my info skeptically. With your level, you're probably not a wholesaler. I smiled enigmatically. Who knows? Well, show me what you've got. I don't have anything with me. My suitcase is in my room. Suitcase? Boris perked up. Now that's interesting. He closed the store, and we headed off to my room. While Boris dug through the suitcase, appraising my artifacts, I decided to make use of my tablet and look for mentions of the Order of Var. The menu did, in fact, turn out to be incredibly user-friendly. Auctions, personal messaging, library, and bank account. I couldn't access my account since I hadn't opened one yet. Where personal messaging was concerned, I immediately searched for Rigmus and Artemon the Terrible so I could friend them. Neither answered right away. But in the library, I was able to find some info on the Order of Var almost immediately. The Wizarding Order of Var was founded by one of the most powerful dark wizards of the previous century. Karl Var gathered together the top specialists in curses and offered their collective services to the rich and powerful of the world. This is a peculiar order of murderers and executioners who wield only magic. That is, they weren't just hired killers. They also developed curses that their victims had to live with and suffer from for the rest of their lives. They had their own charter, which dictated that the wizards should not know each other by face or name. In 1443 GTE, the interests of the order came into conflict with those of the devotees of the cult of Antos, who was their principal rival. The god Antos is known for particularly perverted curses. In the end, most members of the order were slain. Currently, there is no information about any of the survivors. Ho, ho, ho! Seems like the headman was a pretty tough customer back in the day. Killing and cursing people, fighting with gods. But this information didn't actually help me at all. It would have been nice to at least know where the Order's headquarters used to be, or their fortress, or dungeon, or whatever. My search for information on the Slider class didn't return anything at all. That is to say, I received a copy of the description the system had given me in the mountains after I'd passed the tests. That was it. Of course, I didn't like to read guides, but I really did want to get some kind of info about my character's abilities. Meanwhile, Rigmus had responded to my request, adding me as a friend and wishing me luck in my visit to the goddess's temple. Artyom still hadn't responded. You've actually got a pretty nice collection, Boris noted, finally having finished digging through my trophies of war. In front of him there now stood 3 nice-sized piles of artifacts. Look, these here I could buy from you right now for 16 gold, he started, pointing to the first pile. These I could take on consignment, and within a month or so I'd be able to give you about 40. And these here, I'd advise you to hang on to for yourself, for when you level up a bit. You'll be unlikely to get a good price for them, but they're very nice items. All I could do was let out a surprised whistle. Yeah, you know your stuff. Enough at least to know that a character at your level couldn't have collected so many high-quality artifacts. The kid squinted at me suspiciously. You're not a member of a clan, which means these items are your personal items. Judging by some of these artifacts, they used to belong to orcs, which means you've probably just come from the border. Am I right? Yep, I said, not about to argue. And? Did you by chance have any amulets lying around that you'd taken from dead NPC orcs? I didn't understand right away what he was getting at. But I did in fact have some amulets in my inventory. They were made from some kind of animal's teeth. At least I hoped they were from animals, for which I still hadn't discovered any use. I've got 15 of them. Why? The military commander here has a daily quest which allows anybody to exchange those amulets for experience. They're literally priceless for anyone who's living in the city and trying to level up their profession. So, someone like you, I clarified. Exactly, answered the kid honestly. At auctions, they can be exchanged for artifacts, and at a good rate, too, because the quest with the amulets is only going to be available until the war with the orcs is officially over. And according to rumors, that'll be any day now. And what would you offer me for these amulets? I asked. Unfortunately, I don't have any artifacts for your level, so I'd have to buy them from you for, say, 4 gold apiece. Believe me, that's more than a fair price. I'll say, if I could get about the same amount for this pile of artifacts in front of me, we were talking about a serious sum. Having more than 100 gold in hand, I could take my time getting together some good artifacts for my level, rent a room that was nicer than this janitor's closet, and calmly set to work looking for Rathmere. And there was only one thing that'd be more valuable to me than money in that endeavor. I've got a different suggestion for you, I said after thinking a bit. I'll give you all 15 amulets for 50 gold, and you'll also help me find some information that I need. You've probably got access to whatever libraries you need in addition to the public ones. Deal, answered Boris. What do you need to know? Haggling ability, plus 0.5, total 1.5. I need all the available information about a class called Sliders, or Electromages, I confessed. And I also need any info I can find about the Order of Var, about where they were based, for example, or any surviving members of the Order. The kid pulled out a slick-looking all-glass tablet and wrote something down. First time I've heard of a slider. I'm curious myself. Anything else? Also, glass-blowing is a profession. I don't know whether you're lucky or not, the kid sighed. It's too unusual a combination of class and profession. There might be a pretty big demand for them, but it could just as easily be that nobody has any need for them. I'll see what I can find, but I won't know until tomorrow at earliest. I'll send some questions to a few of my friends in the big clans. Maybe they can find something in their internal documentation. I'd sure gotten lucky when I met this kid. Not only did he help me with my artifacts, he also had access to a bunch of different sources of info. Now I just hoped that those sources would turn out to be at least a little bit helpful. I can't carry these things out of your room, Boris continued. Go down to the nearest gnomish bank and set up an account. Then bring me the artifacts I said I'd buy. I'll have to make a lot of trips. I only have 14 slots, I frowned. No problem. Boris handed me a bundle of cloth. Item received. Seasoned traveler's bag. Type rare. Plus 10 slots in your inventory. Quality 30. Toughness 50 of 50. A gift from our company to a good customer, the kid smiled. Seeing that you got all this together at just level 20, I think working together might be even more profitable for both of us in the future. Strange, but despite being grateful to him, I couldn't help but think about how much he might have taken me for a ride with my artifacts, if he was willing to just give me an artifact like this for free. But you know what they say about gift horses. I hope our work together will be fruitful and profitable for us both, I said, mentally adding, especially me. Saying goodbye to Boris, I checked my timer and realized it was about time to call it a day. I'd packed more than enough into today, but the main thing was that I'd managed to keep all my artifacts and would soon be receiving a nice sum of money that would let me settle all my outstanding tasks. Getting artifacts and elixirs to restore my mana, finding a master who could teach me to use the Shanbiao, and buying a few recipes for each of my professions. It was just depressing to think that all these artifacts and the orc's amulets would only bring me about 1/10 of the sum for which Alexander had appraised the staff of the great shaman. That was truly still driving me crazy. Chapter 3. The next day started for me with my regular session working with a pink ribbon at the Virtual Warrior. At this particular session with Leosha, I wasn't thinking so much about mastering the special blow called Piercing Throw as I was about how to phrase things when I finally tried to talk with Leosha about my newfound powers. You're not focused, Leosha noted. Our teacher Juan would just kick you out of the training hall for that. It's just that I have some problems in Arctania. I was honestly trying my best to replicate the complex maneuver with the ribbon, which would send it flying ahead of you in a whirling spiral. Our training would definitely have looked interesting to the unenlightened observer. A 30-year-old man and a teenage boy jumping around the hall waving pink silk ribbons. It was surprising that all of the employees at the Virtual Warrior hadn't started gathering to laugh at us by now. Maybe we could record one of our sessions. It'd probably be one of the top videos on YouTube.
It's your money, he shrugged. If you keep this up, you'll be working for a month to master this move. What's going on in Arctania?
I received a rare class. I don't know what to do with it, how to develop it.
A rare class? Leosha perked up. Electromage, I answered. Have you heard of it? I'd already figured out that nobody knew the term slider, so I'd taken to using a more familiar term. I see. Pretty serious stuff. Jack of all trades. They could be warriors at either long or short range. They get along pretty well with technology. They say that the best golem builders are all electromages.
Ah, I didn't know that, I said with surprise. It's cool.
Electromages usually put their work into their intelligence, he continued. That's what their damage and ability to use tech depend on. They don't need wisdom. Mana isn't as important as everybody thinks it is, and you can easily make up for it with potions.
Well, he hadn't told me anything I didn't already know. He just confirmed that my plans were good ones. The choice was clear. I'd be a dexterous intellectual.
So, what's the problem? It's a cool class. You should be happy.
I just nodded, still not ready to start a serious conversation. Listen, do you guys have cameras set up here? I asked just to be safe.
No, of course not. Who would want that? Leosha answered, seeming taken aback.
I mean, just at the entrance. Why?
I just don't want anybody to know about our conversation, I answered.
Have you ever heard of people's skills transferring not from the real world into the game, but the other way around?
We've already talked about this. Everything's easier in the game. In the real world, you wouldn't be especially good at sword fighting. I mean, sure, you'd have some memory of how to move, but to replicate the moves exactly, you'd have to spend so much time that it'd be easier just to start from scratch.
Why did this 18-year-old talk to me with such a patronizing tone, like he was way older than me? That's not what I mean, I continued patiently. I'm talking about magic and stuff like that. I mean, you work with tons of people who are into virtual gaming. Have you ever heard of something like that?
Give me a break, Leosha laughed. That's all a bunch of garbage. If someone had actually gotten those kinds of abilities, they'd have already taken them apart to see what was going on. The medical monitoring system on the capsule keeps close track of every player's physical condition, and any changes in brain function get reported to the central server right away.
I hadn't even thought about that. Was that because he was smart, or I was an idiot? Although I could be forgiven for this little bit of idiocy, I mean, after all, I believed in the powers of a virtual goddess. If she could allow me to keep my capsule and my access to the game, obviously she was capable of hiding my changes from the medical servers at Russford Tech. What about physical development? I cautiously changed the subject. After a long day in the game, your muscles do actually ache. Is that normal?
Psychosomatic, he replied.
Yeah, that's what I'd thought. The muscle pain had to be a psychological thing. Are you really just 18? I couldn't resist asking.
The kid laughed. A 130 IQ and a love of reading can work wonders. You just wait, in a few years I'll be the owner of the whole chain of Virtual Warrior gems. I just have to get the capital together for the investment.
Despite his jovial tone, I could tell he wasn't joking. In any case, Leosha seemed to always mean what he said.
Napoleonic plans, I said, with a new respect for him.
Well, when you become the owner of the company, give me a discount on classes. Right now, judging by the prices, you'll end up making half that capital on my lessons alone.
Duly noted, he agreed. Now, repeat this motion with your wrist.
Good morning, Arctania. I walked around my cozy little room, looked out from the balcony onto the square, and just watched the players and characters as they passed by. It was very curious. I regretted not having leveled up my skill at identifying items because a lot of players were wearing some really interesting things. I'd have loved to check out the attributes on some of the weapons, too, but unfortunately I was at such a distance that I couldn't even see their names. As always, the girls caught a fair share of my attention. Elves, gnomes, human girls, even trolls, they all looked pretty sexy. Which made sense. I mean, what girl would voluntarily choose an ugly or fat character instead of a pretty one? In Arctania, if you met a heavyset woman, it was invariably a computer character. Maybe it was time to buy some furniture of some kind, I thought as I looked around the room. Besides the bed, cupboard, table, and chair, and suitcase, there was nothing in here. Now that I had some free time and a tablet, it was time to deal with the piles of artifacts on the floor and the things in my inventory. The first thing I did was to open the folder with the secret documents. Unlike the book in which the epic alchemical reagent had been stored, here everything was written in a language I understood. Imperial. Visually, I saw it as Russian, but Germans playing as humans would have seen their native German on these same pages. One of the peculiarities of the virtual world. Order from the head of the secret chancellery of His Highness the Emperor. It is necessary for the safety of our country that the following be undertaken. Ensure delivery of the Amulet of Lightning to the indicated location. Thomas Feudra has been ordered to make contact with the Nameless One. Dossier in Attachment 2. Falk has been... Suddenly the folder in my hands burst into flames and instantly turned to ash. In front of my eyes flashed a system communication. The item, folder with secret documents, has self-destructed. Damn it! Why now? At the most interesting part. Obviously, it was some kind of self-destruction spell. Who could have known? Pulling out my tablet, I immediately ran a search in the public library for Thomas Feudra. There was no info specifically about him, but the Feudra family turned out to be very well known. Aristocrats, soldiers, and people close to the Emperor. Many of them were powerful mages. Perhaps when I have time, it'd be worth visiting them and returning the engraved pistol. They were almost certainly connected with my main quest. Plus, I was in the same photograph as Thomas Feudra in the Air Academy uniform, which meant I might be able to get some more information there as well. The next thing I searched for more info on was the wings from the steel fur birds. It turned out that they were composed of a pretty expensive substance, which smiths used to make specific alloys and which was almost as valuable as fulgurite. And the fulgurite bars, as Korn had said, were worth about 1 or 2 gold apiece. However, I wasn't planning to sell either the birds' wings or the bars. At some point, I'd definitely have to level my profession up to the point where I could use them myself. I didn't bother looking up the glass rose of fate, since I was planning to offer that as a sacrifice to the goddess. I just ruined my mood if I found out that it was worth more than all the other artifacts I'd bought combined. Like the shaman's staff, which I'd stupidly given to Alexander. I still couldn't forgive myself for that. Interesting. Was it possible for other skills to cross over into the real world besides class-related skills? I wondered. Fist-fighting skills, fencing, or a profession. If I could level up my invisibility high enough, who knew what I could do with it in the real world? Once I had my fill of the tablet, I went back to the artifacts from the suitcase. It turned out that Boris has been able to sort through them much quicker than me. He'd separated the artifacts into 3 piles, and the first one I turned to was the one he'd advised me to hang on to for myself. The artifacts did indeed look pretty nice, but even the most basic armor required 30 units of strength and level 32. Basically, I had to keep growing and growing before I'd get to use all these goodies. The other artifacts really weren't useful for my class, and some, on the contrary, were too basic. Seemed like Boris had been honest with me, at least as far as the artifacts themselves were concerned. With the prices, I was certain he'd taken me for a little bit of a ride. That was his job. With Boris's gift, I had a total of 24 slots in my inventory. I left all of my valuables in the room, grabbed the artifacts that Boris had chosen, and set off for his shop. Of course, it was pretty nearby. "Ah, a friendly face," said Boris happily. "Did you bring them?" "The first batch," I answered, laying the artifacts out on the table. "Did you find anything out?" "There's more than enough info on electromages, but nobody's heard anything about sliders. But since you think they're similar classes, I'll send you the info on your tablet in a message." "And the Order of Var?" "They were some busy guys, those wizards, but none of my people knew anything more about them than was already in the library. Bummer. Now I'd have to rely on help from the goddess. Otherwise, my search for Rathmere would be quite long indeed.
Did you open an account at the bank? Boris asked, after he'd finished sorting through the artifacts.
I forgot, I admitted. Let's make the deal for these artifacts first. I have to go shopping anyway. I have to stock up on elixirs, recipes, and crafting materials. And I have to find a weapons master who can train me.
Okay,
Boris agreed nonchalantly, laying out 66 gold on the table.
Just remember that there are lots of pickpockets in the city. Make sure nobody comes up behind you, and only take streets that are patrolled by security.
I was rich, I thought as I raked up the money. Now I'd have some fun. If I didn't get robbed. Can people really attack you within the city limits? I said, genuinely scared. Not for my own safety, of course, but for the sake of my money.
Anything can happen.
Well, that's just great, I snickered. Well, I'll keep it in mind. I'll come by with the second set of artifacts closer to evening. Taking out my tablet, I accepted Boris's friend request and immediately received his file with a description of the electromage class. I'll have something to study in my free time. I also noticed that Artyom had finally accepted my friend request. Saying goodbye to the young businessman, I headed off on a stroll down St. Helena Street. The first thing I encountered was a store that sold recipes for various different professions. Inside, the huge shopping center was filled with a multitude of different racks, on which were displayed little models of different crafts. I found the row with recipes for mechanics and started looking for something for total beginners, like a Lego set.
Are you looking for something in particular, or just browsing? The sales gnome asked.
I'm hoping to find recipes for leveling up my profession, I replied, essentially from zero.
Oh, then what you need isn't here. It's in the beginner section. It's that rack there.
And indeed, I did find there a few suitable blueprints, a simple radio, a detonator for mines, and an electric flashlight. As I'd expected, the profession of mechanic in Arctania comprised producers of the widest possible variety of products, including electrical appliances. I decided to settle for the flashlight. For some reason, it occurred to me that this would be the easiest to sell, so I could get at least some of my cash back to spend on other materials. By the way, creating a normal run-of-the-mill flashlight required no less than 5 distinct materials: glass, wood for the shell, steel, a battery, and a light bulb, which I also bought there. I picked up enough for 100 units, so I wouldn't have to run back and forth. With glass blowing, it was a bit simpler. For that, I just had to buy 100 glass bars and a recipe for a normal bottle for elixirs. That was more than enough for now, especially considering that the materials for these basic recipes had cost me almost 5 gold. That didn't seem like much when you had 30 times that amount in your pocket, but I knew that the money I'd gotten for these artifacts would be gone before I knew it, and I wouldn't just be able to go out and earn more. Plus, all signs pointed to a character of my level not really being able to earn very much. After all, if it hadn't been for the war breaking out, I'd have come to Qatar with 1 silver in my pocket. After I'd bought everything I'd need for leveling up my professions, it was time to work on improving my fighting skills. I searched on the tablet for the nearest fighting school and headed straight for it. Man, did that turn out to be something else. A massive courtyard behind a high fence which took up more space than a football field and was studded with mannequins and targets. Hundreds and hundreds of players stabbing, beating, shooting, and hacking at the poor training dummies under the guidance of their stern teachers.
Welcome to the Martial Arts Academy of the City of Qatar. A stately old man of military bearing greeted me as I stood, transfixed, in front of the open gates, checking out the courtyard. Obviously, he simultaneously performed the roles of gatekeeper and guide. Hello, I'm interested in weapons training.
That's what we're here for. What weapons specifically are you interested in?
Chain weapons, I answered, remembering that in my character's attributes that was how my Shanbiao was designated.
Go down the left edge there to that man in the white hat, the gatekeeper said, pointing the way out to me. Master Wong Li is an expert with chain weapons, and will be happy to share his expertise with you.
I saw immediately who he was talking about. A short, wiry guy. And it wasn't just his hat that was white, but his whole outfit. He stood out like a sore thumb among the other teachers. I mean, who would come to train, or even come to train others dressed like that? To my surprise, and somewhat annoyingly, there were already 6 people studying under him. 2 had short chains with sickles on the end, and the rest had the same long shanbiao that I did. Seemed like Leosha had been right when he'd said that this was actually a pretty popular weapon. I greeted the master and, bowing slightly, told him about my wish to receive training from him. Obviously, masters, unlike other characters, could see players' skills, because the old man answered immediately that he couldn't teach me any new blows until I'd improved my skill with chain weapons to 15. Then he offered to teach me the moves I already knew, using mannequins. It turned out that training at the academy gave a significant bonus in leveling up your skills. That's why so many players came here. Basically, it would just be a crime not to take advantage of the opportunity, so I paid for a mannequin and started to whip the chain around like a madman. As they say, you don't throw with your arm, you throw with your whole body. It was a good 3 hours before I'd brought up my skills to the necessary level.
"Now you're ready," Wang Li said. "I can offer you skills in attack or defense. The price for this training is 10 gold.
How much? I asked, surprised into a falsetto.
I'd also advise you to acquire skills in two-handed fighting, the master said, ignoring my question. That will allow you to use your chain more effectively.
And the price? I asked suspiciously.
20 gold.
Damn it, these fighting skills were expensive. Fine, I agreed, not having any other choice. I'll take the defensive skills and learn two-handed fighting. Having paid what I'd agreed to, I got a system communication.
You've mastered the defensive skill, Chain Block. Likelihood of blocking physical damage in close quarters fighting, plus 10%. Skill in wielding chain weapons, plus 0.5. You've received the skill, Two-Handed. This skill allows you to use 2 weapons at once. Initial level, 0.5. Now watch and remember, said Wang Li. The ability to use 2 hands allows you to attack with each hand using the chain, which doubles your damage. Of course, for that you need to use a special weapon.
A long white chain with a sharp spike on each end suddenly appeared in his hands. He unspooled the chain with both hands and landed a double blow on the mannequin, leaving 2 identical holes in it.
Now for the chain block. Hit me.
Wang Li wrapped part of the chain around his arm with one quick flick of the wrist. When I tried to hit him with my good old blow to the head, he easily blocked it with his wrist. It was strange, but I was able to repeat both moves on the first try. Considering how many hours I'd already spent working with Leosha to learn just one simple move, this was pretty surprising. It seemed like I hadn't spent those 30 gold in vain after all. I left the academy a little bit surprised, a little tired, but happy. Even if I had ended up spending half the money I'd received from Boris, it was worth it. As soon as I had time, I was definitely going to spend a few days just hacking away at those mannequins. Now, I decided, it was time to head to the goddess's temple. I was hoping she wouldn't be offended that I hadn't come to see her right away. After all, I had to take care of a few important things first. The architecture of the Temple of Elenia looked very ancient Greek. Tons of columns, beautiful bas-reliefs on the walls, and pretty priestesses in dresses that strongly reminded me of togas. At the entrance to the temple, I stopped one of the women. I've never stopped a man to ask for directions in my life. It's totally uninteresting. And asked where I could make an offering to the goddess and ask her a question. Just walk up to the altar, address the goddess in your mind, and offer her the sacrifice. I took a look at the throng of people passing by, crowding into the temple. Everyone looked like they were completely under the spell of the goddess. Obviously NPCs. Players didn't tend to believe in virtual deities. Well, except me, and I was still skeptical despite all the proof. Just like that, in amongst the crowd, I clarified. No privacy? If the goddess does decide to respond to your request, you'll be the only one that will hear her response. Thanking the woman, I started walking alongside the other visitors to the temple, in between the outer columns, past the wide arch and into a wide, brightly lit space with a high ceiling. In the center of the hall, there stood a statue of the goddess of fate, surrounded by a multitude of altars made of white marble. Secret task is completed. Received plus 16,000 experience, taking modifiers into account, 17,600 points. Plus 300 to your standing with the goddess Elenia. Current status neutral. To friendly, 400. Slider ability, power over machines.
You've leveled up. Your character's current level, 21. Health +5. Experience 2,430 of 16,000. To next level, 13,570. Attention! 5 attribute points are available for distribution.
Awesome, I thought happily. All available points would go straight into my intelligence. Plus, the slider ability was more proof that the goddess was somehow connected to my class. You've been chosen. I heard a pleasant, but somehow still quite cold voice boom. The statue suddenly became illuminated, turned toward me, and pointed to me with its hand. But the other visitors to the temple didn't react to this strange behavior on the part of the goddess at all. You must collect 5 artifacts, lay them on the altar in my temple, and open the way to a new world. I was hoping that by new world, she just meant a different virtual world, and not our real world. Maybe some kind of global event that would involve access to a parallel universe or a new continent. What are the artifacts? I asked cautiously. The swords that symbolize the basic powers in Octania. Wood, steel, stone, glass, and bone. You've received the epic quest, Road of Swords. Task requirements, collect the 5 swords of fate and lay them on the altar of the goddess Elenia. Limitation, you must complete each stage of the quest in 10 days or less. Stage 1, get the bone sword from the dead city. Reward for completion of first stage, plus 50,000 experience. Legendary item from the slider class, plus 200 to your standing with the goddess Elenia. Completed, 0 of 6. Strange. I had received a task without agreeing to it. Was that a thing? But asking provocative questions of the goddess was not something I was about to do, let alone object in any way. I only asked a very logical question. Where can I find this bone sword? The location of each of the swords is already marked on your map. Would it be this easy? I was in luck. I now had enough money to travel all over Octania with no difficulty. True, with my level it was probably best not to go into any dungeons, instances, or locations, unless I was planning to ask Artyom for help again, which I might do, as long as we agreed that he wouldn't bring Alexander. No one must know about this task, the goddess said, seemingly reading my mind, and you must search for the swords on your own. The curse Loner has been laid on you until completion of the epic quest Road of Swords. You may not join any clan, participate in any raid, or join any group of players. A loner must live without the help of friends. Therefore, experience acquired in the game is increased by 10%. This was bad. More accurately, this was a disaster. How was I going to complete an epic quest with 6 stages with my 21 levels without any help from anyone at all? And the bonus to my experience wasn't likely to fix this lamentable situation. Even delaying completion of the quest until I got to a high enough level wouldn't be an option. I had to have the bone sword within 10 days. Otherwise... Actually, I didn't even know what would happen if I failed to complete the quest. It would probably be bad. Meanwhile, the goddess was clearly about to leave, if you could phrase it that way. I have one more question, I said frantically, running up to the altar and laying on it the glass rose of fate that Korn had made. Originally, I'd been planning to use the rose because it had been linked to the fate not only of 2 people who loved each other, but also of an entire village. I thought that for the goddess that would be more important than any of my other artifacts. Great goddess, please help me find Rathmir. You're lucky, she answered majestically. Rathmir is in a location next to the place where one of the swords is kept, in the dead city. The ring on your finger will help you open a hidden passage and avoid the dead. You've completed the first stage of the task, Saving Private Rathmir. Received, plus 8,000 experience, taking modifiers into account, 9,600 points. The statue froze solid and was no longer shining. My audience with the goddess was over. Well, I guess I'd received the answer to my question, I thought as I left the temple, slightly stunned. And the goddess had given me so much to work on that I'd have to keep working on it till the end of the game. Or the end of my life. Now, we'd see just how far Elenia's power extended. Checking the map, I found the dead city, zoomed in, and saw 3 marks. one next to the wall surrounding the city, and 2 within. Well, if I'm going to be able to avoid the dead, then I could go save Rathmere now, without any extra prep. Sometimes it was still funny how much the virtual world resembled the real world. I headed over to the nearest restaurant, ordered a coffee, and started looking into my new ability. Power over machines is an ability that allows a slider to control electrical mechanisms, and some mechanical mechanisms, from a distance. The complexity of the mechanisms that can be controlled is determined by the player's mechanic profession and the blueprints the player has studied. The distance and duration of the player's ability to control is determined by intelligence and wisdom. Well, I'll be damned. Just when I was starting to get excited, I found out that the new skill only worked on devices that I'd studied the blueprints for. Which meant that for now, all I could control was electric mines. And the distance over which I could control things with my intelligence at this point was just laughable. It'd be like 1 meter. This obviously wasn't going to help me save Rathmere. Whatever. I didn't want to get down in the dumps. Time to move on to the real bad news, I figured. I pulled out my tablet and started studying some of the material from the library. I found the dead city right away. It turned out to be an enormous castle about 3 hours' flight from Qatar. There was a whole legend connected with it. This was once a wonderful city, known for its gardens, architecture, and friendly residents. The soil and weather conditions were so ideal that absolutely any plant could grow there. Vegetables, fruits, spices, rare alchemical components. The residents of the city grew all these things with surprising ease. What was even more surprising was that this was not an elven, but a human city. Many people envied their prosperity and happiness, and the elves hated them, seeing the residents of this city as a direct threat. But none ever dared to attack the city. The city was defended by 4 of the strongest mages alive, who dwelt in tall towers on the perimeter of the outer walls. And for many decades, all was well. But then a foul wind came, which destroyed everything living within the city walls, and turned the residents into the walking dead. Nobody knows why or how this happened, and who was responsible. But to this day, death reigns within the walls of the city. The name of the city has been forgotten, and now it's known by everyone as the Dead City. Oh, man, what a story. This was interesting, of course, but for me it was slightly more important that the Dead City was marked as recommended for players only level 40 or higher. In other words, a weakling like me had no business being there at all. On the other hand, if Rathmere was stuck there, he might need help urgently. All I could do was to hope that the goddess wasn't mistaken about there being a secret entrance to the city. Sorry, Elenia, for the blasphemy, but everybody makes mistakes. Get ready ASAP, and hurry over to get airship tickets. Taking a quick look at the auction, I understood pretty quickly that the weapons I'd need cost too much, and that I'd have to wait for them for anywhere from a few hours to a few days. Nonetheless, I was able to find a good chain with a rare spearhead for sale right here in Qatar. Plus, it did extra damage to the undead. It was perfect, although it was hard to part with the cash, no less than 15 gold. What was nice was that goods purchased from an auction were available in just about any store, and you could pay for it right there. Deciding not to limit myself just to weaponry, I also bought some leather clothing with a decent armor factor. Run-of-the-mill stuff, but it wasn't cheap. A jacket with a hood like Lurth had, boots and pants, 2 pairs so I wouldn't end up in my underwear like I had in the swamp, ended up costing me 3 gold. At the same time, I bought 20 mana elixirs and a few universal elixirs, which restored both health and mana. I asked them to make the delivery to Boris's shop so I could pick them up on my way back to the hotel. Once I'd finished buying my stuff, I paid for the coffee and set off to get some airship tickets. On the way to the airship station, I got a little distracted people-watching and wandered into an unfamiliar district. I wouldn't say that I knew this city super well by that point, but some streets between my old Arbat and the Temple Square were familiar by now. But now I was on some sketchy-looking dark street with tall, monotonous buildings on both sides, and very few people. In the middle of a huge virtual city, this was a bit strange.
Hey, man, got a cigarette?
Are you serious? I turned and saw 2 orcs, levels 45 and 50, swaggering toward me like they owned the place. You should quit smoking. It's already turned you green, I said with a laugh, as I weighed my options for getting out of here ASAP. Honestly, I hadn't really believed that this kind of thing could happen in the city. Even though Boris had warned me, I still subconsciously considered all of Qatar to be safe.
Ah, now he's got jokes, chuckled the level 50 thug.
The second orc looked less massive to me, and judging by the beads on his belt, he was a shaman or a mage, which reduced to 0 my already slim chances of getting away. I didn't have anything especially valuable, but I didn't want to lose my experience. I'd almost made it to the next level. I'm also a good dancer, I cracked. Are you going to attack me within the city like this? That's against the law. I quickly checked the stats and memorized the names of these two smokers, Raging Bull and Ragnalter. I'd have to remember to put them on my personal blacklist together with that destroyer who'd put me on his blacklist.
See any guards around here?
Raging Bull asked mockingly. He really did look like some kind of huge bull. Guess I was going to have to listen to Boris and check my surroundings a bit more.
Destroyer says hi, dickhead, said Ragnalter, and I suddenly felt like my legs had become attached to the ground.
Looking down, I saw that everything below my knees was now covered with ice. I looked like a big snowbank.
This isn't the last time we'll meet,
the bull promised, drawing a sword from behind his back and thrusting it into my stomach. Back in my room, I cursed my bad luck, and then checked my inventory and burst out in a stream of real cursing. Due to just plain old bad luck, all the recipes I'd bought had been lost at the place where I died. Well, and then I'd also lost a bunch of experience, which also hurt. Well, I'll remember you too. I continued my long tirade, which mainly consisted of interjections, as soon as I develop a little bit more. The fact that the orcs would also probably keep leveling up themselves and would probably be somewhere around 70 by the time I hit 50 was something I preferred not to think about just then. Just like the fact that I was prohibited from joining any clan, and I wouldn't get any real support, let alone a roof over my head in a real sense. We'll see, I thought angrily. When my time came, they'd get theirs, believe me. Boris had warned me. On the other hand, I could have lost all my money too, so I had still been lucky. Those guys had obviously been tailing me, waiting for an opportunity to launch their attack. From now on, I was going to check my surroundings more often and steer clear of dangerous neighborhoods. First thing I did was head to the bank and set up a personal account. Putting 15 gold in it, I immediately felt better. Now, if I ran back into those orcs, at least some of my money would be safe. For the trip to the Dead City and just for day-to-day expenses, 8 gold was more than enough. Next stop, the airship station. I had an unpleasant surprise in store for me there, too. Getting to the Dead City wasn't going to be easy. Commuter airships didn't fly there, but one of the routes did pass by the nearest city, Ditmar. From there, I'd be trudging along or possibly riding some kind of four-legged animal. I could also buy a motorcycle, but that little luxury would certainly cost me quite a bit more than I'd be able to scrape together in my whole time in the game. By the way, the airship ride wasn't going to be cheap either. The trip from the village to Qatar had been free. Obviously, this was in exchange for my military service. But this trip would be costing me a whole 10 silvers for an economy-class seat. The airship was set to depart the morning of the following day, so I had plenty of time to resolve all my outstanding business with Boris. I gave him the artifacts he'd offered to sell on consignment, and picked up my order from the auction. I'd have to run into the nearest smithy and get them to attach to my new weapon the spearhead I'd once received from Khorne. The result was a weapon beyond the wildest dreams I'd had during the siege of Culebra. Two-handed Shanbiao chain, type rare. Damage from left hand, 5 to 10, stabbing or slashing. Damage from right hand, 20 to 30, stabbing or slashing. Quality, 38, plus 15 to dexterity, plus 10 to strength. Plus 20% to damage to undead, plus 3% to critical damage. Toughness 100 of 100. Along with the Amulet of Lightning, Ring of the Order of Var, shoulder armor, gauntlets, belt, and new clothes, I was looking pretty good. Name, Falk. Level, 21. Experience, 4,000 of 16,000. To next level, 12,000. Faction, undecided. Race, human. Class, slider. Profession, 1 of 2. Glassblower, 17. Mechanic, 3.5. Race-specific attributes. Experience plus 5%. Class-specific features. Protection from electrical damage, 100%. Attributes, basic. Strength, 20.25. Dexterity, 82.5. Intelligence, 35.5. Wisdom, 35.0. Endurance, 25.0.
Attribute points available for distribution, 0. Attributes, secondary. Physical damage, 10. Total damage, 30 to 40. Mana, 350. Mana regeneration, 100 seconds. Health, life, 350. Health, life, unit regeneration, 144 seconds. Armor, 31. Skills, 1 of 8. Evasion, 17. Two-handed, 0.5. Skills, running, 2.0. Swimming, 0.5. Socialization, 3.0. Haggling, 1.5. Hiding, 2. Perception, 1.5. Item identification, 0.5. Wielding staff weapons, 0.5. Wielding chain weapons, 15.1. Specialties: Curse of the Goddess Elenia. Ban on joining groups with other players. Blessing of the Goddess Elenia. Experience plus 10%. Once I'd had my fill of checking out my attributes, I laid my character down to sleep and returned to the real world. The pain in my stomach, which had just recently been run through with a virtual sword, was something I'd already gotten used to, and it didn't prevent me from getting anything done. And the main thing I'd have to do today was testing out my new skill: controlling electricity. I couldn't decide which device to pick to test my skill on. After all, in the real world, you couldn't just look at a blueprint and learn how the device worked. But logically, to test, it would probably be best to pick the simplest thing available. Say, the doorbell. Leaving the apartment, I stretched out my hand to the bell, and at a distance of about 8 inches, I mentally ordered it to ring. Ding! Okay, stay calm, I said to myself. Don't jump for joy, don't go crazy. Time to continue the experiment. In the end, it turned out that the doorbell responded to me only from a distance of about 2 feet or less. Of the stuff I was able to find in my apartment, only my flashlight responded to my commands. But that was funny, too. I was 30. Maybe it wasn't too late to go back to school and become an engineer. Maybe if I studied from more complex devices, I'd be able to control them, too. For example, a tame ATM would be pretty useful day to day. Or would my abilities in the real world also depend on my virtual character's level? Who the hell knew? Still, pretty cool. Chapter 4. The next morning, it was time for my 3-hour flight to the dead city on the commuter airship. The only good thing about it was that this time there were no pirate attacks, and on the way I had something to do. My tablet had turned out to be a treasure trove of useful information, even besides the file that Boris had sent with a description of the electromage class. Good thing that in Arctania there was a kind of virtual Wi-Fi, which meant I could always access the library, the auctions, or my messages. But, of course, the first thing I did was to study the file on the electromage class that Boris had sent me. It made for interesting reading. The most useful thing I learned was the description of the 2 different directions you could go with your abilities. I mean, it wasn't the case of a one or the other choice. A lot of the abilities complemented and strengthened each other. The division between them, on the other hand, was pretty simple: pure electricity or manipulation of magnetic fields. With electricity, things were pretty clear. There were different kinds of lightning, storms, and defensive spells. The magnetic field manipulation option, on the other hand, allowed you to fight opponents a little less effectively. You could pull them in or push them away from you and hit them with invisible blows that looked something like air fists. Working with devices was a separate subject since it didn't have any specific application in fighting. Having finished studying the class info, I moved over to the auction. Generally, of course, I was mainly drooling over different items, like this awesome chain with a super long spearhead that looked more like a sword. To use this thing required more than 300 dexterity points, but it was obviously worth the effort. It could deal a few hundred points in physical damage alone. The price of the item, on the other hand, didn't just hurt, it killed me. There were also some interesting recipes for both my glassblower and mechanic professions. Where the mechanic was concerned, there was no problem. There were hundreds of items of widely varying complexity, from crossbows to watches, machine guns, motorcycles, and mechanical golems. And also some highly specific contraptions that looked like a steering wheel for an airship, all sorts of tools, and parts for trains. All this was spread over a huge range of specializations like weaponsmith, automaster, watchmaker, artisan, golem builder, and others. For beginners, the suggestion was to start with the simplest available devices like detonators for mines and other parts for devices that were for sale.
To create even the simplest revolver-type pistol required a few recipes and a prof that had been leveled up to master. Where glass-blowing was concerned, things were quite a bit more complex. Other than recipes for dishes and jewelry, there was nothing available at the auction. In other words, for the time being, there was no point even thinking about creating glass weapons. I already knew the story of the Dead City, but in the public library I also managed to find a pretty good guide to the undead that lived there, although lived wasn't the best description for walking corpses. Existed? At any rate, there was a huge variety of them there. Regular zombies, plague and acid zombies, skeletons that fought as warriors, archers, and mages, unburied mummies, and some kind of totally otherworldly creature that consisted of 20 or 30 corpses massed together. Once I finished looking through the long illustrated list, I started thinking more seriously about how I was going to have to find the secret entrance, return to Qatar, and try to join some kind of group. Not officially, since the goddess had laid such an unfortunate curse on me, but maybe at least follow them around, because I probably wouldn't be able to deal with even one of these creatures. A gnome peered into my cabin. "Approaching Ditmar." Ditmar turned out to be such a small city that it didn't even have an airship station. I had to climb down a rope ladder almost 100 feet long, although that meant that by the time I'd finished the descent, I'd already had a chance to look around. Ditmar reminded me of a town from one of those classic westerns. Wooden buildings with one main street lined with two-story buildings. I was prepared to bet my head on the fact that there'd be a saloon here, complete with blackjack and singing girls. Descending to the ground, I watched as the massive airship slowly drifted away and wondered where exactly I should go now. It was immediately obvious that there was no security of any kind here, which meant that any player who felt like it could attack me with impunity. Losing standing in a town this small was hardly a serious enough punishment that it would stop a jerk like that Destroyer. I felt like his name would sound like profanity to me before too long. Perhaps it'd be best to get out of here, which would mean getting a horse or some other four-legged animal. A donkey would work fine too. I'd call it Eeyore. Fortunately, in my tablet I found a map of the town which highlighted the most important spots, like the store, saloon, and, oh happy day, the livery stables. First thing I did was to head to the respawn zone and set my respawn point there. I didn't want to die, respawn in Qatar, and have to come back here again. Making my way toward a big building at the edge of the city, I saw a group of about 10 players, still some ways away. Mainly elves. My intuition threw up a huge red flag, telling me to steer clear of them. But logic and a strong desire not to croak in the hands of the zombies told me it'd be best to ask to join their group. But just try going up to a group of players, asking if you can go with them, and then telling them you won't be joining their group. It sounded really suspicious. I myself would have sent packing anybody who said that. At the stables, I was met by a colorful character who blended in really well with the overall vibe of the town. More precisely, he was dressed exactly like a cowboy in an old western would have been. The only thing that ruined the impression a little bit was the long elven ears that just barely stuck out above his flowing locks. By the way, this was also the first time I'd seen an elf with a beard. Otherwise, this was a classic, stout, unshaven cowboy. "Hello," I greeted the unorthodox elf. "Hey," he said energetically. "Passing through?" "Going to the Dead City." "Little early for you to go there, isn't it?" asked the elf skeptically. "It's normally groups of level 30 or above that go there." "I just want to see the zombies," I said, almost truthfully. I mean, I was really interested in seeing a miniature version of the zombie apocalypse, although I'd very much prefer it not to include any interaction with them, no matter how far away they might be. I hoped that there wouldn't be any dead in the underground passageway. After all, that was why it was secret, to get in and out of the Dead City while avoiding danger. "Okay, cool. It takes about an hour to get there on horseback. I have a great jumper here I can rent you. It's 2 silvers an hour. If you want to buy her, it'd be 2 gold. It's better than walking." The only thing that made me hesitate was that my experience with riding in the real world was not extensive, and entirely negative. Starting with falling while I'd been trying to climb on top of the horse, and ending with a badly bruised ass and the loss of a bunch of neurons. On the other hand, in the virtual world things were easier, which meant that riding a horse should be a little more pleasant. "Sure, I'll rent her," I said, not showing any doubt at all. "For a few days. I just have to get there and back." I had some stuff to take care of. 2 days was just to be safe, in case something held me up. For example, maybe some kind of fabulous wealth was hidden in the secret passage. "The deposit is 2 gold. You'll get it back when you bring back the horse," the seller warned me. "Let's go. You can choose a Mustang for yourself." The old barn that the elf led me out to told me loud and clear that this wasn't a place where any good horses lived. And I was right. The horses standing in the pens looked like nobody had fed them for the past few months. On the other hand, the calmer the horse was, the easier it'd be for me to deal with it. Weak jumper, level 15. Yeah, that's about what it looked like. Weak. "I'll take the black one," I said, pointing at the horse that looked the least worn out. "Your choice," the elf shrugged. I didn't know why he'd reacted so skeptically. I liked this horse. Not very tall, which meant it wouldn't be too painful if I did fall, and calm as could be. All the horses were already saddled. This was the virtual world, after all. I suspect that it wasn't necessary to actually feed them. It was probably just for an added touch of realism. Paying the required amount, I jumped on the horse on the first try and set off on the road. Somehow, everything was going fine, and the horse listened to me without my even having to spur it. The best thing was that there was no jolting or pain in my backside. It gave me the sensation that I was sitting on a comfortable chair and that the horse's legs were equipped with some really good suspension. I was ready for whatever, but I hadn't been expecting the journey to the dead city to turn out to be so pleasant. On this well-traveled, by people in search of adventure, no doubt, road, you could just relax and not worry about being attacked by animals and monsters. Even robber players would be unlikely to set up ambushes here, since people only usually went into the dead city in big groups. And it just wouldn't have been worth sitting in the bushes for days on end waiting for the occasional lunatic like me. First, Cowboy Ditmar, then off into the prairie. I didn't exactly know what that prairie looked like exactly, but the area surrounding me now looked like a desert. Although I did occasionally run into trees and bushes, they all seemed out of place, like someone had just come out here and planted them randomly. After about an hour of leisurely travel, there rose up in front of me a huge stone wall, stretching for many miles. It seemed like this city hadn't been small, even if enormous would have been a stretch. By the standards of a game, that is. It wasn't anywhere near the size of Moscow, for example. The closer I got, the higher the walls rose. When I'd approached within arm's length of the walls, it became clear that these walls were at least 100 feet high. Compared to this, even the Great Wall of China at 30 feet high looked like a picket fence. To get to the underground passage, I had to go a few more miles along the walls. During that time, I didn't meet a single undead. It seemed like they weren't able to get past this wall. It spontaneously occurred to me, how did raiding groups get past this wall? I didn't see any gates or breaches in the wall, although they could just be a few more miles in either direction. Arriving at the part of the wall that had been marked with an X, I dismounted and checked out my surroundings distractedly. For a few 100 meters around, I didn't see anything but the smooth stone wall and the desert. How was I going to tie up my horse? But the tablet saved me again. Finding a short blurb in the library about mounts, I learned that they wouldn't go anywhere, and nobody could steal them. That was reassuring. Standing back about 10 feet from the wall, I started to inspect its surface carefully. The stonework fit together so tightly, it was like the tiles had been cut out with a laser. Even if I'd had climbing equipment, there would have been nowhere to hammer in a spike. And how in the hell was I going to find this secret passage? Maybe my perception just wasn't leveled up high enough, and I just wasn't seeing it? In that case, I'd have come here for no reason. Honestly, for some reason, I'd been thinking that when I arrived, I'd somehow just find the spot. Maybe there'd be some kind of system communication that would pop up, or some kind of button would appear on the wall. Alas, nothing of the sort happened. So there I was, twiddling my thumbs in front of the wall, not sure what to do. Let's think about this logically, I thought. The secret passage apparently led to a secret safe house of the Order of Var, which meant that the Ring of Var should be able to open it. I walked up to the wall and pressed my ring finger against it. Nothing. "Open sesame!" And just like that, with a quiet grumble, a piece of the wall moved to the side, revealing a neat stone corridor. "Well, I'll be," I said, stunned. I was joking, but sure. Strange, but the passage was lit by magical lanterns. True, there was some distance between each one, and it was obvious that they weren't shining at full capacity, so illuminated parts of the corridor alternated with semi-darkness. Just in case, I set my respawn point right at the entrance to the passage and stepped into the opening. Immediately, the stone slab behind me slid shut. Well, there was only one way to go from here. I walked slowly down the corridor, looking and listening all around. It was very quiet here. And precisely because of that, when I heard a quiet rustling in front of me, I immediately wound up my pretty new untested weapon and squeezed it tight. Then, in the dim light, I noticed a figure walking slowly toward me. There were still about 50 feet separating us, and I wasn't in a hurry to meet this thing. Mind you, this thing had also seen me by now and was strolling over to meet me. A few seconds later, it came into the illuminated part of the corridor. Holy shit. The zombie looked so disgusting that I almost vomited. The rotting gray-green flesh hung in strips underneath the remnants of its moldering clothes. There was no blood, just some kind of dark green slime oozing from the wounds that covered its body. And when it got a little closer, the smell was so nauseating that it almost knocked me over. Rotten zombie, level 30. Yeah, it would have been too easy if the underground passage had been completely safe, I thought nervously. Maybe I should consider myself lucky that there's just one of them, and that it's just level 30. And even though it had almost 300 health, with my electric shock and my new weapon, it wouldn't be too bad. I took a few more steps back, starting to charge up a powerful electric shock. From fear, I just instinctively used all my mana on one spell, and when the zombie got to within chain range, I whipped the chain with my right hand, dealing 30 damage. Then I let loose my electric shock and took off a further 200 hit points. The zombie didn't react to my attack at all. It just continued staggering toward me. A few blows to the head took care of the rest of its health, although what kind of health could a zombie have? And it collapsed onto the floor. Ha! Not so bad at all, I snickered. Then, suddenly, the zombie exploded, sending slime and guts flying in all directions. Some of this filth landed on me, including on my face. I couldn't hold back a scream of pain. It was like someone had torn all the skin off my face in an instant. My health was reduced by half, and from fear, I immediately downed 2 healing elixirs, one after the other. The pain went away, but I still needed a minute to compose myself. How disgusting, I thought with irritation as I looked around at the guts all over the walls. Whatever. Forewarned is forearmed. Stepping carefully around the zombie's dead body, it sounds stupid, but it was accurate, I continued on down the corridor. Thankfully, I only had a little distance to cover to get to the spot indicated on the map, maybe 500 feet. Those stinking zombies are attacking, I muttered grumpily when a few minutes later I ran into another undead. Looks like I'll have to do a little fighting. Who'd have thought that my chain would be this effective against rotten zombies? The snaking, twisting intestine that was the underground passageway wouldn't have allowed enough space to use a bow, and the usual melee weapons would have required getting dangerously close to the corpses, which sprayed their disgusting poisonous slime in all directions. Using my chain and my electric shock, I was able to take care of the creatures one by one and move up in increments as my mana regenerated. It was a good thing I'd bought more elixirs than I could possibly have needed. Trying to throw both ends of the chain in order to deal first physical, then electrical damage, I was now and again able to pull the move off, again keeping my distance in order to avoid a face full of poisonous slime. I wasn't going to repeat the mistake I'd made in my encounter with the first zombie. The feeling of acid burning my face would be at the top of my list of the most unpleasant memories of pain I'd experienced in the game. Death from a porcupine's needle in the lower back? Pfft, just a minor inconvenience by comparison. The worst thing was that nothing whatsoever was left behind after you killed a zombie. Generally, in most games, you got some kind of money or stuff after any kill, and nobody worried about where a skeleton, of whose clothes there was only a helmet left, was keeping their money. Even the helmet was missing on these zombies. Just pitiful rags. Jerboas and Culebra had also not been in a hurry to share the money they'd saved up over their short, furry lives. So far, I'd only seen artifacts left behind after characters or players, never after monsters. Although, let's be realistic, how many monsters had I even seen? The grizzly Jerboa? He was probably still alive, running through the woods trying to avoid Lurth and Forehead. Finally, the way led me to a T-shaped fork with a series of steel doors. Obviously, behind one of these doors was Rathmere. I just had to find out which one specifically. There were no handles on the doors, but I'd already guessed how to open them. Pressing my ring up against the wall next to the door, I commanded, "Open sesame!" With a quiet groan, the door swung to the side, revealing a completely empty room. No Rathmere, no furniture, nothing. However, it looked like there had been a huge fire here, blackened walls and a floor evenly covered with fine ash. Somebody wasn't following proper fire safety protocol, I chuckled. Opening the next door, I was almost bowled over by the horrible smell. The only furniture I thought I noticed in the room turned out to be a nasty zombie, level 40, no less, which immediately began to stride in my direction. "Close, Sesame," I said quickly. "Hurry!" The door closed obediently, leaving me alone to sigh with relief. "No, I don't have any need for that kind of zombie," I said, opening the next door more carefully. Here, everything was totally different. A huge room, well furnished, brightly lit, and instead of zombies there was a man, fully alive and well. Rathmere. The headman was sitting at a table. He was dressed in a robe, drinking something red from a glass and reading a book of some kind. "Falk?" he exclaimed with amazement as he looked up at me. "Rathmere," I said, just as surprised as he was, although for a different reason. "So, your wife is in Culebra losing her mind, and you're here chilling out, sitting in your robe reading books?" "I was stuck here," the gray-haired old man shrugged. "It was unlucky that when I died I lost my ring, and I couldn't get out of the dungeon where my respawn point was set to. The doors down here can only be opened using the rings. To be honest, I'd already been preparing for a slow death from hunger. See, I was just finishing off my grog. I don't know how you managed to find me, but thank you." "Yeah, it wasn't easy," I admitted, "but your wife wanted us to leave no stone unturned in our search." "Marja," the old man sighed warmly. "How is she? How's the village?" "We fought off the orcs. Everybody's safe now," I answered as I examined the room. "Corn and Amina's wedding is in a month, and they hope you'll be able to get back and perform the ceremony by then." Rathmere set his glass down and stood up. "Now I'll be able to do anything," he said, relieved. "I thought I was going to be stuck here forever." "While you're getting ready, I have a question. I have to get something from a place that's in the center of the dead city." I pulled out my tablet and pulled up the map with my waypoints on it. "Here." The headman changed his robe for his old clothes, the ones he'd been wearing when I met him on my first day in Arctania.
Let me see. Oh man, that's the throne room. That's where the king of the dead lives, a huge beast who only a group of really powerful warriors could possibly kill. We're no match for him, even though you have gotten stronger since our last meeting."
"A raid boss? Damn it! Well, then there's no way I was going to be able to get the sword on my own. By the way, I was surprised by the phrase you used to open the secret entrance," I suddenly remembered.
"You just hold the ring up to the wall and say open. What's surprising about that?"
Well, I was an idiot. Nothing new there. So you come back here after every death?" I asked, hoping to change the subject. The room seemed pretty nice, if you could forget about the fact that it was in the middle of a fortress full of walking corpses.
"I suppose you already know about the Order of Var since you were able to get here?" Rathmere asked.
Then, waiting for my affirmative nod, he continued.
"All the members of the Order have special respawn signs, which send them back here. Not specifically to this room. In the interests of safety, the respawn zones shuffle between different rooms that the Order controls. I was once a member of the Order of Var, but never managed to finish my training since the Order ceased to exist."
"Who destroyed it?"
"The god, Antos. Rumor has it that he killed each of the masters personally."
Well, at least the public library was trustworthy. "And they didn't even have respawn signs?" I asked, surprised. I thought it was impossible to get rid of them. That's what Amina had said anyway. And that's what was written into the game mechanics. Amina said the signs can't be deactivated by any mortal, and gods just don't do that.
Well, I don't know how he did it, but Antos managed to kill all the masters of the Order. He left only the young acolytes alive, one of whom was me.
Are there a lot of you left? Surviving acolytes?
A few. We barely keep in touch. I've been trying for years not to die at all, so I don't have to come back here. Actually, since the day I met Margia, I haven't taken part in any military actions, and I've been trying to stay out of any conflicts.
Rathmir got ready to go, grabbing a few things from the cupboards. Then, hesitating, he stopped.
Listen, Fogg, since we're here together, could we try to make it to the top floors of this tower? There should be at least a few rings in the master's rooms. I don't want to lose my ring again and end up here forever. If I have a few of them on me at all times, at least one of them should stay on my finger and allow me to leave the tower.
Sure, that's... Wait. Tower?
And didn't you realize we're on the bottom floor of one of the towers of the dead city? The Order occupied it a few hundred years ago. It's a nice spot. There are so many undead here that if somebody had wanted to attack the Order, they'd have had to spend most of their time getting rid of them. And there are a ton of underground passages, which the Order had cleared of zombies, which allowed us uninterrupted access to the whole city.
Apparently, the city wall that I'd been riding alongside on my horse was so high that I just couldn't see the tower. So we could get to the throne room via these underground passages? I said hopefully.
We could, but as you noticed, they aren't as safe as they used to be. There hasn't been an Order for 30 years already. Nobody's been doing the monthly zombie clear-out.
Leaving Rathmir's solitary confinement chamber, we headed down the corridor and soon found ourselves facing a spiral staircase that led upwards.
You go first, Rathmir commanded. I'll cover you.
Yeah, without the priestess around, the headman was quite a bit more confident. We descended a few stories by the time we ran into our first zombie. I'd already become accustomed to throwing the chain and sending an electric shock down it into the target. This time I did it with half my strength, not all. Then Rathmir struck, whipping a fireball out from behind my back and literally incinerating the zombie. It didn't even explode in a cloud of acid. After all, there was nothing left to explode. I don't think you need me here, I commented.
Zombies are afraid of fire, Rathmir explained. But not all of them. I see you've become an electromage. I'd never have guessed.
Yeah, something like that. I can't do much, although I can do this electric shock. Rathmir stopped me, grabbing me by the shoulder.
There was one electromage in the Order who could do whatever he wanted with technology. He could control machines, pick up radio signals, and even take control of other people's golems. He could cast lightning, pick big heavy iron objects up into the air, and even fly. Of course, he was one of the first that got killed, since he was one of the most dangerous killers.
I thought the Order of Var only used curses to kill, I said.
Not always. There were different kinds of assignments. Sometimes we had to fight in real battles.
Ah, too bad this electromage is dead, I sighed. He'd probably be able to teach me a lot.
You know, even though he's dead, his cell in the tower hasn't been touched since. It's possible there might be some notes or books there. We'll make sure to stop in.
Sounds great, I said hopefully. I was definitely ready to take some risks if it meant new skills. Control machines and fly? If I could do something like that in the real world, it'd just be unbelievable. If Rathmir says that this friend of his was able to pick up radio waves, that is, something other than electricity, then maybe in the real world I'd be able to pick up Wi-Fi? Not that I knew what I could do with that. We'd burned up 20 or 30 zombies and dodged 20 or so traps before Rathmir told me we'd arrived at the master's floor. What kind of tower is this with no windows? I asked, irritated, as I looked down the corridor. I'd so wanted to check out the dead city from a bird's-eye view, but on every floor all I found was solid walls.
The master's rooms have windows. You'll see everything soon, Rathmir assured me. It used to be only the masters that had access to it, but after they were killed it was open to all the members of the Order, so the ring on your finger is practically a skeleton key for all the rooms in the tower.
Would you like it back? I offered, although I was really hoping not to have to part with such a useful artifact.
Keep it. I'm hoping we're about to find a couple more of these that I can keep.
I didn't understand how the Master's rings would be in these rooms when they'd been killed in all different places, but this was a game, after all.
"We can start searching through the rooms," said Rathmere, gesturing at the first door.
I pressed my ring to the wall, ordered the door to open, and couldn't hold back a surprised exclamation. Whoa! Everything in this room was burnt, too. What had happened here? If this had once been somebody's room, it certainly wasn't anymore. It was a burnt-out wreck. I'd already seen something like this when I'd been looking for Rathmere on the first floor.
"Many of the masters were killed right in their rooms," the headman explained. "It was a mistake for the Order to get in the way of a god."
I was hoping not all of them had been burnt alive in their rooms, together with all their stuff. Although the room was burnt, I was able to get to a window and check out the dead city. The tower didn't turn out to be that much taller than the wall surrounding the city, but the view was still amazing. And judging by what I saw, my meetings with the zombies so far had been nothing to complain about. How many had I killed in all the time I'd been here? 15 barely moving bodies? Now, in the outer ring of the city, there were probably about 15,000 of them. The corpses shambled along the numberless streets between the stone buildings. They sat on roofs and dangled from windows, and I wasn't able to see more than a small section of the city. Plus, there was the inner city. A castle, also defended by walls. I bet it was absolutely hell on earth in there. We checked out a few more rooms, all of which were burnt to a crisp. But in the 6th room we checked, things were just as they'd been left. And the Master was there, too. True, he'd turned into a zombie.
"Chop off his arm," Rathmere commanded. "He has a ring."
Easier said than done. I didn't have a sword. I had a chain, even if it did have a spearhead at the end. I had to get into a hand-to-hand fight with the zombie in order to use the spearhead as a knife and chop off his hand. Although I'd gotten somewhat used to the smell of corpses, up close it was just unbearable. So when I finally jumped to the side with the zombie's severed hand and Rathmere incinerated the disgusting creature, I inhaled the smell of burnt meat almost with pleasure. Even that was such an improvement on the pure zombie smell.
"Awesome,"
said Rathmere happily, taking the artifact from the still smoldering finger.
"Now we've got another ring. Let's check out the room."
The worst thing, as it turned out, was that the Master hadn't kept anything valuable in his room. You'd have thought they were some kind of ascetic monks, not hired killers. Rathmere explained that nobody actually lived here. All the members of the Order had their own private homes and made-up personalities as cover. They only gathered in the dead city to discuss Order business. Then, finally, we made it to the Electromage's room. Here, alas, there were no zombies, but the room didn't seem to have been disturbed. True, it was just as sparse as the other Masters' rooms had been, but on the table there was a thick leather-bound book. In gleeful anticipation, I picked it up, opened it to the first page, and then couldn't hold back a disappointed sigh. Encyclopedia of Poisons, Volume 1, read the title. Interesting, sure, but not what I'd been hoping for. Seems like this Electromage was a man of many talents. He didn't just kill with electricity, I said sadly. However, when I closed the book, I noticed a sheet sticking out of it. This was the description of an Electromage's skills that I'd been dreaming about.
"You found a description of the Slider class skill, Lightning Strike. Learn?"
I almost jumped for joy. Yes, yes, yes! Once I'd learned the new skill, I immediately went into the internal menu to read the description.
"This ability allows you to deal damage from a distance using lightning. The strength of the blow depends on the intelligence attribute, and the range depends on wisdom."
This was it! This was what I'd been dreaming about for a long time. A magical attack that was actually cool.
"I found 3 gold, said Rathmere. "Oh, the Encyclopedia of Poisons. By the way, you could sell that for some good money."
"Ah," I said, rubbing my hands together greedily. "Even though we don't get anything from the zombies, we'll still get something for all our troubles here." Unfortunately, it turned out that the majority of the rooms had been burnt up, but we were still able to find something like 20 gold and a few books with spells that were of no use to me. Plus, we killed 2 more zombies, which each gave us a ring of Var. I couldn't wait. I had to test out my new ability on the first available opponent. The lightning strike turned out to be cool-looking, but not very effective. At least, the electric shock I could give by touching them was much more powerful. It was logical, given that lightning is a ranged attack, while the electric shock was used in hand-to-hand combat. But it was so cool to be able to shoot lightning from your fingertips. I wanted to check out the whole tower, not just the master's quarters, but Rathmere convinced me not to, reminding me that he wanted to get back to his wife ASAP. I figured that I had the Ring of Var, which meant I could come back here whenever I wanted, which I'd have to, considering I had a quest from the goddess to complete. Rathmere, can you show me how to get to the passage into the throne room? I asked, as we were heading down the stairs.
As soon as we get out of here, we'll find a safe spot and I'll mark everything on a map of the city, the headman promised. By the way, in Ditmar they make a delicious pork chop.
As soon as we left the dead city, I got a system communication telling me I'd completed the second stage of the task and leveled up to 22. And as a thank you to me for saving him, Rathmere gave me all the money he'd found in the tower, keeping just a few gold for himself. That was also nice. Looking at the lonely black jumper standing in the field, the headman asked suspiciously,
"Where's the second horse? You were coming for me. You could have predicted you'd need 2 horses."
Yeah, that had definitely slipped my mind. Chapter 5. Despite what you'd expect, my underfed little nag managed to carry us both. In fact, we didn't even go any slower on the way out than I had on the way in. Along the way, Rathmere questioned me in detail about what had gone on in the village after he'd disappeared. And meanwhile, I tried to pry as much info about life in the Order out of him as I could. For example, how many people he'd killed. Alas, the headman didn't feel like talking about this particular subject. That said, he did tell me about all the powers of the King of the Dead in great detail. Turned out it was something like a gigantic skeleton in steel lamellar armor, with a sword and shield. The sword wasn't the bone sword, which did help me calm down a bit. This meant that I wouldn't have to take the artifact directly from the boss. It was just hidden in a stash somewhere in the throne room. In Ditmar, the headman greeted the elfish horse seller like an old friend, which I suppose was logical. After all, Rathmere would have had to return from the dead city pretty frequently after his respawns.
"Look what the cat dragged in," the elf smiled. "Headed to the dead city. Need a horse?" "The opposite, actually," answered Rathmere. "Just getting back from there."
"How could you go straight to the city and not stop to say hi?"
"Private airship," said Rathmere, not at all embarrassed. "I see you're still pinching pennies when it comes to feeding the horses. Are these the same sorry bastards you had 15 years ago?"
"These are the best jumpers for—" The elf paused and did some quick mental arithmetic. 60 miles around." Rathmere leaned toward me and explained.
"That's how far it is to the next nearest settlement."
I returned my nag to the elf. For what it's worth, he didn't seem so bad to me. He had managed to get us both from the dead city to Ditmar, after all, and got my deposit back. 2 gold was always nice to have around. Learning from the elf that the next scheduled airship wouldn't pass by for a few more hours, we headed down to the saloon. Yes, it was exactly like in the movies, with the same stupid little swinging doors, which for some reason were suspended at knee height. "Hey, Saul," the headman said, barely having entered the saloon.
"Oh, Rathmere, it's been a while," the bartender yelled happily. "Probably 10 years, it seems like."
15, Rathmere corrected him.
"Do you still make those awesome pork chops?"
2 portions, as usual." Rathmere glanced at me.
"Let's do 4. 2 for my comrade here as well."
"Somebody's hungry," said the bartender, surprised.
"I feel like I haven't eaten for days," agreed Rathmere.
We sat down at one of the tables, and while waiting for our lunch, we got down to business. Rathmere marked all the underground passages in the dead city that he knew of, and I wrote to Artyom to tell him that I had to talk to him ASAP about a really profitable proposition. Try as I might, I wasn't going to be able to sneak past the King of the Dead, which meant somebody would have to distract him while I looked for the sword. Or better yet, just kill him. Otherwise, I was worried he might just squash me by accident. Pretty soon, they brought us our chops, which were indeed delicious. Artyom, meanwhile, wasn't answering, even though he was online.
"What are your plans now?"
asked Rathmere, stuffing a third hunk of meat into his already full cheeks. "I'll come with you to Qatar, get on the airship to Culebra." I started listing my plans. "Then I'll come back here in order to complete the quest from the goddess. There's something in the throne room that I have to get."
"That's a tall order. You'll never be able to go it on your own."
"I have some Acquaintances who'll be able to help, I said evasively. It'll be fine. The headman looked at me skeptically.
You should only go into battle alongside people you trust as much as you trust yourself.
I won't be going into battle, I chuckled. That monster would take me out with a single sneeze. Just then, a new message notification flashed up on my tablet. There was Artyom, I thought with satisfaction. Hey, Artyom had written. We're in the middle of a little inter-clan tussle. We got into a scrap on the border with the Red Caps. Despite this stupid name, they're some serious folks, and more importantly, they're backed by one of the most powerful clans in Arctania. And now we're looking for help urgently, otherwise they'll just crush us. But okay, not to bring things down. What's happening? I've got an interesting quest in the Dead City. Seriously? At your level? People usually don't even go into the outer city until they're at least level 40. That would be a cakewalk. I have to get into the inner city, more specifically into the palace. Oh man, that's a raid for level 80 plus. I may have misspoken a bit. I could get into the palace myself. I need help killing the King of the Dead. The King of the Dead? That's a raid boss. The best players in our clan went up against him and got mashed. True, that was about 2 months ago. We're leveled up now and have more stuff. I can take you right to him in the throne room, bypassing all the zombies, I said. You can find out just how much you've all grown since the last raid. That's a serious prospect. Listen, though, I don't decide this kind of thing. You'll have to discuss it with our leader. Where are you now? In Ditmar, by the Dead City. I'm not far from Qatar. We had to leave the border. Come back here, I can try to set up a meeting with the head of our clan. You know how it is. He's not going to come visit you out there just for a chat. I get it, I said. I'm actually waiting for the next airship to Qatar now. I'll be there in a few hours. When you get in then, come on down to the tavern. We'll be waiting for you. Ah, yes. And I was sure Alexander would be more excited to see me than anyone. He probably hadn't forgiven me for the dressing down he'd gotten when he tried to take my prisoner. Do you trust these people? Rathmir asked, sliding his fourth empty plate to the side. I know them, I chuckled. That's not too bad for someone who was born again less than 10 days ago. Rathmir, of course, probably took this to refer to my memory loss within the story. I, on the other hand, was just thinking of the time that had passed since I'd first entered Arctania. Whatever the case, it was pretty hard to find people you could truly trust in such a short time. You know that if you ever have problems, you can always come to us for help, Rathmir pointed out. We may not be as strong as your acquaintances, but you can trust us. I know, I assured the headman. It was just that NPCs did actually live, unlike the rest of us who just played, and by no means all of them had respawn signs, so if I was going to ask for help from the residents of Calevra, it'd be for advice or for help with my crafting. Although, thinking about it, Lurth and Thram did have respawn signs, and they were both higher level than me. I could potentially fight with them, but obviously not against a raid boss of who knows what level. If the location was for groups upwards of level 90, then the boss himself must be something like 110. Once the airship arrived, we got a whole cabin to ourselves. We had money for a luxury like this now, and went to bed. Or more accurately, Rathmir went to bed while I quickly jumped out of Arctania to try out my new ability. I mean, lightning. Hopping out of the capsule, I held back my curiosity. It was hard not to test out my new ability immediately. No, first things first. I needed to take a bath, have a cup of coffee, or maybe 2. Enjoying my divine beverage, I chose the thickest book from off my shelf and stood it up on the floor in the middle of the room. I'd never liked novels about time travel, and even less so ones about slaves and mercenaries. Well, here we go. I pointed my hand at the target and imagined lightning crashing into it. Crack! Bright, branching lightning burst from my fingertips and literally blew the poor book apart, throwing smoldering pages around the entire room. And immediately, I felt an emptiness inside and a light weakness across my body, like withdrawal after a surge of adrenaline in the blood. Now, I'm literally Storm. I couldn't resist jumping around the room gleefully. Now I just have to learn how to fly and gather storm clouds. Wait, Storm also had gray hair. I ran into the bathroom and glanced into the mirror. Thankfully, all was well. I couldn't cast the lightning a second time. In the real world, these spells somehow took a lot more out of me than they did in Arctania. Maybe it was because here I didn't have any artifacts that increased my base attributes. After all, it was specifically the ring and the amulet that significantly increased my wisdom and intellect. And it was also a bummer that I couldn't see exactly how much mana I had, like I could in the game. Returning to the game after a few hours, I was just in time to catch our docking in Qatar. "How about a walk around town?" I asked Rathmir. "We can buy some souvenirs for people in Kalevra."
"You must be joking," he looked at me quizzically. "Didn't it occur to you that we got exiled for a reason? The first security guard who sees me on the street in Qatar will send me straight to the big house. No thanks. I'll wait for the next airship to Kalevra right here. By the way, it's in 20 minutes. I found out while you were asleep."
"Fine," I sighed. "Then I'll wait with you."
"Oh, come on, like I can't wait on my own," Rathmir objected. "You've got business in the city. You've got to meet your acquaintances. Get going."
Actually, I'd only been waiting because I still hadn't gotten a message about the quest being completed. It'd pop up either when Rathmir sat down on the airship or when he actually got back to Kalevra. In the latter case, I'd have to wait till tomorrow. Well, okay.
"By the way, before you go, I have something for you. This is a key to the storehouse of the Order of Var. I was just an acolyte, and I don't know where it is. I found this key on the body of one of the Grand Masters of the Order. You're almost certainly going to be going back to the Dead City. It might be more useful to you in your quests than it will be to me. You've completed the 3rd stage of the task, saving Private Rathmir. Received plus 12,000 experience, taking modifiers into account, 14,400 points. Key to the treasury of the Order of Var. You've leveled up. Your character's current level, 23. Health plus 5. Experience 130 out of 18,000. To next level, 17,870. Attention, 5 attribute points are available for distribution."
"Sweet," I said hopefully. Quest completed, and I might be rich. It was still very much a hypothetical, but it was almost certain that an order of hired killers would have a significant store of cash. With a warm goodbye to Rathmir, I headed down to the bank to drop off most of the cash I'd found in the tower, and then headed straight to the Happy Vampire. Passing the massive steel door and going into the main hall, I quickly found Artyom, Fox, Alexander, and Sophia all sitting at one table. The top players could be distinguished not only by their equipment, but also by their special spot in the tavern, which was separated from everybody else by a decorative screen. Damn it, I'd been hoping Alexander would find something more interesting to do today. Or better yet, for a whole month. Well, what could I do? I'd have to work with whoever was available. "Hello, all," I said cheerfully. It wasn't hard to stay cheerful, as long as I kept looking at Sophia and just imagined Alexander's seat as an empty chair. Sophia was simply stunning today, not as much as in real life. There, she was just ideally beautiful, but in Arctania she preferred simple green dresses, which went well with her beautiful face. And in my mind, her 2 incarnations went together perfectly harmoniously to make up my picture of the girl of my dreams.
"Sup," Fox yelled happily. "You've grown, I see. Not even 2 weeks, and you're level 23. Wait, Hammer of the Jerboas status? God, seriously? You're a monster. Didn't you feel bad killing them?"
So much for Fox. In real life he was a string bean, but in Arctania he was a huge, half-naked, muscular barbarian. His real face, not surprisingly, was hard to discern. The others I already knew. Some I wish I knew better. Some I wish I knew less. Alexander, sitting by the lamp next to Sophia, was still in his shining armor, chewing on a chunk of bread. Artyom, in his guise as a gnome, was absorbed in gnawing on a massive shank of lamb. "No remorse," I answered coldly. "Where's the big cheese?"
"It's just Lazar," I heard a booming baritone announce. "And that's my real name."
The head of their clan turned out to be a pretty fit man of about 50, who was just level 90. Obviously, the clan leader didn't have the time to level up fanatically. He had dark hair with a slight tinge of gray, a beard, cane, and elegant glasses. A solid gentleman whose appearance inspired trust instantly. Fittingly, his avatar had the real marker, which meant that in real life he looked much the same.
"Hello, Falk," he said, giving my hand a powerful squeeze. "I hear you have something interesting to tell us. Have a seat."
I sat at the table next to Artyom. Lazar sat down opposite. "Are we just going to discuss this kind of thing here?" I asked suspiciously. "This table is defended from eavesdropping by a spell," Sophia assured me. "I'm one of the top specialists in general magic in all of Arctania, not counting a few NPCs at something like level 150 and a few other bastards from other clans. Artyom had just recently told me that there were VIP rooms for serious discussions, but apparently I wasn't VIP enough.
Sofitel, don't distract our guest, the clan leader requested. Falk, please, tell us what you've got.
Yeah, this courteous attitude toward the only low-level player was flattering. My stupid upbringing in the real world, as in the game, had been under a lot of strain. Everybody and their mother had been trying to take a dig at me, while I'd been diligently trying to abide by the rules of polite society. Now, for the first time, I'd met someone who was familiar with basic etiquette. I managed to get my hands on a map of the underground passageways that lead directly to the throne room of the dead city.
And you want to lead us through them for a handsome fee, the clan leader suggested. Or you want to participate in the raid. You'd have to level up at least 4 or 5 levels for that.
Man, well, why couldn't I do that? Bummer. Thanks a lot, Elenia. Big help. Even changing my gender would have been better than this, though maybe that was an exaggeration. No way I could do it, though. That'd mean leveling up 5 times in the next few hours. I wouldn't say no to a handsome fee, I admitted. I can't participate in the raid since I have a quest there which I have to complete without joining any groups.
What kind of quest is there for a level 23 player in a location meant for level 90 and up? Asked Alexander sarcastically.
This kind, I answered, looking at him grumpily. For you guys, my quest doesn't mean anything.
So you want to lead us to the throne room so we can kill the king of the dead, and he'll be busy with your quest while we do, Artyom clarified.
Yep, I agreed.
And the whole drop from the boss will be ours, Fox clarified.
My greediness was peaked here, but I managed to keep it contained. I'd probably get some money from them, but I knew I had no chance of claiming the drop. After all, let's be realistic. I wouldn't have any chance of getting the sword without their help. Yep, I agreed, and turned to address the clan leader. How much do you think passage into the throne room of the dead city, past all the zombies and hours of fighting, would be worth to you?
If you take into account the vested interest you have in us participating, I'm prepared to offer 5,000 gold, said Lazar, after pondering it for a bit. Judging by what I can gather, you don't have anybody else in the game you can trust, which means that at the moment, we're your only chance of completing the quest.
Generally speaking, he was right. Going to other clans where I didn't know anybody at all was a bad idea, and Rigmus and Boris were still practically strangers to me. That left only the steel rats. Sounds good, I agreed casually. Considering the not quite 100 gold I had in my account at the time, which I'd considered to be a pretty significant sum, this was just fantastic money. I mean, if you thought about it in terms of the prices of artifacts, 5,000 gold at an auction could buy you an epic item for a character of about level 50, or a legendary for an 80. For a person under level 30, on the other hand, it meant a whole set of unique equipment and a month of easy living in the game, which would be fully stocked with elixirs, recipes, materials for leveling up your profession, and training at the martial arts academy.
You'll get the first half in your account now, and the second half once the king of the dead has been killed, said the clan leader.
What if they don't kill him? I asked, surprised.
It's just a 95-plus location, said Fox. 5 top players should do it. Plus we'll bring along a few 70s to level them up.
Yeah, there are a few general mages who could use some leveling up, the clan leader agreed. Take Potterast and Bald Demon with you. They did pretty well in the last raid.
Oh man, I could also level up quite a bit here if it wasn't for that damned curse.
The main group will be you 4 plus Dorn, Lazar continued to give orders. As far as I remember, it's tanks that do the brunt of the work against the king of the dead.
He turned to me.
Are you all set then?
Of course, I said. But what's mine is mine. Nobody's going to mess with me in the throne room.
We won't even have time, Alexander scoffed. It's a raid boss, after all.
Does he have to be part of the raid? I asked Artyom with a glance at Alexander.
Whatever, I'm over that whole thing with the shaman, Alexander smiled.
Plus, I sold that staff for 1,500 gold, which paid for the time we spent defending the village. 1,500 euros for a few hours' work? Damn it, why had I given him that artifact? Even though I was able to get even more from the clan leader, if I'd had that staff, I would have had 6,500 gold. Well, I haven't forgotten about the staff, I said quietly, so that only Artyom could hear.
So when do we head out? Fox asked, rubbing his hands together excitedly.
3 o'clock tomorrow, Alexander answered. That's when the clan airship gets back from Ilshak. We'll meet right on the roof of the airship station.
Don't any of you have jobs? I asked, surprised.
We do, Sophia countered. Here.
Well, that was logical. If a character at level 100 could make a few €1,000 a month even without the help of a clan, why would they want to get a job? On the other hand, that's forgetting to count the monthly subscription to Arctania, which costs something like €1,000. Which meant that you could only start to actually earn money in the game from about level 40. And that was no guarantee either. After all, in order to develop, you needed money within the game.
How are you able to stay in the game for days at a time? Asked Fox. Are you just chilling at home?
I'm a freelance artist, I said proudly. I do programming for big data security projects.
Wow,
whistled Fox admiringly.
Well, good luck on the raid tomorrow, Lazar concluded, getting up from the table. Falk, the money will be transferred to you within the hour.
Somehow this was too easy. The clan leader hadn't even asked what I needed in the throne room, how I was able to get access to the underground passage, or whether they'd be able to use them again after the King of the Dead respawned. The respawn time for bosses in the game was different from boss to boss, and could be anywhere from a day to a few weeks, but it was always possible to go back and kill the boss as often as you liked, to level up your clanmates. I was watching Lazar and the rest of the clan members intently. They had either deliberately avoided that question, hoping I'd show them the secret passage, and that they'd be able to use it without my help thereafter. They'd be out of luck. You couldn't open the door without a ring. The time would come when I'd go through the passage myself and kill the King of the Dead. Right after I found the treasure hoard of the Order of Var in the tower. You guys do what you like, but I'm heading home, I said as soon as the clan leader had left. I've been in the Dead City all day.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow then, Artyom said, slapping me on the shoulder.
For some reason, he hadn't participated in the discussion of the little outing.
You've barely even started playing, and already raiding the Dead City. Pretty cool.
Well, it's a raid for you guys, I replied, standing up from the table. I'm just along for the ride. See you tomorrow.
Don't be late, Alexander said as I left.
What a dick. He just had to have the last word. Chapter 6. In the morning, I had planned to have one of my usual sessions at the Virtual Warrior, which was good. Otherwise, I'd have been milling around the apartment in anticipation for 3 hours. I really wanted to see Sophia, and I really didn't want to see her fiancé and go as dead weight to the Dead City with their team of level 100s. I had a bad feeling about this whole campaign. I still had a few hours to go until the campaign, but the unpleasantness was already starting. Something finally happened which I'd been dreading ever since Lyosha had brought in the pink ribbons. A bald guy in a white kimono came into the hall and started to laugh at us. About my age, just in somewhat worse shape, and he smelled like booze, in addition to smelling like sweat. Seemed like he hadn't fully recovered from a busy night.
Are you guys crazy? He asked mockingly. Or just non-traditional? What the hell are you doing jumping around with pink ribbons like some kind of Girl Scouts?
Sergei, get lost, said Lyosha, seemingly without malice.
We've got an individual lesson going on. The gym is occupied.
Yeah, I can see you working individually, just not clear what you're working on.
I tried as hard as I could to pretend that this stinking, sweaty man wasn't here at all, and continued with the next move. Once I actually started working on hand-to-hand techniques, it became clear that I had a long way to go before I'd be ambidextrous. Doing 2 moves in different directions with both the left and right hands had turned out to be unbelievably difficult.
Listen, ladies, why don't you train like normal people? The guy persisted. Where you can work with your fists instead of ribbons.
Jesus, what a child. He looked like a grown man, but he was acting like a little idiot from some kind of teen movie. Piss off, man. I couldn't resist.
Oh, man, I'm scared, the guy laughed. Are you gonna make me leave?
Lyosha stood up between me and the guy. The most surprising thing was that this scrawny-looking 18-year-old would probably have a lot better chance of dealing with this guy than I would. I'd never been a fighter. Even in school, I never got into fights.
Are you drunk again? Lyosha asked with a frown. I'm going to complain to the admin, and they'll finally kick you out of here for good.
I was being defended by a boy about half my age. How about that? No, that wouldn't do it all. So what if I'd been a pacifist for 30 years? In the last week, I'd been in some very real battles. At least they felt 80% real, And now I was afraid of a little scrap? No way. Lyosha, hold on. I stopped my teacher. If he wants to spar a bit, why not?
Exactly, said the bald man happily, shoving Lyosha aside with his shoulder and coming into the hall. Let's have some fun.
Interesting idea of fun. On the other hand, when you'd been a fighter for many years, it was unlikely that your idea of fun would include knitting or macrame, and I suppose beating up a noob like me would be pure fun for him, although in this case that wasn't going to happen. I threw the ribbon to the floor, trying to make it look as tough as I could. I mean, as far as that was possible with a pink ribbon.
Andrei, why are you doing this? Lyosha asked nervously. Sergei may not look healthy, but he runs fistfight training. If something happens to you, they'll kick me out of here along with that dick. You said it yourself. You've never done any fighting.
I walked over to meet the bald, smirking jerk. It's all good.
At least put on some gloves,
my teacher asked. It seemed like he'd accepted the inevitable here. Gloves would just have gotten in the way of my plan, so I just shook my head in response.
You can have the first punch,
the bald guy offered sarcastically, sticking his chin out in my direction.
Right here.
Wow. I swung at him in a wide arc with my right hand, and he did what I'd been expecting. He easily caught my arm and pulled me toward himself, obviously planning to put me in an arm lock or wind me with his knee. But he'd hardly laid a finger on me when I turned on my electric shock, which caused him to stagger back a few steps. The shock hadn't been enough to knock him out, but he was shaking. I could see his neck muscles spasm. I took advantage of his being stunned to punch him as hard as I could in the gut. My experience in the game told me that this specific blow would knock any desire to keep fighting right out of him, along with all the air in his lungs. The bald fighter sat down on the floor, looking like a big, beat-up old burlap sack.
There we go.
Show's over, I snickered. True, I was also shaking a little bit from the adrenaline and the knowledge of what had just happened. After all, there had been the chance that I might deal too much damage with the electric shock, or, on the contrary, that my superpower might turn out to be a figment of my imagination after all, and my plan would have failed.
Maybe I should call security, Lyosha asked,
not even making an effort to help the guy sitting on the floor. No need, I said. Just some friendly training. Although he was pretty rude, what can you say? Listen, I'm going to get going. I think we've done enough for today. To be honest, I just really wanted to get away from the scene of the crime. And I didn't mean the fight itself so much as my breaking the laws of nature. I mean, a normal person can't generate electricity like an electric eel. Saying a quick goodbye to Lyosha, I took off like a bullet into the changing room, got changed, and ran out of the virtual warrior. And I wasn't thinking about my fight with the drunken fist-fighting teacher at all. I can actually control electrical devices, even if, for now, I could only do so with a doorbell or a light switch at a short distance. Eventually, if I leveled my attributes up in Arctania, then later I'd be able to do a lot more. Since the day had already been given over to testing my new abilities, I decided to overcome my laziness and run down to the store for a shock collar. Actually, maybe it was actually not laziness, but plain old fear. Not that I was afraid of the pain of an electric shock. After my adventures in Arctania, my attitude toward a lot of things had begun to get a lot simpler. For example, not long ago, I'd have thought of a million excuses not to go to my trainings, but yesterday I had not only risen to the challenge, but actually beaten a professional fighter. True, it hadn't been totally honest, but he'd left me with no option. What worried me wasn't the fact that I'd won, but the way I'd won. This was yet further proof of the fact that my abilities weren't just a glitch. And now, I could also cast lightning. What would be next? Returning home, I unpacked the shock collar and set it on the charger. For a while, I just sat there, staring entranced at the blinking red light on the device and thinking about my long-term prospects. How could I use my abilities? Become an electrician or a superhero? Or maybe give myself up to the powers that be and become a lab rat or a secret government agent? After all, I was totally satisfied with my quiet and calm real life. Going to the gym, working when I felt like it, reading books and watching TV. No, I mean, adventures were all well and good, but only when you could heal your wounds with elixirs and death just meant losing some experience points and sitting in the respawn zone for a while. In the real world, as my sensei Lyosha had recently said, they'd just take somebody with my abilities into a secret government lab and take them apart like a car. Once the shock collar was charged, I set it on the minimum power and stuck it against my arm. Just like that. No indecision or fear. Thinking about the future was scarier than some light electric shock. Plus, I didn't feel anything anyway. "Well, I'll be," I said. No, I mean, I'd been expecting something like this. Since 3 of my abilities had already made the jump from VR to reality, my class abilities should too. But it was still weird, after all. Clicking up the setting on the shocker to the next highest, I pressed it against my hand again and again felt nothing. I ended up repeating the procedure 3 more times, testing each of the settings. Still, I didn't feel a thing. Damn. Next, I'd have to test this out with something more powerful. That'd come later. Maybe I could think of a way to get access to some medical equipment. Although, why the hell should I do that? I mean, let's say I survived 220 volts. What then? That wouldn't give me anything. Was it worth it just to satisfy my curiosity? I'd been reading descriptions of the Electromage's abilities. There were still 20 or 30 cool abilities. I'd just have to level them up in the game, and then I could really have some fun without worrying about it. Even the simplest lightning looked so cool. I'd definitely be intriguing to girls at Comic-Cons now. Or I could become a pretty decent magician. Change my name to Tesla, tour different countries. I couldn't be the only one whose abilities have transferred from the game, I thought. I just had to find a way to find people like myself, without attracting unwanted attention. Writing specifically about my superpowers was pointless. I'd just get a pile of responses from lunatics. But phrasing my message in such a way that only people who were in the know would catch on, that was it. After all, it was virtually certain that the changes I'd experienced were either a cause or an effect of my increased sensitivity to pain within the game. That was what I should write about on the forums. I set up an anonymous email address, registered on a few of the bigger forums dedicated to Arctania, and created a thread in which a young man was simply complaining about the strong pain settings in the game and phantom pains after playing. Now I just have to wait for messages or emails in reply to the new address. Well, I thought, that was enough real-world problems for one day. Time to get back to my virtual ones. Plus, Alexander would be pretty upset if I was late. Man, I really didn't feel like seeing my friend at all. Chapter 7. Turning up in my room at thick as a brick, I took everything unnecessary out of my inventory, leaving just the spare pair of pants. Yep, I didn't go anywhere without them anymore, and some elixirs for healing and mana regeneration. In the drawer of my table, I left the quest items, the pistol with the initials T. Fudra, the photo of me and my friend, the as-yet unidentified epic ingredient, and now the key to the storehouse of the Order of Var. Plenty to work on, I thought, even without running to and fro at the whims of the goddess. And the other stuff was quite a bit safer. The only thing was, I didn't have any time for other stuff. I'd even been forgetting to level up my profession, even though I'd promised myself I'd work on it every day. I actually got to the roof of the airship station a little early, and bumped right into Artyom. "Oh, hi," he said, sounding kind of sluggish. "Look, our big beauty is docking as we speak." The clan airship looked radically different from the commuter ship I'd taken to Qatar. The sleek hoops around the gondola reminded me of a sports car, and the airship itself was painted a steel color that flashed in the sun. And this thing also boasted a powerful engine. Actually, I learned that it was powerful only when the airship rose up into the air and took off toward the dead city. For the time being, I just sat watching the 2 propellers and mentally comparing them to the ones that were on the commuter airship I'd taken. And the ones on this airship were decidedly not as big. "Powerful stuff," I commented excitedly to Artyom. "Oh yeah," he agreed. "This is the Formula 1 of airships. Courier model. Not too tough in a fight, but it flies several times as fast as the fastest commuter airships. Unfortunately, we only have one for the whole clan, so we have to sign up to use it almost a month in advance. Only the most profitable ventures get permission to use the airship." "What an honor," I snickered. "I get to use the airship, 3 of your best tanks, a healer, and 2 mages?" The aforementioned people, by the way, were already waiting for us next to the airship's ramp. I saw Alexander and Sophia cuddling, and it was only with some difficulty that I held back an irritated groan. I mean, I was about to have to fly with them for a few hours each way. "Hello, Hammer of the Jerboas," Fox shouted happily with a wave. "We've been waiting for you." Alongside the half-naked barbarian, shining knight, and the girl of my dreams in light leather armor stood 2 mages who were unfamiliar to me. The first was dressed in a red robe, which glittered with embroidered runes, and the second was encased in thick stone armor. The first, obviously, was the pyromancer whose somewhat self-important nickname was Potterast, and the second, by process of elimination, was Bald Demon. I don't know about the bald part, but the demon part was certainly not far off the mark. Just as dark and brooding, it seemed. "You guys wouldn't get far without me," I said to Artyom with a laugh. It was still weird to see my friend in the guise of a gnome. Every time I turned to face him, I was still expecting to see a person roughly my own height, not a little ball of muscle breathing into my belly button. Getting into the dead city's throne room while avoiding the hours of battling you normally have to do? That chance doesn't come up every day. If we'd had to, Lazar would have sent 3 times as many people. "You're not in a great mood today," I noted. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," Artyom said dismissively. "Just some problems within the clan. No big deal, we'll figure it all out. Your proposal came at just the right time for us. We could use a victory over a boss like this. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll drop something really valuable." Yeah, I was probably right not to have told them about the epic sword, which was what I was after. My intuition had told me that I probably wouldn't end up getting it if I had told them. After all, an artifact like that was a little more important to the clan than working with a low-level player, and me being friends with Artyom wasn't likely to make a huge difference for clan policy. "Anyway, let's stay positive," Artyom smiled, prodding me in the direction of the ramp. "Let's go. You can check the interior out as well. It's a beauty. What else can you say?" And indeed, the cabins on the Sparrow 5 reminded me of a pretty decent nightclub. I didn't frequent places like that, but I'd done it all when I was younger. The crew's break room on this airship was just amazing. Expensive couches and chairs, quiet music, pretty crystal chandeliers. "Taking off," I heard Fox's voice boom, as the final members of the crew hopped aboard. Or the final participants in our raid, maybe. Perhaps for them it was a raid, I suppose. But I was there on my own business. Immediately upon entering the cabin, Fox strode over to the bar and poured everybody a shot. "But we're going into battle soon," I said worriedly, watching as my companions each took their glasses. "Relax," Fox snorted. "We've got 3 mages with us. They have sobriety spells. You can drink yourself senseless, but you'll walk into the dead city healthy and sober as a judge." "Ah," I said, surprised. "Then I'll have some gnomish beer." Finally, I'd get to try it. Alexander and Sophia took one couch. Artyom and I sat in armchairs, and Fox, Potterast, and Bald Demon took over the bar. Now I knew who Bald Demon reminded me of. The big stone guy from the movie Fantastic Four. It was just weird they referred to him as a mage. He reminded me more of some kind of golem. Fox set a few mugs of beer in front of me, while the rest grabbed their elvish tequila. All except for Bald Demon. He didn't drink at all, just sat there like some kind of crash test dummy. "I've never had such tasty beer," I said, excited, after taking a few big sips from my mug. "You've never tried it with spit-roasted boar and elvish spices," said Fox dreamily, smacking his lips. "Just for that alone, it would be worth buying the latest generation capsule. And for the sex, of course." I looked at him with surprise. "Sex? What are you talking about?" "Fuck, you've been playing for 2 weeks and you still haven't tried it?" Fox said, jumping up from his seat. "Seriously?" "I haven't had time. Something's always going on. I've been having to run all over the place." "Well, you could have at least popped into a bordello," Artyom reproached me. "Haven't you ever wondered what it would be like to have sex with a real elf? Or a harpy, if you're looking to experiment? They have them there, too." I would have guessed that there were plenty of lunatics in the game, but I didn't think it was this bad. "I didn't even know there were bordellos in the city," I admitted. "But no, paying for sex is not my jam, even if it is just virtual." "There's also bedroom quests," Fox persisted. "What kind of quests?" I asked. "What does that mean?" "It's for goody-goodies like you," Fox smirked. "Quests where you get rewarded with sexual experience. Save an elvish princess, for example, and she might reward you with a night of passion. Elves, by the way, are okay. Too shy, but if you—" "Fox," Sophie objected. "Skip the details, please." He snorted. "Even they're shy, as if they hadn't been telling us about their marathons in the first few days in Arctania." "I didn't say anything," Sophia frowned, shooting an evil look at Alexander. He, meanwhile, pretended to be interested in something on the ceiling.
Do you even know what the big deal about sex in a virtual capsule is? Artyom asked.
How would he know? Fox interrupted. Listen, Falk, sex in Arctania is no different, sensation-wise, than real sex. The only difference is that you can do it as much as you want.
Oh, was all I could reply. The neurocontacts act on your brain and directly activate the pleasure centers there, so you could have sex for weeks on end. That is, of course, if you can find someone crazy enough to do that with. Sophia threw Fox her empty glass. I know someone like that. If you had your way, you'd never leave the bordello, Sophia scoffed. Have you tried it with trolls just to switch it up?
Whatever, said Fox, sounding slightly offended.
You're always such a boor, she continued. My dream is to fly around on a dragon. Can you imagine what it would feel like to fly?
Real flying is something only we mages can do, said Potterast, contributing to the conversation for the first time. It eats up mana like you wouldn't believe, but it's worth it.
Overall, it was a pretty fun flight. I started to remember how membership in a clan did indeed bring some real benefits, and not just where access to resources was concerned. It was more pleasant, after all, to go into battle and spend time with people you knew well, who you could trust to watch your back. And no, I didn't trust any of these people except for Artyom, but still, I could see that they were on the same page and were really members of the same team. It's just that I didn't feel like I belonged. Plus, watching Alexander and Sophia cuddle was no more pleasant in VR than it had been in real life. I hoped nobody else could hear my teeth grinding whenever I saw her rub his shoulder or give him a kiss on the cheek. We got to the dead city in about an hour. That was 3 times faster than it had been on the commuter airship, and then we'd also had to ride out from Ditmar on the horse. I stood next to one of the searchlights and checked out the city. From this height, I could appreciate it much better than from the tower. The walls of the city formed a symmetrical pentagon, with towers in the corners and the middle of each wall, while the fortress was circular. Of course, I'd already seen the dead city on the map, but seeing it from the airship was a different story. Why couldn't we just fly to the fortress? I asked Artyom. We wouldn't need an underground passage at all. Well, if it was that easy, everybody would head straight to the center. But no, the dead city, like your wonderful little village, is defended by a dome. Anti-aircraft defense system, you might say. It activates when a smartass like you decides to try to make his life easier. There you have it, Falk, I said, nodding. Fine, let's head over to that tower. That's where the passageway is. The airship descended to about 50 or 60 feet off the ground, and one of the crew members, by the way the crew consisted entirely of NPCs, threw down the rope ladder. I already knew that airships didn't descend lower than that. To do so would be to risk attempts to hijack the ship from the ground. That's also why airships didn't touch down in small towns to pick people up.
This is for you, Alexander smirked.
Are you guys staying here? Sofitel winked at me. We don't need a ladder. Ah, yes, I remembered. They had hang gliders. Alexander and Artyom had used them when they descended from the commuter airship to help us. But to my surprise, Alex just grabbed Sophia by the hand and hopped off the ship. After him went Artyom, Fox, and Bald Demon. Potterast just did something that looked like levitation and floated gently down to the ground. So it was just me that ended up having to use the ladder. Comparatively, it was like hobbling along after them. Yeah, I could see now how people sometimes accidentally fell to their deaths doing this, I thought as I swung back and forth on the rope ladder. We were about 5 stories up, if not higher. The others, however, had just leapt off the gondola like they did it every day.
Don't get tangled up, Fox yelled happily.
I finally got to the ground and let out a huge sigh of relief. Interesting, I wondered. When would I be able to jump off an airship like it was no big deal? Let's go, I barked. Pressing the ring to the wall, I whispered for the passageway to open. Wow, it's even lit up, Sophia said with surprise as she peered inside. All the necessities. Remember how we got lost in the Snake People's dungeon? No light source and magic didn't work? That was fun. There are zombies in here sometimes, I said, for some reason feeling somewhat offended. So don't let your guard down. Want to go first? Sophia offered, smiling at me warmly. I can heal you and you'll level up. You don't have to be part of the group for that. I immediately imagined how I'd look while sweating and slaving to kill a level 30 zombie, which Alexander could basically just kick out of his way, in front of the whole group. No, thanks. Thanks, but it'd be best not to waste any time, I said, a little embarrassed. Once everybody had set their respawn points at the wall, Artyom went in first, with me following and pointing out the way according to my map and what Rathmere had marked on it.
Under no circumstances was I planning to share my map of the whole system of passageways under the dead city. Passing by the already familiar corridor that led into the tower, I opened another door in the wall. Judging by Rathmir's mark, this should be where the underground passageway was. "What's in there?" Sophia asked, pointing to the stairs that led up into the tower. "Nothing special," I said quickly. After all, I was planning to stop by there one more time and look over everything in detail. Just empty rooms and zombies. "How are you opening these doors?" she asked, not letting up with the questions. "An artifact, which I got for this one quest," I answered cagily.
"Seems like you did pretty well in your little isolated village," Alexander commented. "So many quests, and you got to level 23 in just over a week."
"What can you say? I'm a champ," I grimaced. We descended into a dungeon, which turned out to be much less welcoming than the passage that led into the Tower of the Order of Var. Less light, many more walking dead. Fortunately, I was traveling with a group of walking meat grinders and flamethrowers. The creatures didn't even get a few steps in our direction before Artyom had diced them into mincemeat with his axe, or Potterast had incinerated them. All I could do was watch, and feel slightly bummed out that I wouldn't be able to get any easy experience points from this. Even if it wouldn't be much, in my current circumstances, every point counted. The sooner I got to level 30, the better. With my mount, I'd immediately become more mobile, which would definitely make finding the remaining swords much easier. Although I was getting ahead of myself. I still had to get this one. Just by looking at the map of the city, it was clear that even as the crow flies, it would be at least a few kilometers to the fortress. That meant 20 or 30 dead zombies at least, and a pile of could-have-been experience. My heart ached. "Did you manage to get a class?" Artyom whispered, grabbing me by the arm. "Since your village turned out to be such a good spot for quests, I'm guessing something must have come up for that, too." "I did," I answered. "Electromage." "Whoa, that's awesome," Artyom exclaimed. "We don't have any of them in the clan, but I've seen electromages in battle. They're pretty tough." "Just keep it between us, please," I asked, "even with these guys." "You still don't trust them," Artyom sighed heavily. "I trust you. The rest, you know how it is, especially knowing how money flies around in this game." "That's exactly why you can't make it on your own as a warrior," said Artyom seriously. "Especially if that warrior is a pitiful level 23. "Hold on now," I said, offended. "In a minute here, when I cast my lightning, you'll feel how pitiful I am." "No, I won't. My sensitivity is only at 20%. It won't register." "Hey, put a sock in it, kids," Sophia yelled at us. It turned out that Artyom and I had gotten distracted talking and had fallen quite a ways behind the rest of the group. The passageway was becoming wider and wider, and the zombies were stronger and stronger every time. By the end of the journey, even the silent bald demon had to pitch in. It turned out he was an earth mage. And contrary to my expectations, he didn't jump into the melee. Instead, he hurled sharp rocks, which he created from his own body. Before I knew it, a few hours had passed and we were approaching the door which, according to my map, would take us into the throne room. "We're here," I said, relieved. "Behind this door is the King of the Dead." "Remember, whoever dies is going to respawn outside the outer wall. They probably won't be able to make it back here," Alexander warned us. "So be careful." Well, that and hope Sophia's in a good mood today. "Forward, march!" Fox sang out cheerily. I held up my index finger to signal that I was ready, and ordered the door to open sesame. A vast throne room came into view, lit by a huge number of torches, which wasn't really logical. After all, zombies probably didn't have much need for light. I imagined a lone skeleton in a dark hallway, asking in a whisper, "Hey guys, where are you? I can't see shit." I don't know what was holding up the roof of the castle, but in the vast space, size of a football field, there wasn't a single column, although across the room from us there stood a gigantic golden throne, which seemed to be practically propping up the ceiling. On it, there sat a giant skeleton, roughly 10 feet tall, wearing a crown.
"The stench of the living," a powerful male voice boomed across the hall.
"Sophie, that's gotta be your new perfume," Fox whispered. "I told you it smells weird."
"That weird smell cost almost 100 gold, she snapped back. "You could actually consider showering once in a while."
"How did you enter the throne room without encountering my guard?" the skeleton asked. "Treason."
Ah, yes. The guard zombie betrayed him for 30 pieces of silver. It was just too logical.
Don't get close to us, Artyom warned me. He deals splash damage. He could kill you without even realizing it.
I hadn't even been dreaming of getting anywhere near their group. Judging by the mark on the map, I just had to get to the wall behind the King of the Dead's throne. That was where the artifact would be stashed.
You will all die, the skeleton continued to thunder.
He stood up from the throne, and in his hands appeared a sword and shield, just like Rathmir had said. Holy shit! I couldn't resist exclaiming. The King of Skeletons wasn't 10 feet tall. He was closer to 20. My head was about at... his knee? King of the Dead, level 110. His info flashed up.
Sophia, buffs, Alexander commanded. Artyom and I will aggro him toward us. Fox will cover, and the mages will stay at least 30 feet back to avoid splash.
The worst thing was that I wouldn't get any experience at all for the killing of this huge skeletal beast, thanks to the goddess and her curse. If I'd been part of the group with Artyom and the others, I could have let off some lightning from behind the tanks' backs and could have gotten at least some little percentage of the experience. But even that would have been plenty for me. I mean, this was a raid boss above level 90. Here we go. They took off running toward the skeleton while I tried to creep along the wall and make my way slowly around the raid boss. This is where invisibility would have come in handy, although it probably wouldn't have helped much against such a high-level monster. Some characters' perception was so highly developed that they could see right through invisibility. Like, for example, the Great Shaman, who'd been able to see us when we were under Rathmir's invisibility spell. I made my way toward the throne without taking my eyes off the battle that was unfolding in front of it. Yeah, this wasn't your old-school game where players just hacked at each other to no effect. The skeleton easily blocked every blow with his sword and took cover from all the mage's spells. The gigantic figure whirled around like a top, managing to fight off attacks coming at him from every side. Even so, a few blows did hit their mark, although this only did him a tiny bit of damage. Every time the King of the Dead's huge sword landed a blow, it sent sheaves of sparks flying in all directions, and these also dealt damage. Apparently, this was what splash damage looked like. Alexander and Artyom, who looked like tiny little dwarves compared to the huge skeleton, mind you, one of them actually was a gnome, were nevertheless blocking his attacks confidently, although I kept having the sensation that even one hit from that huge sword would send Artyom flying across the throne room. Meanwhile, Fox, at the ready with 2 swords, flitted around and dealt damage whenever the skeleton was distracted by the tanks. The mages were doing the same, albeit at a greater distance. Come on, you bony bastard. Waste that knight in shining armor. I wished the King of the Dead luck. Chop his head off. The whole battle took place immediately in front of the throne, and I could easily have been hit by Splash or a stray spell from one of the mages. But I didn't have much of a choice. I was going to have to take the risk, since I wanted to get the sword while everybody was distracted by the King of the Dead. Don't get me wrong, we had a crystal-clear agreement, but who knew how my companions would behave if they saw the artifact I'd come for? Judging by the fact that the goddess's quest was marked epic, the objects of the quest would be too, and people might be willing to dispense with me to get their hands on something like that. If the legendary staff had fetched 1,500 euros for Alexander, an epic item might easily go for 20 times that. As I came into the immediate proximity of the King of the Dead, I ended up catching a few sparks of splash, which took away a good quarter of my health. Fortunately, I had brought enough healing elixirs, and I wasn't about to be stingy with them.
Guards!
The skeleton suddenly bellowed, and then 20 or 30 skeletons appeared from thin air.
Hey, they didn't warn us about this,
Vox roared at the top of his lungs.
This didn't happen last time, Alexander yelled back. Take care of the skeletons, I'll distract the king.
A level 40 skeleton appeared in front of me, too, sword at the ready. Scarcely having time to register what a huge disappointment this would all have been if he ended up killing me, I whipped my chain into the skeleton with surprising deftness and sent an electric shock rippling down it, taking away a good half of his health. I blocked his blow with my left arm, around which I'd wrapped the chain, and immediately hit him with a blow to the head. But then, from somewhere behind me, a sharp stone came whizzing past me and thudded into my opponent, taking him out and robbing me of the experience that was rightfully mine. Ah, damn it, I sighed with exasperation. Waste of mana. Quickly swallowing a mana regeneration elixir, I looked around me and saw that half the skeletons had already been eliminated. The King of the Skeletons was chasing Alexander around the whole hall, keeping his health in the yellow zone. Sophia could barely keep up, and was clearly expending all her attention on treating him. So when another skeleton mage appeared right by her, she didn't even notice. It wasn't going to be possible to get to the skeleton. He was too far away, so when he lifted his arm in preparation for casting a spell, I headed straight for Sophia. My intuition told me that the skeleton was aggroing in her direction, since she was closest. A series of glowing green orbs issued from the skeleton's hands and flew toward Sophia. But I made it to her first. I couldn't think of any better idea than just to jump in front of her. A scalding mass slapped into my back, and I was immediately in agony. "Thanks," Sophia said, with a quick glance at me. "But my resistance to death magic is almost 50%. "No problem," I said through gritted teeth, then gulped down a healing elixir. My stupid little stunt had almost sent me back to the respawn point. The skeleton mage, fortunately, had already fallen to Fox's sword, but he'd managed to take away 90% of my hit points. And to top it all off, I now had a new heading above my character reading, Death Curse. What was I thinking? I rebuked myself, resuming my path toward the throne. With her level, that damage would have felt like a mosquito bite. I, on the other hand, had almost ended up splattered all over the floor. What an idiot, huh? Finding the stash behind the throne wasn't particularly difficult. It was marked very specifically on the map, plus there were some stones out of place in the masonry. Opening it, on the other hand, was a bit more difficult. Either my perception wasn't up to the job, or my brain wasn't. And I don't mean my attributes, just my brain in general. Not able to think of anything more clever, I just started to push on all the bricks adjacent to the stash. Finally, one of them sank back into the wall. In front of me, a small niche opened up. The bone sword was lying on a red pillow. I immediately knew this was it. This wasn't the kind of artifact that'd be easy to mistake for something else. The description of the item confirmed my impression. Bone sword. Type, epic. Damage, 1100 to 1400. Properties, hidden. Quality, 130. Toughness, 1000 of 1000. I was reaching out to grab the sword, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in my back. You've taken damage, 450 points from player Alexandrius. Health, 0 of 360. You are dead. Bastard! I'd been suspecting something like this would happen. I flew down the colorful corridor to the respawn point and let out a stream of curses. I mean, I did this after most of my deaths, but this time I was pissed off like never before. Calling what he did betrayal didn't even go a tenth of the way toward describing what a scumbag Alexander was. So here I was, outside the walls of the dead city, right beneath the clan airship. So, I sighed, trying to contain my rage. What now? The main question was, how was I going to get that sword back? Taking it from Alexander by force was beyond the means of 100 players at my level. If he'd seen fit to break our agreement, then maybe the clan leader could be persuaded to give me back the sword. That is, of course, if Lazar valued his word above an epic artifact. Then the second question was, how were they going to get out of the throne room without me after killing the King of the Dead? I was the only one who could open the door to the underground passage, but I definitely wasn't going to be able to get back to the inner city. The zombies in the corridor had almost certainly respawned. Of course, they all richly deserved what they were getting. Let them battle their way out through the whole city. But then Sophia and Artyom were there too, and they hadn't done me any wrong. I wasn't even sure the others had noticed when Alexander had killed me and taken the sword. Maybe they had, and they didn't care. Well, except Artyom, but what could he do? A bright light flashed, and suddenly Fox was standing next to me. Ah, damn it, he spat. Didn't move fast enough. It happens, I said, without any sympathy. Oh, it's you, said Fox, surprised as he turned toward me. Did you complete your quest? Seemed like he really hadn't seen what Alexander had done. Nope, I said, trying to contain my anger. Your buddy killed me before I could. Do you mean my buddy who's about 20 feet tall, ripped, with the big golden crown? No, the one with the white armor and the rotten soul. Fox raised his eyebrows skeptically. Alexander? No. He stabbed me in the back before I could pick up the quest item which we'd agreed I could do. I don't know what to say, shrugged Fox. What kind of artifact is it? Basically, there didn't seem to be any reason to hide it anymore. An epic sword. Whoa, what level? 130. Fox's eyes widened so much he looked like an anime character. Dude, I hate to say it, but when we're talking about that kind of artifact, All agreements go out the window. Only maybe 30 such items are known at this point, and all of them go for something like a few 100,000 gold. God damn. Of course, I'd suspected that epic items were worth a lot, but not that much. A virtual sword for a whole apartment in Moscow? Yeah, I was starting to have doubts that Lazar would value his word that highly. But it's my sword, I said angrily. I feel you, man, Fox said, slapping me on the shoulder. But there's nothing you can do. We stood there for a while, each lost in his own thoughts. How are they going to get back? I said, breaking the silence. Through the whole city? Only I can open the underground passage. You're such a noob. Why did you even come across an epic sword? Fox laughed. A few minutes after killing a raid boss, all players will reappear at the respawn point. You didn't really think a whole crowd of players in a level 10 dungeon who just killed a major monster could just stroll back, did you? I suppose not. Logical. This was how it had been done in the good old Diablo games. 10 minutes or so later, the others appeared alongside us. Give me back my artifact, I yelled once I noticed that Alexander was next to me. Calm down, he answered with a laugh. It's not your artifact. We had an agreement. In the throne room, everybody would get to take care of his own business. You dickhead, you stabbed me in the back before I could complete my quest. Fox and the two mages were listening intently to our discussion, but Sophia was pretending to be transfixed by the pretty sand underneath our feet. You killed him? Artyom asked, sounding surprised. It seemed like everybody must have been looking in some other direction while we were in the throne room. Apparently nobody had seen me or Alexander, other than Sophia, who had almost certainly seen him kill me. After all, she'd been busy healing her friend the whole time. Yeah, Alexander answered, without a trace of embarrassment. He almost grabbed a level 130 epic artifact. If I'd let him do that, Lazar would have been pissed. Dude, that's not what we agreed, said Artyom with a frown. We agreed that we'd get the King of the Dead and his drop. You heard what Lazar said. Search the underground passages and take any quest item that turns out to be epic. It wasn't my decision, although I might have taken it anyway. Well, that was just great. He had the approval of the clan leader. Now I understood why Artyom had been walking around looking depressed all day. But I need that sword, I said in helpless frustration. Everybody needs a sword like this, Alexander smirked. But you aren't going to get it. Get used to it. He shrugged and turned to his clanmates. Well, time to fly back. Fox and the mages turned toward the rope ladder, looking at me sympathetically. Alas, all I could do now was to drill a hole through Alexander with my hateful glare, since I couldn't do anything else. Sorry, said Sophia quietly as she passed. I stood and watched them as they climbed, one after the other, into the airship. Dude, there was nothing I could have done, said Artyom once it was just the two of us left. Well, for example, you could have warned me about your friend's plans, I frowned. Or stop him from killing me. Well, it's the clan. I couldn't go against everybody else. Are you coming? Are you kidding? I asked, irritated at the question. With you guys? Never in a million years. I'll get back by myself. Artyom obviously wanted to say something else, but I turned and walked away. I didn't feel like talking to him just then. Whether or not he was guilty of anything, he was a member of the clan, and therefore he was complicit in the broken agreement. I heard the airship's engines start, and it took off and gently started to accelerate, flying away toward Qatar. I was now facing a long walk back to Ditmar. Actually, I thought, I wasn't going much slower than I had been when I'd come here on the horse. This cheered me up a little bit. It'd be about an hour and a half to the city. If I had to, I'd crawl there on my stomach. Anything was better than flying with those backstabbers. An hour and a half flies by when you're beside yourself with rage. I don't even remember what I was thinking about. I just walked grimly on, occasionally checking my direction on the map. Halfway to Ditmar, a group of 10 players passed by me, also on their way back from the dead city. Hey, where's your horse? One of them shouted. I didn't have much of a sense of humor today, so I just kept walking, ignoring the question. Look, he's only level 23. What are you doing here, noob? This location is for level 30 plus. Oh, just go, I thought. Why are you kicking me when I'm down? But still, I stayed silent. Wait, this noob is on my hit list, I heard another player say. Naturally, he turned out to be an orc. Greetings from Destroyer. Before I could react, I was turned into a pincushion full of arrows. Damn it, I thought as I flew down the colorful tunnel once again. What a day this was turning out to be. And then I was back outside the walls of the dead city. No horse. "Screw you all!" I screamed, looking up at the sky. Enough for today. Chapter 8. The usual bathing procedure, plus a lot of coffee. My real life is increasingly becoming a bleak subscript to my virtual life, even despite my recent acquisition of superpowers. The only things that concerned me were things that happened in Arctania, and things there were terrible. Taking the sword from Alexander by force would be harder than convincing him to give it to me of his own free will. But I had to do something, I thought angrily as I half-read the forums. Maybe if I couldn't get the sword from Alexander by force, it'd be possible to get help from his enemies? Artyom had said that the Steel Rats had a pretty serious conflict on their hands with some other clan. But what could I offer in exchange? Except access to the dead city. Now, if I could find the storeroom of the Order of Var, I could just buy my sword from the rat bastard. Speaking of, what an appropriate name for their clan. Who'd have guessed? After sitting in front of the computer for half an hour, I finally calmed down, got myself together, and thought through everything that had happened one more time. No matter how much of a dick Alexander was, it was always possible to negotiate. Like I did with Lazar. I just had to find enough money, or an appropriate item to exchange for the sword. Picking up the phone, I called Artyom. I was in luck. He was already out of the game. "Hi." "Hi," said Artyom sheepishly. "Listen, I'm sorry it all turned out. I need that sword," I said for the umpteenth time today. "Any ideas on how I could do that?" "Oh, man, give it up," Artyom said hesitantly. "It's just a game. It's a valuable artifact, yeah, but you're an electromage. Why do you need that sword?" I hesitated in answering, trying to decide whether it was worth telling him about the goddess's quest. "It's a quest sword," I reminded him. "I thought you were kidding about that," said Artyom, surprised. "How'd you get a quest for an item that's well above level 100 when you're just at level 23? I mean, yeah, tasks are given to help you grow, but not that much." "Man, how the hell do I know?" I said, annoyed. "But it's a divine quest, so if I don't complete it, I'll probably have to start the game over again." "Ah, that's no fun," Artyom agreed. "Let's meet at the bar today and talk it out. Alex is an unpleasant character, of course, but we can still come to an agreement." That's what I'd been thinking. It does no harm to try. And by the way, I knew exactly why I didn't like Alexander. But why didn't he like me? "Okay," I agreed. "What time?" "In 3 hours. Should I come pick you up?" "I'll meet you there," I said. I didn't want to roll up there in his car. It would be like saying things were fine between me and their little rat bastard clan. This was a war, as far as I was concerned. 3 hours to the minute later, I was waiting in front of the bar, but I couldn't decide whether to go in or not. It was just that the whole street was taken up by a huge limousine and some SUVs, which were surrounded by some fearsome-looking guards. Living the sweet life, I thought, looking at the grave expressions on the faces of the guards. I figured it'd be best for me not to go in just then. It looked like they'd managed to screw people out of quite a bit of money. About 10 minutes later, 3 burly guys left the bar in nice suits. Security escorted them vigilantly to the car, went to their respective jeeps, and took off. It was just like St. Petersburg in the 90s. "Oh, here's the hammer of the Jerboas," yelled Fox as soon as I walked into the bar. "Hi," I said, a little sheepishly. I could feel the attention of everyone in the bar directed toward me. It was one thing to get pissed off and yell when you were on your own. It was another thing altogether when you were in front of 20 people who were all against you. And they were against me, almost certainly. The interests of the clan took priority, after all. As usual, Artyom, Fox, Alexander, and Sophia were sitting at a separate table. I sat down with them. "Hello again," said Alexander condescendingly. I gave him a hateful glare. "Yeah." "Don't be nervous," said Sophia softly. "Artyom told us about your problem and why you were after the bone sword. Why didn't you tell us about that right away?" "It's a secret divine task," I reminded her, "and I did say that I was headed to the throne room looking for a quest item." "You shouldn't take the screenwriting so seriously," Alexander snorted. "It's just a way to explain the restrictions on performing tasks in groups." He wouldn't be saying this, of course, if he'd received a warning about using information from the real world within the game, or if he'd seen lightning strike a bus, as prophesied by a virtual goddess. And if he, like me, suddenly found himself able to cast lightning and electric shocks, I'd bet he'd be literally running back to his capsule to give me back my sword. The only thing was that if I simply started to tell them about all these things, nobody would believe me. Most likely, the steel rats would get together, tie me up, and wait for the men in white coats to come pick me up. "Just give me back the sword," I said, irritated.
"You're asking too much,"
Alexander sneered.
Ugh, I'd love to just sock him,
but something told me that I'd end up being the loser if I did. "Where's Lazar? I want to talk to him."
"He's busy," Alexander answered. "I'm here in his place."
BS. He is busy, Sophia interrupted. And by the way, Lazar said that in addition to the 5,000 gold he promised, he also transferred another 20,000 to your account as compensation. Funny. Such little compensation for an artifact worth hundreds of thousands. It was honestly an insult. But even so, just hearing Sophia's voice made me feel a little better. This, however, was immediately ruined when she then gave Alexander's hand a loving squeeze. "Okay, listen," I said, sighing deeply to calm myself down, and deciding to use my last remaining trump card. "The sword is part of a divine quest, a small part. Most likely it'll lead to the discovery of new lands, possibly a whole new world. If you help me, I promise I'll share all the information I have with you. I know where 4 more swords are located. The wooden sword of the World Tree, the stone sword of the Dragon Mountains, and the glass sword and steel sword of the Heavenly Smith. That means 4 more high-level locations into which I'll be able to lead a group of players and potentially give them access to whole new worlds." Suddenly, I heard a familiar sound from the game, and I couldn't believe my eyes when in front of me I saw a familiar message.
"Attention! You have been penalized for failing to complete the secret task from the goddess Elenia. Minus 1,000 to your standing with the goddess Elenia. Current status, guarded. To friendly, 400. Changes have been made to the task Road of Swords. Penalty for failure to complete. Death of your character."
I didn't understand. I wasn't in the game. How could I be receiving a system communication?
"If you'd told us that right when you'd called us together to go to the Dead City, we'd probably have agreed," Alexander said, obviously oblivious to the message hanging in midair between him and me. "But you used us. That's not good. Plus, we don't even have the sword anymore."
I was still staring blankly at the communication, trying to decide whether I'd lost my mind, so I didn't immediately register what he'd said. What do you mean you don't have the sword? It was a few hours ago." "It's already too late," said Sophia guiltily. "The bone sword is part of an epic set, and it was especially valuable for a certain person who'd gathered all the items except for the sword. Our boss got in touch with the leader of another one of the top clans and exchanged the sword for an alliance and a sum of money."
"Now do you understand why nobody would give you back the sword?" Alexander asked. "Even if we'd actually signed a contract with you, our clan leader would have thought of a way to get that off you. An alliance with the Unnamables, and the money we got have allowed us to boost our rating and guaranteed some pretty nice bonuses for all participants in the raid, including you."
The inscription about the task changing had finally vanished, but now I had an invisible timer running in my head, just like in the game. I knew with certainty that I had 8 days, 50 hours, and 59 minutes until the end of my allotted time to complete the task. Well, now it was 58.
"Come on, man," Fox said, slapping me on the shoulder encouragingly. 25 grand is pretty good." "I have an alternative proposition for you," Alexander continued. "You help us get the remaining 4 swords. We'll sell them all, and then we'll buy you a new account, a new apartment, a car, and whatever else you want. 4 epic set items, which nobody can get without your help, that could earn you some pretty sweet cash."
"Because of you, I already have the curse of the goddess on me," I said acidly. "Now you want me to try to trick her?"
"Why not?" Alexander shrugged. "It's just a game. You should enjoy it. Plus, you could make some money. It's ideal. You have the chance to combine the 2 here."
"Just a game, you said?" I jumped up, my chair clattering to the floor. "No, it's not just a game." Alexander immediately jumped up beside me, laying a heavy hand on my shoulder.
"Let's keep things under control, okay?"
The whole bar felt silent, looking over at us.
"Get your hand off me," I hissed. "First, you calm down."
A surge of hatred pulsed in my brain. I felt like I could feel it lowering a red film over my eyes. I stretched out my hand in Alexander's direction like I was going to shove him, but instead of that, I mentally summoned an electric shock. I can't say what made me do it. Blue lightning branched between my fingers, a loud crack, and Alexander flew back a few meters, slamming into the bar. "What?" Sophia screamed, running over to Alexander. Artyom and Fox also jumped up from the table, but in their case it was to put themselves between me and Alexander.
"What was that?"
Fox asked, enthralled.
"Do you have an electroshocker?"
I'll admit it, I hadn't been expecting such a strong effect, but I didn't show it. "I need that sword. Cancel your deal and give it back to me."
"Yeah, you said that,"
Fox chuckled, still entranced by my hand.
"Nobody on their own can take on a whole clan, but in real life, you're not one of those people who bring virtual arguments into the real world, are you, dude?"
"Alas," I snickered, "I bring everything from Arctania into the real world. It's just my karma." I made a little gesture with my hand like I was used to doing in Arctania, and a bolt of lightning arced from my fingers into one of the huge wall-mounted TVs. I'd never thought that a flat screen could explode so dramatically.
"Are you insane?"
Artyom yelled.
"I need my
sword," I said maliciously, looking around the room at the silent clan members. "And you'd better get it back to me." I was shaking with adrenaline, so much so that it was hard to walk over to the exit. Nobody tried to stop me, which was good because I really doubted that I had enough mana left for another fighting spell. Leaving the bar, I activated my power over mechanism spell. Somehow I just knew it would work. I opened the huge steel door. Something in the mechanism clicked loudly, confirming that my spell had indeed worked. What the hell was this damn game doing to me? And what would I become when my perception within the game had reached 100%? I thought as I walked along the street, not heading in any particular direction. For the moment, though, it was more important to get the sword back and complete the first stage of the divine quest. Otherwise, I wouldn't even live to see that happy day. Intuition was telling me that eventually the character that died wouldn't be Falk. It would be Andre. Part 2. Brand of the Outlaw. Players in Arctania are increasingly complaining about the intervention of the gods, whose power extends over practically every aspect of the game. At the same time, developers are confident that it is specifically the gods that spice up the gaming process. In addition, they prevent players in Arctania from doing whatever they want. Excerpt from an article on the official Russvert Tech site. The Steel Rats clan has concluded an alliance with the Unnamables, thereby strengthening their position in the ratings and gaining a level on the Red Caps. Now the conflict between these clans, which started because of a skirmish between two of their top players, Alexandrius and Thunderstrike, has become a political issue. There are big names supporting each of the clans, and nobody can predict how this will all end. For now, all we can do is follow the story as it develops and place bets. Imperial News. The head of the Unnamables clan, the Dark Inquisitor Antibiotic, has confirmed rumors that he's collected all the components of the epic set The Prince of Bones, consisting of a breastplate, shoulder armor, greaves, gauntlet, helmet, shield, and sword. This is the third complete epic set consisting of 7 items that's been assembled in Arctania so far. Because of this event, the odds for bets on individual swordsmen in the Battle of the Clans have swung 2-1 in favor of Antibiotic. News from the bookmaker Glitch & Sons. Chapter 1. I sat in front of my computer and surrendered to the bad mood. It was one of those rare days when even coffee didn't sound good. More specifically, it was the first and so far only such day in my life. I mean, good coffee is the drink of the gods, which is almost impossible to turn down. Why the hell did I do that? I asked myself rhetorically for the umpteenth time. Even when the situation had been worse than ever, I'd somehow managed to make it even more complicated. It wasn't enough that I'd revealed the conditions for my secret divine quest to the rats, which had attracted the ire of the virtual goddess into the real world. I was still having trouble comprehending that fact, although when I got home I did spend quite a long time trying to pull up the game menus, which made me feel like a complete psycho. I'd also been stupid enough to let my bad mood spill over into a demonstration of my powers. I mean, is that not idiotic? Now they knew that I had information about the locations of 4 epic artifacts, But even that wasn't the worst part. 20 people had just seen me casting lightning bolts. Well, okay, bolt. One bolt. But that didn't make it any better. If they had cameras in that bar, and of course cameras were everywhere nowadays, then Lazar would have a pretty interesting little video recording of my powers. Practically a blockbuster. The worst thing was that thanks to Artyom, their clan leader would easily be able to find out the name and address of the star of that little film. So what should I be expecting from Alexander and his buddies in both the real world and the virtual world? In Arctania, I definitely put a tail on a person who knew exactly where such valuable artifacts were located, if I was in their shoes. That is to say, on me. Basically, I'd have to get out of Qatar as soon as possible. That much was crystal clear. What might be awaiting me in the real world, I had absolutely no idea. It'd have been great to leave my apartment for a while, but it'd be hard to pull that off given that it would involve moving my Supervert 3000, which was only supposed to be done by technicians from Rusvert Tech. And I wouldn't be able to do that myself, that was for sure, given my total lack of qualifications and the built-in blocks in the egg-shaped capsule itself. I bet the company's reps would have been surprised if they got their hands on my capsule, by the way. I wasn't supposed to have it in the first place, plus the pain setting was up to almost 100%. A recipe for disaster. I'd be leaving Qatar, that was for sure, but my main, indeed my only task now, was to get back that bone sword. Well, I mean, maybe it wasn't getting it back in the strictest sense of the word. I'd never held it in my hands, to be fair, but in any case, it had to be mine within 8 days. Otherwise, either my character would have to be deleted, or maybe I myself would be deleted. Logic and common sense were a little bit at a loss in a situation like this, so until the time for my punishment actually came, I had no idea what Elenia had in store for me. I entered my password to log into my desktop computer and immediately saw a pile of messages from Artyom. Same thing on the voicemail. Regret, reproach, apology, wanting to talk. The apologies weren't much use to me. On my social media, I also found a message from Sophia. This was a little more interesting. Well, plus, it was a little more pleasant. She also apologized and said she disapproved of her husband-to-be's actions. Damn, just disapproved. I mean, of course, I hadn't been expecting that she'd up and call off the wedding with Alexander just because he turned out to be a scumbag, but her phrasing could certainly have been a little harsher toward him. After a little daydreaming while looking at pictures of my dream girl, I started my search for info about the person to whom that jerk Lazar had sold my sword. After about half an hour, and having read through all the available info, I was thoroughly depressed. Antibiotic was the head of the Unnamables clan, a dark inquisitor at level 120. The sword had become the final item he'd needed to collect the epic set, and even if I allowed myself to forget for a minute about my own limited financial and in-game capabilities, I couldn't imagine what kind of money or artifact it might take to get Antibiotic to consider breaking up the epic set. I wouldn't have been surprised if even selling my apartment together with my capsule and both kidneys still wouldn't have generated enough cash. Mind you, this was all speculation. First things first, I'd have to go meet with him in person and just talk. Based on what I'd seen, the mafiosos in suits who'd been leaving the happy vampire as I arrived were probably Antibiotics people. Damn, I couldn't have guessed then how accurate my joke about St. Petersburg in the 90s would turn out to be. Maybe one of those big guys was the clan leader / Dark Inquisitor himself. Sensing that coffee wasn't going to be enough today, I grabbed the single bottle of beer from where it had been standing lonely in the fridge for months and continued my research. Alas, there was no information whatsoever available about who Antibiotic was in real life. That wasn't too surprising. Many clan leaders did hide info about who they were in real life in order to keep clan politics from leading to investigations and intimidation in the real world. I mean, let's be honest. If I'd been a slightly less good-natured person, I could see me having let that lightning loose on something other than a TV. Other players might not have had my powers, but they might very easily have bats, knives, or guns. In such a case, Lazar, with his tavern, was in a pretty safe spot. On the other hand, that might be exactly why he didn't come meet with me personally. He was probably suspecting that I'd be a little angry with Alexander. A little indeed. I'd have killed the bastard. In Arctania, of course, not in the real world. I'm still not a complete psycho. At least, I was pretty sure I wasn't. Just to check, though, I quickly made a little lightning flash in my palm. I was still sane, I thought with relief, and turned back to studying the available information on the new owner of my sword. The Unnamable's clan was based in Varithe, emphasis on the second syllable. The port city was based on the shores of the White Sea, not far from Qatar. Well, by not far, I meant a 6-hour flight. For me, wasting precious time on a flight was a luxury, but in this case, it was also a necessity. The sword would definitely be there, provided, of course, that Antibiotic wasn't traveling around Arctania. In that case, I'd be wasting even more time on a wild goose chase. I just needed to sit and talk with the guy for 5 or 10 minutes, find some common ground, and then get to the heart of the matter. Offer an exchange. God knows for what. Maybe he'd accept my soul, or maybe tell him about the quest and show him my map. Of course, if the goddess were to get pissed off, she could torpedo the whole endeavor, but still, I couldn't rule the option out. There might not be any other choice. Maybe Antibiotic would turn out to be smarter than Lazar, and he'd be interested in the divine quest himself, not just in the epic swords. Basically, though, there was no point trying to guess what might happen until I had the chance to talk to the new owner of the bone sword. In other words, less talk, more walk. Jumping into the capsule, I headed off into Arctania and again found myself outside the walls of the dead city. First things first, I pulled out the tablet and checked my bank balance. Well, Lazar had been as good as his word, at least where this was concerned. He had indeed transferred 25,000 gold into my account. Of course, I'd have loved to have turned down the money haughtily and thrown it in his face, although in real life I'd have loved to smack him over the head with a bag of gold. But when you're at war, every penny counts. And I was indeed at war. A hell-born killer on the warpath, at a fearsome level 23. I couldn't resist holding my hand and showing let's say a fist, to the sky and shouting, "Enemies beware!" Maybe since I was already here, it'd be worth taking a walk through the tower and looking for the treasures of the Order of Var. After all, I might end up finding something that would be good for haggling with the Unnamables. But it was unlikely that such things would be very easy to find, and every minute counted at the moment. Or should I take the risk? Damn it, of course. I'd left the key to the storehouse in my room in Qatar. Just my luck. Ha ha ha! Luck just happens to be my specialty, I suddenly heard a high-pitched male voice exclaim. I was so surprised I almost had to sit down where I stood. From thin air in front of me, a miniature, about a foot tall, long-nosed little man appeared, in a suit that reminded me of a clerk from the 70s. Khaki pants, plaid shirt, a leather vest, and a weird hat. And in his hands he held a run-of-the-mill abacus. What was this? "Who are you?" I asked with surprise. "The god of luck," the little man answered confidently. "Hote." "It's pronounced okay," I corrected him. "My name is Hote," the little man laughed, clattering away on his abacus. "I'm in charge of making sure that people's streaks of bad luck are at least occasionally enlivened by something positive. And from what I can see, Falk," he gesticulated to me with the abacus, which had only black beads on it, "you had nothing but bad luck for some time now." I couldn't resist jumping in. "Yes, indeed. Therefore, I'll work a little miracle for you. Ba 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 ba." The little man clapped his hands and disappeared, and a steel key fell to the earth. I picked it up and read the attributes. "Key to the storehouse of the Order of Var. Rumor has it that only this key can allow you access to the treasures that the Order collected over the course of many, many years." Hey, it's my key. Had he used magic to get my key from my room and bring it here? "Couldn't you think of anything better?" I couldn't resist asking. "Maybe just return the bone sword instead?" But the little man didn't appear to be in any mood to listen to my complaints. He'd evaporated, seemingly quite literally. "Some help," I muttered, irritated. "And that name is kinda weird." Mind you, the Encyclopedia of Arctania on my tablet quickly explained the behavior of this little man with the abacus. Hote turned out to be the god not only of luck and wealth, but also fun. In other words, there wasn't much chance I was going to get any kind of serious help. Well, I might as well go look for the treasure. If they were going to intervene like this to give me the key, a few hours wouldn't make a big difference in my overall task. There was a chance, on the other hand, that staying to look would lead to riches that had been stored over the years by an order of hired killers. That was my reasoning, anyway. There might be a whole pile of epic artifacts in there. Looking around until I was sure there weren't any of the Destroyer's friends, members of the Steel Rats, or random opportunists hanging around, I held my hand up to the wall and ordered the secret door to open. As it turned out, with Rathmir's departure, I had become almost the only remaining guardian of the Order of Var's safe house. Although maybe this was a bit of an exaggeration. After all, there wasn't much in there except zombies. But the treasure was in there. My treasure, now. Although, of course, that depended on whether the treasure actually existed. I walked into the dimly lit corridor with quite a bit more confidence now. It had almost started to feel like home, now that I'd been spending so much time here. Meanwhile, some strange changes had taken place during my absence. The light in the corridor was flickering for some reason, and the smooth walls now showed big. The floor was covered with chips of stone, and now and then there was a whole chunk of the wall lying on the ground. I couldn't imagine what had happened here, an earthquake or some kind of battle with the local evil spirits, but it had led to part of the Tower of Var collapsing. I could only guess at that point how much the upper floors had been damaged, but at the moment things weren't looking too good. No way the steel rats had collapsed the tunnel on purpose so nobody else could use it, I thought angrily. And how could they have managed to do it in the short interval between murdering me and returning to the respawn point? It wasn't even necessarily a possibility within the game mechanics. After all, troublemakers weren't able to do anything they wanted. There were certain limitations which, for example, prevented you from destroying an instance and wiping it from the face of the earth so nobody else could play it. It was also impossible for high-level players to get to locations meant for lower-level players. Either magic or divine intervention prevented it. In the old-style computer games, if a character was forbidden from climbing a mountain, there was just no way they were going to be able to do it. With total immersion, on the other hand, players would always be trying to stick their nose into every little nook and cranny. If necessary, some of them would saw a tree down and use it as a ladder, or throw a rope up wherever they could, or blow up whatever obstacles were in their way, or, of course, use magic. Therefore, the game mechanics had not only to take practically every possible factor into account, but also come up with suitable limitations. In the real world, nobody who was passing by a building would even think of trying to punch a hole in the wall with some kind of special ability or magical spell. But in Arctania, there were boatloads of idiots like that. Basically, all this meant that if something in the underground passage had collapsed, it was meant to do so from the start. The only upside to this unexpected catastrophe was the absence of any zombies. Maybe they got crushed by the rock. Maybe something somewhere was broken. Who could say? The upshot was that in my trip to the end of the corridor, I didn't meet a single enemy. Predictable, I said under my breath upon seeing a pile of masonry blocking the entrance to the passageway that led to the King of the Dead. It was, after all, entirely likely that it had been created in the first place specifically to allow me access to the sword as part of the goddess's quest, and I'd managed to mess up my one chance. Kicking one of the stone blocks in frustration, all I could do was be thankful that the staircase leading up had remained intact, and head up to check out the tower. Per the logic of the game, if I entered the tower from the base, the stash should be somewhere on the very top floor. And if there was someone in the Order of Var who outranked everyone else, that's almost definitely where he'd have lived. For that reason, I decided not to waste time searching every room along the way, but just went straight to the very top. What was interesting was that the stairs leading from one floor to the next were always on the opposite end of the hall to where they'd been on the previous floor. So in order to go up to the next floor, you had to cross the whole previous floor. Perhaps this was a holdover from the good old RPGs when the next level in an instance was available only after the previous one had been completely cleaned out. In real life, people building a tower would have put in a normal spiral or switchback staircase so you could just go to whichever floor you actually needed to go to. But no, here I'd have to slog my way through every floor, expecting at any moment to run into one of its dead and horrible-smelling residents. A few times I heard something creak quietly behind me, and instinctively turned around with a whip of the dagger-like spearhead at the end of my chain. However, I didn't see anything except a dusty, empty corridor. To be fair, if there were zombies strolling around up here, they definitely wouldn't have been hiding from me. They'd probably hurry right over. Plus, the things were none too graceful on their feet. They definitely wouldn't have just glided along, making only the occasional quiet creak. Was it wind, or maybe some kind of rats? I didn't know what it could be, but the sensation of somebody watching me didn't disappear. It just faded a little bit, like maybe they were watching me out of the corner of their eye. It was unpleasant, even a little scary. Maybe it was a game, but the pain was more than real enough for me. So I was definitely keen to avoid any unpleasant surprises. Anybody there? I couldn't hold back, after turning around yet again upon hearing a sinister-sounding crunch. Whoever was following me, they were pretty adept at staying hidden. They certainly weren't about to just answer my question, that was for sure. But it couldn't hurt to try. And maybe there actually wasn't anybody following me. Maybe it was just my imagination. Although I think that even the calmest person in the world, with the most atrophied sense of self-preservation possible, would still be a little bit nervous if they found themselves in a city full of zombies. Personally, I was quite fond of my own sorry ass and tried to protect it, no matter what anybody or anything I ran into might do to make that more difficult for me. And I wouldn't flip them the bird, either. I mean, whoever it ended up being, it wouldn't be Alexander. I still didn't know what was causing these sounds that were freaking me out. But on the bright side, thanks to them, I was completely prepared when I finally did run into danger for the first time. When, while making my way up to the next floor, I finally almost walked right into a half-rotten zombie, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a visible, actual threat instead of this endless playing with my nerves. I didn't even mind the smell of the rotting corpse, which had so recently made me almost throw up. I didn't even bother looking to see the level of my opponent. I just hurled my chain at him and let loose a generous blast of electricity. Crunch! A happy-looking spark flew down my chain, dealing the creature a good 100 points of damage. The only problem was that the overall health of the zombie, things like this still sounded strange to me, had barely changed. Belatedly, I checked its level and swore. Demonic zombie, level 40. Maybe let's just go our separate ways, I blurted out the first thing that popped into my head as I started to stagger backward toward the stairs. Alas, even if the zombie had had working ears instead of strips of shredded flesh hanging off its head, it wouldn't have understood me. Its brain, visible through an enormous hole in the zombie's forehead, had long ago been eaten to bits by worms. I managed to get a good look at the monster in all its hideous glory before I turned around and took off in the other direction. The monster growled after me. Having run all the way down the stairs, I turned around and barely managed to dodge a rotten but surprisingly agile fist. It seemed like this masterpiece of the necromancer's art was somewhat more agile than his lower-level brethren. Of course, I couldn't help being a bit disappointed. Poking the thing right in its massive hand with the tip of my spearhead, I slipped deftly between it and the wall, and took off running in the other direction. I still don't know why I did that. Probably I was just so keen not to waste any of my precious time running to and fro around the tower. If I was going to retreat, I figured I may as well retreat in the direction I had to go in anyway. If only this had been the top floor, and I didn't face the prospect of going higher and higher, continuously adding to the crowd of enemies following me. Any of them would have been able to rip me to pieces in a few seconds. Fortunately for me, when I returned to the floor I'd left in such a hurry, I didn't meet any new mobs. It would also have been nice if the demonic zombie that had been hot on my heels had gotten lost somewhere, but the monster was moving surprisingly smoothly. He hadn't missed a beat. In front of me, the staircase leading up to the next floor appeared, and I didn't have any choice but to keep running. Yes! It turned out that this was the last floor. Unfortunately, the passage was blocked by a stone door. Having no time to think, I rushed forward, tapped the door with my ring, and quickly ran inside, shutting the door on the zombie that had been following me. Before my eyes, a huge, well-lit hall, lined with wooden columns, stretched out for some distance. Actually, they looked like painted totem poles, but instead of arms, they had lots of poles sticking out of them, each of which was tipped with a rusty circular saw blade. Also sticking out of them were spears, swords, and something looking suspiciously like a gun. And all these charming little items were caked in dried blood, as was the floor below them. Damn! I burst out. This was going to be a real problem. Here I'd been thinking that finding the storehouse would be the hardest part. Turned out it wasn't even the half of it. And that was if this was actually the way to the storehouse, not just some dead-end training hall. Although logic would suggest that nobody would set up a training hall on the top floor of a tower. It just didn't make a ton of sense. Generally, I was finding myself forgetting about the fact that the game had its own rules, and that here a secret chamber could well be defended by a big belt of obstacles. A very complex one, which it gave me goosebumps to look at. Even if all these wooden columns didn't move, I was still in for a pretty rough time with all these rusty, dirty saws, spears, and swords. But it wasn't just me that would be in for a tough time. I don't know if it was just a feeling or cold, calculated reasoning, but killing a level 40 monster would bring some pretty nice experience points. I wanted to kill that thing, no matter what else happened. Or maybe I just had a lot of pent-up anger that I had to let out, and the poor half-decomposed corpse was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Whatever the case, I decided I'd combined my first attempt to cross the belt of obstacles with an attempt to get rid of my dogged pursuer. But first, I'd have to see how these things would react to a player. The info for the wooden columns was a bit weird.
Defense mechanism, level +10.
What the hell? I was puzzled. What did they mean with that level? But my confusion was quickly dispelled by a more detailed reading of the info. It turned out that the level of the defense mechanism was directly dependent on the level of the person trying to cross the belt of obstacles. For me, this meant they were level 33. Wasn't going to be easy. As you might have expected, all I had to do was approach one of the motionless wooden columns, and it jerked to the side with a loud creak, sending all its death-dealing saw-tipped poles flying toward me. Yep, that was dangerous. If I couldn't get across the belt of obstacles on the first try, I'd have to make my way back here from my respawn point. And outside, that same jumpy corpse would be waiting for me. No, it was better just to deal with him once and for all. Well, I'm in God's hands now. Or more accurately, the goddesses, I thought. Opening the door for the awaiting zombie, I rushed toward one of the defense mechanisms. At the last moment, I ducked to avoid its blows and dove forward, leaving the mechanism alone with the zombie. The ring of the circular saw, a few gunshots, and nothing remained of my level 40 opponent but a few scraps of rotten meat. A system communication notifying me of the experience I'd received served as recognition of my role in the killing of the demonic zombie. Then I was alone, frozen between two columns. A spear jutting out from one of them thrust itself into the air right in front of my nose, while behind my back I heard the whine of a circular saw at the end of a pole. Thankfully, the murderous mechanisms operated on a given trajectory, which almost reached me. The opposite end of the hall was too far away for me to see what was there, but whatever it was, I was going to have to cross this belt of obstacles. The fact that I was still unharmed was proof of one thing. There was a way to move between these spiky columns, but my attempt to continue ahead instantly proved another point, which was that I still didn't know what that way was. The first spear that struck me took off 90% of my health. While I nursed my wound with an elixir and checked out my surroundings, something really strange happened. One of the columns suddenly rotated and struck a blow into thin air. It looked really strange. After all, once my semi-decomposed opponent had been killed, it was just me left in here. Or was it? Now I had two tasks. Get to the other side of the room and find out who this spy was. It was unlikely to be an NPC or a monster with invisibility. They would have just attacked. That meant this was most likely a player. Several classes had abilities that allowed them to move undetected: thieves, assassins, and several subtypes of mage. One of them could easily have slipped into the tower after me. I didn't think it was just a coincidence that I'd felt like someone was watching me. It was perfectly likely that your intuition within the game developed in the same way as other hidden parameters like luck or your odds of crafting a higher quality item. At any rate, I wasn't going to be able to get past the defense mechanisms as easily as I might be able to spot whatever was following me. So how was I going to get past this damn belt of obstacles? I didn't quite have the dexterity I needed here, plus I wasn't exactly overflowing with health points. It wasn't going to work for me to try to fight several of these columns at the same time when they were 10 levels higher than me. What options did I have here? My chain and the ability to cast an electric shock. That's where the dance would have to begin. The ceiling seemed to be smooth. No cracks, much less so any kind of hook that I might be able to latch onto. And it wasn't high enough that I'd be able to swing above the traps like Indiana Jones. Crawling along the floor was also probably not going to work. The columns all had poles extending down to the floor. Looking at them, they all seemed to be different from each other. The poles stuck out of the column at all different heights, and the weapons also seemed to have been inserted more or less randomly. It didn't seem like I was going to be able to trick my way past them. I'd need to use my fighting skills, which, to be honest, weren't anything to write home about. There was also magic. Otherwise, I'd have to retreat and leave my search for the Order of Var's storehouse for better days. Against a belt of obstacles 20 columns deep, luck wasn't going to get me through. I'd need either some kind of skill or some kind of cheat. Considering it logically and ignoring game mechanics for the time being, there had to be something that powered these columns: magic, electricity, or some mechanism. Theoretically, if it was magic or electricity, I could try to jam it with something or play with the mechanism somehow. Well, may as well give it a shot. To start, I whipped the chain into a column while standing a little ways away. I don't know what kind of effect I'd been expecting, but it suddenly started whirling around, all its saws buzzing at once. A long whine rang throughout the hall, accompanied by the shriek of iron on iron and a few gunshots, fortunately not in my direction. It seemed like the lightning did affect these mechanisms. It's just that it didn't stop them. It had quite the opposite effect. Damn, I let out a disappointed sigh. Almost. And then the column once again swung all its weaponry around at once, and then kind of slumped over, limp. It was as though it had fallen asleep, having used up all its energy. Even the color of the label that told you what the thing was called now changed from red to gray. In other words, it had actually stopped moving. This was an interesting development. True, it did become red again, and the mechanism sprang back to life, before I'd even had time to get excited, but still, I'd found my cheat. And since I now knew how to knock out the columns for a short time, I'd at least be able to scurry past them. To work. I started to throw lightning around, shutting down the mechanisms and slipping between them. I was trying to move as fast as I could, once in a while throwing a glance behind me. If there was something following me, it'd either have to reveal itself now or wait here behind the belt of obstacles. It chose the first option. When I'd gone about halfway across, one of the columns at the edge started to move again. Ha, I thought. It sure would have been funny if one of the defense mechanisms had smacked it. The next column, which was armed with a gun, let off a shot and missed me only by some miracle. I somehow had to avoid getting hit by a stray bullet, I thought with some irritation as I turned around for the umpteenth time. If only one of them could have hit whatever was following me and make it visible for me. But the crafty spy managed to follow me and avoid the defense system at the same time. All I could do for the time being was keep drinking mana regeneration elixirs and throw lightning around as often as possible. When I finally made it to open ground, there was no time to check out my surroundings. My pursuer was too close. In front of me stood two doors, quite a distance apart from each other, which clearly led into the apartments where the Order's elite had lived. Why were there two rooms? Who could say? Maybe it was designed like the gaming clans, where the two most important people in the clan leader and the executioner, would have lived. I didn't have any time to think, so I ran to the door that seemed to me to look more like a safe. For some reason, it reminded me of the ancient Fallout games. There, the underground shelters had doors that looked a lot like these. "Open!" I commanded frantically, holding my ring up to the door. Nothing happened, but almost immediately, I noticed there was a keyhole. Maybe this would be the jackpot, I thought feverishly. Grabbing the key from my inventory, I thrust it into the opening and turned it. Yes! The door began to crack open immediately. I tore the key out and hurried into the narrow opening. Fortunately for me, the gamer mechanics defaulted to having the door close automatically, so the big slab immediately swung back the other way. Alas, it didn't end up closing. At the last moment, a knife appeared out of thin air and thrust itself into the opening, leaving a small gap between the wall and the door. But that was obviously not enough to allow the ghost to follow me. Plus, the thickness of the slab meant that it wouldn't really be able to get much of a view of what was going on inside. I, on the other hand, was able to check out the room to my heart's content. However, my self-satisfied smile quickly evaporated. Yeah, I'd managed to cross the belt of obstacles, kill a level 40 zombie, evade an invisible spy, and make it into the storehouse, but it turned out to be totally empty. Just a storehouse about 25 feet square, with no windows or doors. Well, except the one behind me. Obviously, there had once been a storehouse here, but someone had managed to swipe everything before I'd arrived. I sunk to the floor, leaning against the wall, and let out the predictable stream of curses, as usual.
"Hey, you behind the door. Can you hear me?"
Oh, man. Now that ghost piped up. A booming male voice, totally unfamiliar to me. Well, at least it wasn't a little girl. That would have been embarrassing. I'd have to somehow look and see what level he was. Maybe I could break out.
"Judging by what I can see, it looks like you've hit a dead end," the ghost continued.
Damn it. It seemed like he could see everything inside, and now he knew that I was locked in and wasn't going anywhere fast. Unless I committed suicide and just appeared back outside the walls of the dead city. Actually, that wasn't all that bad an idea. It wouldn't lose too much experience, and I'd almost certainly be able to get away before my invisible pursuer realized I was gone. On the other hand, maybe I could somehow give him the idea that there was a secret passage in here, and I'd managed to escape. If I keep quiet, he might definitely think that.
"Cat got your tongue."
No, you idiot, I'm just warming up for the opera.
If you're hoping to sneak out of here to the respawn point, forget it, the killer kept yelling. And even if you do manage to get out and make it back to Ditmar, somebody's waiting for you there, too.
Ugh, these rats had me on all sides. Judging by the map, the next nearest village was 2 or 3 days' journey from here. Far too much time for me to waste, even if I did manage to escape the dead city unnoticed.
You're not getting out of there. Lazar has an offer for you. You give us all the information you have about the locations of the artifacts, and the clan will give you 10% of the auction prices for them. Otherwise, we'll just keep you here until the allotted time for your quest runs out, and you won't get anything at all.
Plus, I'd also die anyway, I added mentally. Dickheads. Had I let slip that there was a time limit on the quest? I probably had, I thought, punching myself in the knee as hard as I could. Trusting fool. That was twice now I'd been taken for a ride. Or was it 3 times? I'd already lost count. Maybe it was a good idea to stay and actually look for a secret passage. Even if I did manage to escape, however, I didn't know what I'd do after that. Maybe head to another city on foot? Or try to get to Ditmar and catch the commuter airship? No, I was going to have to come up with another idea here, and that would be easiest in a more comfortable setting. Enough for today. Chapter 2. Climbing out of the capsule, I barely managed to refrain from kicking the thing in frustration. But smacking around a piece of technology that cost a couple million rubles wasn't a solution to the developing situation. So I contented myself with a long and colorful torrent of cursing. I'd been cursing under my breath a lot more recently. Actually, it had joined the ranks of my daily habits next to my good old cup of coffee. There was probably some fancy psychological term to describe the phenomenon of airing one's grievances into thin air, but I'd have just called it, I'm sick of it all. An unexpected knock at the door definitely didn't help my mood, although I still managed to stay vigilant. First things first, I looked out the peephole to make sure it wasn't a crowd of steel rats visiting me, or maybe some special forces hunting down people with superpowers. As if my cheap steel door would hold back the Spetsnaz with blowtorches or battering rams. Thankfully, it turned out it was just Artyom. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" he said instead of saying hi as soon as I opened the door. "I've been busy," I answered grumpily, letting him inside. "Why are you wandering the streets at night?" He seemed lost for words. "I wanted to talk. To warn you." I couldn't hold back a sarcastic laugh. "Did you come to warn me not to trust Alexander? Don't you think it's a bit late?" It was really funny to see such a burly man looking so embarrassed. "No, not that. Lazar has dispatched a few thieves to follow you, including some near the dead city. I wanted to warn you so you didn't hurry off to your secret passage." "Too late there as well," I snickered. While Artyom took off his coat and shoes, I poured us some coffee and tried to find something edible in the fridge. Unsuccessfully, as it turned out. "Listen, I'm sorry again. I didn't know things were going to turn out like this." Artyom apologized yet again, walking into the kitchen. "What Alex did was really shitty." "You're pretty soft on him. I've got some other words that seem more appropriate. But it's not just his fault, is it? As far as I know, your Lazar is also a snake in the grass. He sold the stolen artifact within a few hours, like he knew this was going to happen." Artyom sat at the table, took his cup of coffee, but didn't seem in a hurry to drink it. So I sat in silence for a while, too, in no hurry to ask the question that I knew was bothering him. And I knew exactly what that question was. "Listen, what happened there in the bar? I mean, you cast lightning. Is this some kind of new electroshocker or something?" "No, I can cast lightning with my bare hands," I answered jokingly. "I knew something like this might happen when I went into the bar, so I took some precautions." "Expensive, I bet," Artyom said, still anxious. "Very," I answered. "Why do you ask?" I'm just interested," Artyom said, somewhat bashfully. "I've never seen or even heard of anything like that. Or maybe your Lazar has sent some invisible thieves to follow me in Arctania, and you to follow me in the real world," I frowned. My friend literally jumped to his feet, spilling a little coffee on the table. "Never! I'm not a rat!" He suddenly hesitated, remembering the name of his clan. "And I'm not about to go around following anyone. And why would he need that anyway? In the game, it's a different story. There, he's not going to let you out of his sight.
You shouldn't have told him you know the locations of 4 epic artifacts.
I agree. I've made a lot of mistakes, starting with trusting you and your little friends, and ending with a naive attempt to appeal to their sense of honor. Artyom grimaced like he had a toothache.
We're not all obsessed with money like Alex and Lazar. A lot of us play for fun and would never do anything dirty like that.
Too bad Lazar is the head of the clan, huh? I reminded him.
Yeah, Artyom agreed. That's true, but what can I do now? Rub my face with ashes and leave the steel rats?
Great idea, I said, not at all embarrassed. You should do that.
No, that's not a great idea. I have a lot of friends there, lots of plans, plus the money is good. Sorry, but I'm not going to just throw it all away.
I mean, I hadn't been expecting him to, but still, it was unpleasant to hear.
Whatever the case, when I heard that they'd cornered you in the Dead City, I decided to rectify things just a little bit.
Did you clean out the clan storehouse and send everything to me? I asked hopefully.
You're hilarious, Artyom chuckled. I wouldn't make it even a single day after doing that. Literally, that's so much money. No, it's just that when we left the tower, I secretly hid a glider on the roof of that tower.
Come again, I clarified.
Listen, do you read any articles on Arctania? Gliders are one-man transport. That's what we use to descend from the raid airship to your precious little village.
Yeah, I remember, like hang gliders. But how am I going to make it up onto the roof?
Artyom shrugged. Well, that part's up to you. It's the only thing I could do in such a short span of time. Theoretically, you could hire a few players or NPCs as bodyguards, and they could lead you out of the location. But that won't come cheap, and they'd still have to actually get to the Dead City, unless you get really lucky, and there are some people with some free time near Ditmar.
Damn. I hadn't even thought of hiring someone. A few killers at level 70 or something could easily make short work of the rats who were blockading me in the tower. The only thing was that it'd take half a day for them to make it to me, if not a whole day. But at very least, it was a good option to keep in mind.
Oh, yeah, but keep in mind that by no means just any mercenary will be keen to step to our clan, now that we've got an alliance with the Unnamables, added Artyom by way of encouragement.
And to think, I know exactly who to thank for that happening, I frowned. Well, I'll say thanks if I do manage to fly out of the Dead City. And anyway, where am I going to fly on your glider? In Ditmar, there are also people waiting for me. They won't let me on an airship.
Yeah, that's a problem, Artyom admitted. Have you tried seeing if there are any private airships anywhere nearby?
Again, I got the feeling I'd neglected an important option here.
Where do you look for something like that? Download the app Traveling Companions on your tablet. There you can see any passing airships that use the app, and that might be willing to pick you up for a fee.
Ah, but the app is only accessible on advanced tablets. I'm a noob with a newbie.
I forgot about that limitation, said Artyom, vacillating for a second. Let's do this. I'll go home and see who's near you at the moment and send along their contacts. Then you get in touch with them and ask them to pick you up.
Awesome. Now this is beginning to sound like a plan, I said.
So, are we cool? He asked.
We're cool, I said after a short pause. But I still won't say thanks until I get back to Qatar. Overall, it was a bit of a tense meeting with my friend. He specifically hadn't done me any wrong, but I still couldn't carry on a conversation with him as easily as we used to. So I walked him out pretty quickly. Also, I now had a decent plan for getting out of the Dead City, and I couldn't wait to rub the steel rats' noses in it. Ideally, I'd be able to get away without them even realizing it. Let them waste a few days guarding the tower's exit. Jumping in the capsule, I quickly found myself back in my stone prison. Now I felt more than enough optimism that I'd find a secret way out of here, so I set to work quickly and methodically. I mentally divided each wall into quarters and started a thorough examination. I tapped everywhere, pressed everywhere, and tried to persuade the walls to open using the Ring of the Order of Var. I also didn't forget to check the floor and the ceiling. But in the end, it was all for nothing. It seemed like the only exit to the room was also the entrance. I wondered, was the ghost still standing guard outside? He had to leave the game at some point. Or did they take shifts guarding me? I wished I had thought to ask Artyom, although it was by no means certain that he'd have known the answer. If I could manage to make it through the belt of obstacles in the other direction quicker than the spy, I could run ahead and hide in one of the rooms on the lower level, and there I might be able to find some windows. Actually, there was another door up here too, which I might definitely be able to make it to. Who knew what might be in there? That was it. After all, the ghost hadn't attacked me. It had just been following me, which meant that I could walk out and go into the neighboring room, and it wouldn't bother me. At any rate, it wouldn't hurt to try. Whatever else happened, I would have to leave the building in order to use my tablet to find passing airships or any warriors who might be available to guard me. Possibly. If I ended up on the roof and got my hands on the glider, I'd search for a ride. If I ended up in the respawn zone, I'd hire a small army of warriors and slaughter all the rats who were following me. The door opened from within with the same key. The ghost's knife, which had been holding the door open, clattered to the floor, and I immediately socked it away in my inventory. I mean, there was no reason to just leave it there. I peered cautiously out the door. Hey, anybody there? Silence. Had he decided to hide? Well, well. I walked over to the other door and stuck my key in, a little hesitantly. Surprisingly, the lock clicked, and the stone slab swung readily to the side. Awesome, I said, thoroughly cheered up. The door had barely opened, but I could already tell that this room differed strikingly from the previous one. If that one had been a storehouse or treasure room, this one had clearly been someone's office. The space looked well lived in, but the main thing was that in the corner there stood a nice big suitcase. But before I managed to cross the threshold, I was pushed roughly to the side. The same ghost had jumped into the room, obviously not wanting to be left outside this time. Stepping back, I kept the key in my hand, and it slid right out of the keyhole. The door immediately swung shut. Obviously, he had been distracted by the locked suitcase and had reacted too slowly. The door closed right in his face. At the last moment, he became visible, finally allowing me to see his nickname and level. Glitch the Adventurer, level 46. Well, well, well. Quite the adventurer indeed, I chuckled maliciously. Of course, I didn't love the idea of leaving the rat alone with the suitcase, but there was a pretty good chance that the suitcase could only be opened by the key I held in my hand. Whatever the case, the only way out for him was through the respawn zone, which meant that I'd be on my own in the tower soon and could do whatever I wanted. And what I wanted to do was somehow get onto the roof. Okay, for now, I'd head down a level and then try to think of something. But first, I'd have to overcome the belt of fighting columns one more time. I was already experienced with this, so I jumped right to work, knocking them out 2 by 2 with lightning and gradually making my way to the exit. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I quickly peeked into my inventory to check out the unexpected little gift my pursuer had left for me. Pretty nice knife. Rare, and its quality was almost 40. Nice. Boom! You've taken critical damage, 500 points. You are dead. Damn it! In the respawn zone, I pulled up an instant replay of my death. Just my luck. One of the innumerable columns that had guns on it had let off a shot that sent a bullet straight into my forehead. I would have survived a shot to just about any other part of my body. It wasn't that powerful a weapon, but the bastard had managed to hit me right in the head and deal maximum damage. Hello, hello, a cheery voice piped up from somewhere nearby. Glad to see you. The second observer in charge of watching me turned out to be the pyromancer Potterast, who I'd already met on the raid against the King of the Dead. His red robe, embroidered with golden runes that glittered even in full sunlight, would have been hard not to recognize. He'd set up shop nice and close to my respawn point. He'd started a fire and laid out a little picnic. I can't say I feel the same, I said dejectedly. A level 90 mage didn't leave me a ghost of a chance of escaping. As far as I remembered, he was also pretty good at levitation in addition to his fireballs. One of those, of course, would have turned me into a little pile of ash small enough to fit into a matchbox. Well, if you take Lazar up on his offer, things will turn around pretty quickly, Potterast suggested. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? I asked with a frown. It's just a game, the mage shrugged. Somebody has to play the villain. Plus, you're being given a pretty sweet deal. Is it really a deal if I'm being forced into it? Totally, said the mage without embarrassment, and nodded to a carcass roasting on the fire. Want some lizard? You're not going anywhere anyway. I just waved a hand dismissively at him, and sat down right where I'd been standing. I didn't have any particular desire to talk to this guy, and it was too risky to try to escape the respawn point. Just for fun, he could have killed me in some new, sophisticated, experimental way. Suddenly, a gangly young man in black leather clothes appeared in a flash next to me, and immediately started heaping abuse on me. The poor guy was upset that he'd had to commit suicide in order to get out of the locked room. It was understandable, since his level had dropped from 46 to 45 after his death. My malicious joy knew no bounds. "Oh, man, already a 45, I said sarcastically instead of greeting him. The young man gave me a hateful glare and a threatening gesture with his fist, but immediately froze in that awkward position. Any aggression in the respawn zone was forbidden. He wouldn't even have been able to flick me with his finger. "Keep hanging out with me, you'll lose a few more levels," I assured the adventurer. "And thanks for the nice knife, too."
"Try to run, and it'll be my pleasure to kill you."
I really wanted to ask the ghost what he'd found in that room, but my intuition suggested that he wasn't about to satisfy my curiosity. So when he joined Potterast at the fire, I knew the time had come to try my one remaining option to save myself. Pulling out the tablet, I glanced at my personal messaging and sighed with relief. RDM had already gotten back to the capsule and sent me a screenshot of the app. Not far from the dead city, there were 2 aircraft flying. One of them was part of the Imperial Air Force and wasn't likely to be interested in stopping for a single player, much less one that was being actively pursued. But the other one belonged to the strangely named Redcaps clan. Most clans, by the way, had pretty weird names. I decided to send them a message, laying out my situation honestly. "Hi, I have a problem. Some players from the Steel Rats clan have me besieged in my respawn point outside the dead city. I need help getting to Qatar or some other big city along the way. We can arrange payment later." I got an answer almost immediately from a player with the nickname Thunderbolt.
"Steel Rats? Who is it specifically?"
"Potterast and Glitch the Adventurer. Someone else might be posted in the town nearby, too."
"Looking at your info, you're only level 23. What does a level 90 mage want with you?"
"I'm considered an enemy of the clan," I answered honestly.
"Send us your coordinates. We'll be happy to stick one to those rats."
Having sent the coordinates, I couldn't conceal my malicious satisfaction as I watched Potterast stuff his cheeks full of lizard. No biggie. He didn't have much time left to enjoy it. This was almost too easy, I thought suddenly. They were just somehow willing to change their course and help a complete stranger who was as low level as me? Weird. Considering the kind of luck I'd been having lately, this was just beyond fantastic. Even my noob tablet allowed me to look through all the latest news from Arctania, where I was immediately able to find some info about the Redcaps. Now everything made sense. They were the main enemies of the Steel Rats, and what's more, the rivalry hadn't been going so well for them lately. Neither development-wise nor in terms of the successes of their top players and their clan raids. It actually seemed like I should have been asking them for payment in exchange for the chance to kill a few rats, who were on their own in the desert without any backup.
"Can you get them farther away from the respawn point?"
said the next message from the Redcaps. "I'll try," I answered. "Are you far away?"
"We left our airship a few miles away. We're coming in on gliders so we don't spook them before it's too late. Move along the wall heading west. We'll meet you there."
Alas, as soon as I left the safety of the respawn zone, Glitch the Adventurer would probably take great pleasure in hacking me to pieces. I didn't have the same running ability this killer did. His main attribute was dexterity. My only option was to cook up some story to bedazzle them, but I was having some trouble doing this. "Are you going to keep me here long?" I asked my observers.
"Until you agree to Lazar's terms," said Potterast with a chuckle. "We're in no hurry. There are a few hundred people in the clan, and we'll just keep taking shifts every day. It won't hurt anybody." "Except you," added the adventurer acidly. "Aren't you ashamed to be ganging up on a player who's way lower level than you?" I asked the rats. "I don't have a chance." My accusation didn't bother them at all. "That's the point." I pretended to be lost in thought. "You know, Glitch, if it was just you and me, I might be able to take you out." "Ha!" the young man burst out. "I'd take you out with one critical."
"Said with a level 90 mage sitting next to you," I snorted.
"Duel?"
Glitch the Adventurer immediately suggested. "Do you have any weapons left?" I continued to tease him, demonstratively pulling the dagger he'd lost out of my inventory. His face reddened with rage. "Of course, it's just a dagger." He brandished 2 swords that had suddenly appeared in his hands. "Seems like the quality of the second sword is a little less than the dagger," I said, inspecting the weapon. "A backup?"
"Stick your nose out of the respawn zone and find out," Glitch snapped.
"Sure," I said, laughing, "but let's go a little ways away from the respawn point, so you don't run into it to hide while I'm killing you." It seemed for a second like he would literally explode with rage. or at least that his face would turn completely red, cause some kind of malfunction to the system, and stay that way forever. Let's do this. I'll run like 200 feet away, and you come get me, and then I'll stomp you out like God stomping on a turtle. There's nowhere I can run anyway. Potterast can catch me easily.
No, let's all go together. I'll just stand there and watch, the mage chuckled. No need for surprises. And don't worry, I'll make sure the fight is fair.
Ha! No need for surprises? Well, well. We had walked about 200 paces from the respawn point before Glitch the Adventurer couldn't take it anymore.
That's enough. Let's duel.
Okay, I agreed, looking around furtively. I didn't see anything, and I wasn't going to be able to get the rats any farther away from the respawn point. Here we go. And just as if I'd ordered it, two characters, level 84 and 72, appeared out of the air behind us. They were both in leather armor and held two swords in each hand, clearly more hired invisible killers. They immediately launched themselves at Potterast, leaving me alone with Glitch.
You did this,
he screamed, immediately guessing what had happened.
You're dead.
I managed to catch a glimpse of Potterast protecting himself with a translucent shield that would prevent physical damage, then take off up into the air. After that, I was too busy keeping myself safe. I really didn't want to die. Just on principle. At this point, there was nothing particular to fear from a death, however paradoxical that might sound. All I could do was roll up a chain block in order to withstand at least a few blows. Ha! The killer yelled, jumping at me with two swords raised above his head. Obviously, this was some kind of super blow, since both blades suddenly flashed bright red. But I wasn't about to wait and see how well my block would work. Ducking to the side, I dodged the main blow, but one of the blades did sink into my side, immediately taking away a third of my health. Rolling away to the side, I barely managed to catch one more blow with my chain. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a message telling me that the item's toughness had reduced by a factor of 2.
You're not getting away,
Glitch the Adventurer sneered. I couldn't think of anything better than just throwing lightning in his face, but it just bounced off some kind of invisible shield. A further blow from the sword left me with just a few hit points, but before any anxiety could really sink in, I was enveloped in a bluish-white glow. A pleasant cooling feeling coursed across my skin, and my health fully regenerated. So this was what a healing spell felt like.
Simmer down now,
laughed a man in brilliant white armor with the nickname Thunderbolt.
Pick on someone your own size.
He and two other players, tanks, in heavy lamellar armor came to stand next to me. Glitch backed up a few steps. All three of them were just shy of level 90, buffed to the max, as if they'd come to take care of a whole dungeon in one go rather than just two players. Actually, if you looked at the duration on the buffs, it was likely that this was the case. They were all 24-hour or at least multiple-hour effects. I just caught the red caps on the way to a dungeon, or maybe coming back from one.
Screw you guys,
Glitch the Adventurer spat, and then immediately ran himself through with his sword before the red caps could take him out.
Damn, said the White Knight, still smiling. Gave up his experience just to spite us.
The game mechanics allowed a player to commit suicide in cases where they found themselves in a situation with no escape, like Glitch had when he'd been locked in the Tower of the Order of Var. Or if they didn't want to let someone else have the pleasure of killing them in some kind of perverted way. The only downside to seppuku compared to a normal death in such cases was that you lost twice the experience and had an increased chance of losing valuable items at the place where you died. Which, by the way, happened this time. Next to his body, Glitch dropped one of his swords.
You want this?
Offered Thunderbolt, taking his helmet off. He looked pretty tough, with a big red beard, like he'd just stepped out of some Viking chronicle. Sure, I said eagerly. Taking a second weapon from Glitch? That was a treat. Perhaps I'd even buy a little glass pedestal and set the sword and dagger up on it, so I could look at them whenever my virtual life got difficult. Just to remind myself that it wasn't just me who had bad days. While I'd been running from Glitch, two of the caps had been taking care of Potterast, and now I finally got a closer look at my saviors. There were 5 all told, 2 tricksters, each with 2 swords, and 3 well-equipped knights, one of whom turned out to be a gnome. Thanks for your help, I said sincerely, nonetheless eyeing them somewhat suspiciously. I didn't know what I was going to do. They were intending to keep me here for weeks.
One of their higher-ups must really have some kind of problem with you, said Thunderbolt.
It looked like he played as a paladin, just like my nemesis Alexander, and he was only 10 levels lower than the rat. Yep, Alexandrius, and Lazar too, I admitted frankly. Whoa, the caps gasped. Top players getting pissed off by a level 23? I'm just a natural, I guess, I answered, not without some pride.
Fine, I won't ask you for the details, said Thunderbolt reassuringly. But if you need some serious help, then you will have to let us know what's up.
Man, he didn't waste any time. Straight to the point.
I mean, we'll happily keep you safe from the rats, but we don't do anything for free.
Actually, I had to say, it wasn't the worst idea in the world. I mean, anything could happen. If it didn't work out with the unnamables, I could let the Caps in on what was going on. These guys seemed normal and pretty friendly. Although everybody was friendly until it came to dividing up loot, and where that was concerned, I was just a low-level link in the chain. But whatever the case, there would always be the pleasure of rubbing the rat's nose in their failure by sharing all my info with their enemies. It was likely that that would be the last thing I ever did, but still. Apparently, they'd already been updating their crew via their group chat since a small airship was already floating up from behind the wall. It was significantly smaller than the one on which I'd arrived with the steel rats, and it wasn't as fancy, although maybe I was being too flippant. Any airship was a pretty expensive little luxury.
Well, shall we? Asked the gnome impatiently. I want to eat some nice warm food for once.
He placed special emphasis on the word warm.
Well, it was my bad, one of the assassins shrugged. I'm sorry I mixed up the bags with the provisions. Sushi for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? The gnome grunted angrily. 4 days with nothing but sushi. Disgusting, cold, slimy sushi.
I love sushi, Thunderbolt shrugged.
Well, at least for the first 2 days.
When the airship pulled up closer, I saw that my first impression had been mistaken. Sure, it didn't have the slick, steel-ringed gondola that the rat's airship had had, but the wooden sides clearly concealed something no less impressive. The boards glimmered with a light blue light, looking like little nets of lightning were coursing along them. I cut a good ride out of here, I noted.
And how? The gnome confirmed. An aircraft made of glimmerwood is extremely rare. Not just anybody can brag about having flown on one.
Glimmerwood is worth its weight in gold, literally, said Thunderbolt proudly. There are only 4 such airships in Arctania, and 3 of them belong respectively to the Angels, the Order of Fog, and the Faces of Death. Basically, get ready for an unforgettable experience. A rope ladder tumbled down from above, and the warriors climbed aboard one after the other. I climbed in second to last. Thunderbolt picked up the ladder after himself. Finding myself inside the gondola, I looked around, hoping to see some kind of luxurious setup like the rat's airship had had. Alas, here things were more like you'd expect on a normal passenger plane. A narrow corridor, seats with seat belts along the walls, and no comfort or solitude available. There was nowhere to go for solitude anyway, since there was so little space inside. Pretty sparse, I couldn't help saying.
This is the fighting deck, the gnome snorted. We only use this when we're on campaign, or for long flights over dangerous territory. It's built for aerial maneuvering, not for drinking beer in a lazy boy.
Oh man, it was like he'd been there in the Steel Rat's airship when we'd been on the way to the Dead City. That's exactly what we'd done to pass the time.
I wouldn't say no to a beer, said the gnome,
rolling his eyes in mock ecstasy and licking his lips.
Soon enough, Thunderbolt assured him,
and yelled into the pilot's cabin.
Full speed ahead.
Not comfy, but pleasant enough. I mean, there were no comforts at all, but still, my memories of the trip were pleasant enough. These guys turned out to be pretty positive, and had a lot of fun telling me about how they'd spent 4 days clearing out a secret instance. Plus, it was on Orcish territory, and since the war with the Orcs was still going on, they'd had to fight their way in just to get to the instance. That's why they'd taken the military airship made of glimmerwood. The glimmerwood defended the gondola from magical attacks, and the airship as a whole was covered by a magical shield. Considering all the special properties of the engines, weaponry, and maneuverability, this aircraft couldn't have cost any less than the big plush toy that the rats had. It was a complicated thing. Every part of the mechanism had been crafted from specific materials. A lot of those, moreover, were things you couldn't even buy at an auction. They were things that would have had to be won from bosses at locations throughout Arctania. Honestly, I wouldn't have been very interested in this sort of thing earlier on, since purchasing or building my own airship seemed about as achievable as completing the goddess's quest. But it was interesting to learn that the simplest type of magical engine for a light-tonnage airship, no more than 3 passengers, was made from fire crystal that had to be won from level 80 hollow gin, and from arthemite, a rare metal that was mined in the mountains in Gnomish territory. As if that weren't enough, it also required charging with pollen from katuna flowers, which came from the forests of the elves. And that was the least powerful engine around. To the credit of the Caps, none of them tried to pry info out of me concerning the cause of my conflict with the rats, not even with little hints. That said, Thunderbolt made me an interesting offer.
"Listen, man," he said, "if the rats are constantly hounding you, it'd be a shame not to take advantage of it and make it a win-win for us both. We've got to think of a way to lure them into a trap and set up a little Armageddon for them. Not just a few players, but a whole group."
I still don't know where I'm headed at the moment, I admitted. But if a good opportunity does come up, I'll message you.
"Yeah, friend me, and if anything comes up, let me know. Maybe I won't be nearby, but one of us will be, and nobody will pass up the chance to screw over the rats."
So now I had 4 players in my list of contacts: Rigmus, Uncle Boris, and Artemon the Terrible. Belatedly remembering, I asked Thunderbolt whether he had any connections with the Unnamables, but he just did a double-take and looked dumbfounded.
"No way! If we find any of our people have a connection to an enemy clan, there are serious problems."
They get kicked out?
"No, of course not," Thunderbolt laughed. "But they won't be rising any higher than rank-and-file warriors. Who'd ever trust them with clan secrets if they're not trustworthy?"
We arrived in Qatar a few hours later. I could have checked out of the game for a bit, especially since it was already pretty late, but I preferred chatting with the Caps. No such thing as too much information, and they were experienced players who knew a lot about all sorts of aspects of the game. By the time we got to the city, if we weren't exactly friends, we were good acquaintances at least. At the same time, though, nobody but Thunderbolt had suggested we trade contact info. Obviously, a level 23 player wasn't in very high demand. I'm ashamed to admit it, but as soon as I stepped onto the platform of the airship station in Qatar, I was overcome by a paranoid sensation of being followed. Every character I saw looked to me like a rat following me. It was unfortunately not possible to disguise oneself very much in the game. You couldn't just wear a wide-brimmed hat, for example. That is, of course, unless your character was a high-level thief, but even for them it wasn't so easy to hide in the city. At least, so I hoped. Maybe one of those damned ghosts was following me? Plus, the rats might easily have hired some third-party player or NPC, so there wasn't much chance that I'd manage to identify whoever was following me. Walking along the street from the station, and jumping at every shadow, I finally became fully convinced that it was time for me to get the hell out of Qatar. I'd fly out of there today. I just had to grab my stuff from my room and check in with Uncle Boris. But first things first. I'd have to run by the main temple of Elenia and try to somehow come to an understanding with the goddess. At least I might get the deadline extended by 10 days or so. At this rate, it'd be a whole week before I found antibiotic. There was only one way to hide in Arctania. Blend in with the crowd and hope that your nickname would just blend into the anonymous mass. And that's exactly what I was trying to do on my way to the temple. I tried to stick close to bigger, stronger characters like orcs, ogres, trolls, and humanoid golems. The Whitestone Temple of the goddess Elenia looked fabulous, as always. Between the columns, the ubiquitous women in white togas, the servants of the goddess, flitted to and fro like ants. As usual, I was making for the entrance into the main hall, when suddenly I was stopped by one of them. "You can't come in." "What do you mean?" I asked, surprised. "I want to make an offering to the goddess." The girl's cute face suddenly twisted into a horrible grimace. "Get out of here!" I stuttered. "Pardon me, but I need to—" "You have no place in the temple of the goddess of fate. Only people with a standing of neutral or higher with the goddess Elenia may enter the main temple of the goddess of fate. Current status, guarded. To neutral, 400. Leave this place," the girl continued to howl. I didn't even have time to blink before the rest of the servants at the temple joined her. "Away! Away! Away!" Passers-by looked at us with curiosity. A few even took screenshots. I could understand why. I looked pretty stupid. The worst thing was that if I had wanted to remain unnoticed during my time in Qatar, that was definitely not going to happen now. The girls were yelling so loudly you could probably hear it for blocks. "Hello, Falk," I heard a familiar voice say. This was just what I needed, I thought as I turned around, utterly exhausted. Chapter 3. I frowned. "You found me quickly." "We never lost you," answered Alexandrius with a sneer. "Nobody doubted that you'd be back in Qatar as quickly as you could. All we had to do was leave an observer at the airship station, and there you were." And now here you are, I thought with a glance at the paladin, who was smiling with all 32 of his snow-white teeth. I wished I could have at least avoided seeing him. It took all of my self-control to contain my spite, irritation, and other negative emotions, several of which, it seemed, didn't even really have names. The massive paladin, encased in his glittering armor, looked so imposing that a big empty space immediately formed around us. Even the women who served in the Temple of Elenia finally shut up. What now? Now I want to apologize to you for stabbing you in the back, he said, to my complete surprise. I was following our clan leader's orders, but personally, I hate that kind of thing. No, I mean, I still would have killed you and taken the sword, he clarified, seeing my surprise. But I'd have done it honestly, face to face. Yeah, that's all well and good then. Level 23 against level 109. I wondered, how many little lemmings like me would it take to take down a dinosaur like him? 100? Or 1,000? Cool, I snickered. I'm about to start crying from all the gratitude and just give you all the info I have about the rest of the artifacts. I'm not interested in that anymore, Alexandrius said, somewhat haughtily. In the future, I won't be taking part if they persecute you. For some reason, Sophia's taken a liking to you, and I don't want to upset my wife-to-be, even over some little thing like that. The little thing, obviously, was me? Damn, but Sophia had taken a liking to me. Things were looking up after all. But if I see you again in the real world, I'll kick your ass, Alexandrius continued, and no electroshocker will save you. Try all you like, I thought. My electroshocker was always ready for action. We'll see, I answered proudly, feeling like a pug that was trying to attack an elephant. While in the real world, this boxing master had found himself knocked out by a little dude who had no idea of how to fight. In Arctania, the difference of almost 100 levels meant I had not even a millionth of a chance of winning such a fight. Looking furtively from side to side, I saw only a few guards, about level 100. They wouldn't have been likely to pose much of a challenge for Alexander. All my hopes were now on the assumption that he wouldn't want to ruin the clan's reputation by publicly killing me. I'll even wish you luck in finding the other artifacts. After all, they're almost guaranteed to eventually end up with us. With that, the paladin turned around and strode off in the other direction. I wanted to say something witty as he left, so as to have the last word, but I couldn't think of anything good. Whatever. In any case, Alexander had given me a pile of valuable info without realizing it. Most importantly, Sophia had taken a liking to me. There was some happiness to be had in life after all. Well, and then the next most important thing, Lazar figured that I'd be heading off to search for the other artifacts immediately, and seemingly had no idea that there were strict restrictions on the order in which you could acquire them. Which was a logical assumption, by the way, that had somehow also escaped my attention. After all, Lazar didn't know all the details of my task, or the fact that if I wanted to survive at all, I'd have to get that bone sword back ASAP. Well, it was time for me to start being a little less predictable, at any rate. In the grand scheme of things, there was nothing that valuable in my room that was really worth the trip coming back to Qatar. It was just habitual for my greedy little inner pig. It'd be better not to waste any time and just fly straight to Varitha. Maybe it would be possible to get away from the rats, since it was now past midnight in the real world, and a lot of people were probably asleep. There were no portals for instantaneous transport in Arctania, and unless somebody actually got on the same commuter airship as me, I should have a chance to get a few hours head start. Naturally, it would also be amazing if there happened not to be any steel rats in Varitha. Their clan wasn't so numerous that they could have somebody everywhere in the world at the same time. Checking my tablet, I found to my delight that the next airship to Varitha was taking off in 20 minutes. Bingo! The things in my room weren't going anywhere. I walked to the airship station at a leisurely pace, trying hard to look like I was in no hurry at all. Loudly and clearly, I asked for a ticket to Tervillian, one of the elves' cities, and a few seconds later apologized and changed my destination to Varitha. There were no coach seats left in the commuter airship, so I had to pay for a special VIP cabin, but I figured so be it. If I had the money, why not travel in style? Grabbing the tickets, I immediately broke out of the line and hurried over to the platform of the airship. It was already about to take off. Naturally, nobody followed me, but it did seem to me like there were a few players who might have been a little more interested than one would have expected. Anyway, the airship took off, leaving Qatar below. Now I had a 6-hour flight ahead of me, which I could use to plan my approach to the unnamables and my strategy for the negotiation. The VIP cabin was located in the nose of the airship, and was as different from one of the coach seats as a 5-star hotel was from a hostel. First, they were all single-passenger cabins, even though they were twice the size of a standard cabin. A comfy couch, covered with pillows, a table and chair, a fireplace. Yeah, believe it or not, a fireplace. All around me were gold, velvet, and lacquered wood. I felt like a real padishah. Plopping down on the soft couch and surrounding myself with a pillow, I pulled out my tablet and checked out my list of contacts. Artemon the Terrible and Thunderbolt I had to cross off immediately. All my hopes were now pinned on that furball Rigmus, who worked as a courier and no doubt had some connections within the clans, and the devious little merchant Uncle Boris. Not taking much time to weigh my options, I sent a message to both players. Hi, I'm having some serious difficulties, and I have to get in touch with someone from the Unnamables urgently. Ideally, I'd like to talk to their leader right away. If you can help me in any way, I'd owe you one. Both players were online, so I was hoping they'd get right back to me, and it'd be awesome if one of them was able to help somehow. I laid back on the couch, stretched out, and started to give some serious thought to my plans for the future. I had 6 hours ahead of me, which I could spend on developing one of my professions, or more exactly, I could have if I'd had the necessary equipment handy, or on researching some useful info on the tablet. Yes, it'd also be a good idea to check out some auctions and get myself an item of some kind. I had more than enough money to equip a player at my level. I just had to figure out what specifically I was going to buy. I didn't have time to run around the forest after jerboas or anything anymore, but if I ran into any aggressive players, it'd be best to have a little more health and armor. And also, if I could permit myself a moment's distraction from the main task at hand, leveling up wouldn't hurt either. Meanwhile, developing my class abilities was vital, but there was no information at all about teachers who could help level up a slider. This was confirmed yet again by a request for information to Arctania's main database. That said, I did learn that one of the 3 teachers for electromages lived in Varetha. True, his specific location wasn't on the map for some reason. Obviously, this was something I'd have to figure out for myself. Whatever the case, though, I'd have to at least try to get in touch with this person and see if I could get any useful skill out of them. Preferably, it'd be something I could carry over into the real world. For the first time since the battle with the King of the Dead, I had a chance to think through everything calmly, without any emotion. So, a slider's abilities could definitely be transferred to the real world. Was it possible that learning something in the game automatically meant that I'd be able to use it in real life? For example, learning to fist fight would be really handy, and learning to cast healing spells wouldn't hurt either. Well, what if? Although, no, that was only possible for biomancers, and I'd already made my choice where class was concerned. But as for weapons, I could still learn anything, including how to use my fists. The only thing that gave me doubts was that my work with the pink ribbon hadn't boosted my skill with chain weapons. Meanwhile, I got an answer back from Rigmus. Sup, so you're looking for the Unnamables? A courier at my level works with humbler clans than that. What kind of problems are we talking about? I've joined you among the ranks of the accursed. Admittedly, I'm not covered in hair. I've just been forbidden from forming any groups with other players, going on any raids, or joining any clans. The Unnamables have something that might help me, but I can't even get in touch with them. The curse only affects players? That's not so bad. Get a crowd of NPCs together and fight to your heart's content. I almost dropped the tablet in surprise. Why didn't I think of that? I thought, angry at myself. I figured I'd read the full description of the curse once more. Maybe I'd missed something? The curse Loner has been laid on you until completion of the epic quest Road of Swords. You may not join any clan, participate in any raid, or join any group of players. A loner must live without the help of friends. Therefore, experience acquired in the game is increased by 10%. Damn, so it wasn't forbidden for me to join up with NPCs, which meant that I could definitely enlist the help of the natives of Arctania in my search for the artifacts. You'll laugh at this, but I hadn't even thought of that. Well, if you need advice, feel free to hit me up, although I won't be able to help with money. I'm broke myself. No worries there. Thanks, I'll take that into account. Now I had one more option. Getting help from Uncle Boris. I mean, he wasn't actually an uncle, he was just a kid, but a surprisingly sharp guy. So there was still some hope. Boris, too, ended up getting back to me pretty quickly. Hey, I've worked with the Unnamables and have some contacts there.
Not with the clan leader, of course, just with their purchasing people. But I think we could send word via them. If the message is of interest to their leader, he'll get in touch with you.
Awesome. If you can pass the message along, I'll owe you one big time.
Go ahead with the message.
Suddenly, I had to think again. What could I say to Antibiotic to get him to let me into his citadel immediately? It'd be best not to lie, but also to avoid giving him all the details of my divine quest. Greetings. I'm the guy who managed to get the bone sword for the rats, and I have a lucrative business proposition for you. Short, to the point, but it should be intriguing to Antibiotic.
Yeah, right. Did you seriously have something to do with getting that sword?
I didn't so much get it, I said after a short pause. It's more like they did the grunt work and then stole the artifact from me.
Ha! I knew you weren't just another run-of-the-mill sap. You remember that if you find something interesting, bring it to me first, right?
For sure. Can you message them right now? I'll be in Varetha in about 5.5 hours, and I'd like to meet with Antibiotic right away.
You're an optimist. Most people sleep at night. They aren't playing Arctania. I doubt the unnamables will even answer at all, much less agree to see you so early in the morning.
I wasn't an optimist. I just had no other choice. Plus, Boris and I weren't sleeping. Maybe the unnamables were as fanatical as we were. Oh, and I have one other request. Look through some equipment that matches my level and attributes and that adds some good defense, maybe in the range of 5,000 gold.
Oh, man, you've done well for yourself, although that's to be expected considering you went on a raid for a level 100-something epic sword. To be honest, I wouldn't advise you to buy anything now, when you're just level 23.
Why?
All the decent sets start at level 30. Level up by doing some city quests using what you have. That shouldn't be too hard. Then I can set you up with something worth the money. For 5 or 10 grand, you can get together a set that'll see you through to level 60. And if you want some kind of heavy leather armor, level up your strength and endurance at least to 40.
This is what it was like to have a friend who knew his way around items. It was a good thing I'd decided to check out the shop with the ridiculous name Uncle Boris's Tablets. Who'd have guessed that the guy would be trading anything and everything in addition to tablets, as long as he didn't sell me if the opportunity arose. Thanks for the advice, I said sincerely. I'll just be waiting for a message from the unnamables. I've still got a few hours to fly. I'll work on something useful in the meantime. For example, I could try to think of some kind of at least marginally acceptable offer to pitch to Antibiotic. Really, the only thing I could think of promising was some kind of reward upon completion of each level of the quest, or maybe upon completion of the whole quest. The only thing was that the reward for the first phase was a legendary item for my class, which would be unlikely to interest a Dark Paladin. What the reward for the whole quest might be, I had absolutely no idea. Judging by all the signs, once I'd assembled all 5 epic items, there'd be a chance to get something that would just be unbelievable, right up to a complete epic set or some kind of special title in the New World. Maybe I could give him kind of a blurry outline of the parameters of the quest without going into all the details, like I'd stupidly done with the rats. And it still wasn't clear what kind of new world we were talking about either. After all, the portal might not just open a path into new places, but also might let new people or things into our world that might change it. Mind you, once I'd collected all 5 swords and gotten access to the final stage of the quest, I'd be able to see the final reward, since it'd be listed in the quest description. All I had to do now was collect all the objects. No big deal. Whatever the case, other than the reward for completing each stage of the quest, I had nothing to offer. Antibiotic obviously had more than enough money, and getting together a sum that might interest him was definitely not going to be possible for me. In Qatar, I did have the epic alchemical reagent sitting around, but that might be worth 1 gold or it might be worth 10,000. Until I could find an alchemist who was well-versed enough, the mysterious little tuber would have to be factored out of the equation. Or maybe it would be a good idea to run back to my apartment and grab the reagent and the hollowed-out book in the mysterious language? Who could say? Maybe it'd turn out to be valuable enough that he'd just give me the bone sword in exchange for it. Well, with my luck, a gnomish steward knocked on the door of my cabin. "Greetings from the airline Dongar and Sons. Can I get you anything? Tea, coffee, dessert? At the end of the hall, the store is always open for you to work on any profession whose practice is permitted on board." "Whoa," I perked up. "What professions are allowed?" "You can consult the list on your table," the gnome answered courteously. "Thank you," I said sincerely. And maybe some tea with some pies. How much?
For our VIP passengers, everything is complimentary.
Then 3 pies, please, I corrected myself. Actually, 4.
As you wish,
The gnome said, not bothered at all. When he left, I grabbed the list of services from the table. It turned out that stuffing my face with sweets wasn't the only option available to me as a VIP passenger. I could also take advantage of free haircuts, learn to dance. I couldn't imagine who'd need to learn to dance while they were flying on an airship in virtual reality, and use a room specially designated for crafting. And there was also a stall with materials and recipes and even equipment for leveling up certain professions. Naturally, these included only professions that weren't too smelly, noisy, or space-consuming. No tanning, soap-making, shipbuilding, or any kind of magical production. Yeah, the gnomes weren't the hugest fans of magic. But I was in luck. Glass-blowing was one of the permitted professions. Life's good when you have money. The gnome behind the counter could boast a nice range of products and nice, high prices to match. Twice as expensive as in the market in Qatar. But when you had 25,000 gold, paying above and beyond to the tune of 5 coins wasn't a big deal. I bought so many glass bars that I'd have been able to make a few hundred of my famous Falk's condenser worms. My store of mana regeneration elixir meant that I'd be able to be productive the whole flight. At first, I made just over 100 worms to level my profession up to 30 and learned a new recipe, alchemical converter. For these, I got considerably more experience, and while I'd managed to spend all my pocket money by the end of the flight, I also managed to level up to 24. Hip hip hooray! When we docked in Varetha, Boris hit me up once again. Right on time. I'd been starting to get nervous. I'd have liked to go straight from the airship station to the Unnamables in order not to have the question of the sword hanging over my head like the blade of a guillotine.
You owe me,
the merchant announced immediately. You could have my firstborn. Did it work out?
If your firstborn is the tooth of a black dragon, then I'll accept. They'll see you in an hour.
Antibiotic?
The head of the clan isn't in the game right now, but the treasurer will meet with you. Believe me, he decides things more than Antibiotic does.
But it was the head of the clan who had the sword. Mind you, I wasn't in much of a position to argue. If I hadn't agreed to see the treasurer, I'd have had to explain my case to the guards at the front gate. Thank you, you're my savior.
Next epic artifact you find, bring it to me to sell.
I didn't want to lie to my friend, so I answered evasively. As soon as I'm planning to sell an epic artifact, it'll only be through you. All the artifacts I'd received through this divine quest were either destined for the altar or would be specific to my mysterious slider class. I wouldn't be giving those up. Although, maybe I'd have to. Meanwhile, the airship had begun its descent, and I sidled up to the porthole to take a look around. Varetha turned out to be a very pretty city, which stood at the feet of a massive mountain range on the shores of the Therinian Sea. I noticed then that it didn't seem to be just coincidence that some cities had male-sounding names, and others had female-sounding names. That was part of what made each one unique. Valencia, Barcelona, Sofia, they were all graceful, pretty, and at the same time somewhat mysterious. That's how Varetha was as well. Cute wooden houses, streets as twisted as the way to a woman's heart, and a light, energizing atmosphere. I had a chance to check out the whole city as the airship was docking. Here again were 2- or 3-story buildings, this time looking more medieval and with a faint trace of the Oriental about them. On the roofs and balconies of many houses, there were quaint little gardens. Generally speaking, it seemed like about a third of the city was covered with vegetation. Most likely, this was how the close proximity of Elvish territory had affected Varetha. Leaving the airship, I examined my surroundings carefully, trying to spot any member of the steel rats who might be around. But it seemed like everything was calm for the time being, so I could relax a bit as I made my way over to the Unnamable's clan residence. In contrast to the severe, masculine atmosphere of Qatar, everything here seemed fun. Circus performers were set up in the squares, the players wore nicer clothes, and the whole territory seemed safe. No dangerous areas or places where a player might get attacked by some kind of opportunist. Heaven on earth. I could see now why the Unnamables had chosen Varetha for their residence. As in the real world, the prestige of a residence had a lot to do with where it was located. That is, the bigger, richer, and prettier the city itself was, the higher the status of the clan, since rent would naturally be higher in such places. Of course, it was no less important to have places for leveling up their players, for quests, dungeons, instances, and various resources, but still, we were in this game for pleasure, and the visual aspect of things meant quite a lot. The Unnamable's residence was located right in the center, not far from the gorgeous white stone palace of the Imperial Viceroy, which it came second to only in terms of its sumptuousness. It was just as big and just as well defended, and where the Viceroy's residence was surrounded by amazing gardens and a purely symbolic fence made of gracefully bent steel rods, the clan's residence was more reminiscent of an invulnerable bastion, some kind of mini-fortress with towers and level 100 guards, who strode up and down in identical armor and cloaks sporting the clan's emblem. A pair of lips sewn shut. A very strange choice for an emblem, I had to say, and I didn't understand at all what the meaning of this emblem was. As I approached the castle, I detected faint music playing from within the courtyard. It sounded like it was being played on medieval instruments. It was nice, and didn't seem to jive with the forbidding name of the clan, I thought. At the heavy steel gates, there were the predictable 2 guards with halberds, again with cloaks bearing the sigil of the Unnamables. Naturally, these were NPCs. It wasn't likely that you'd find level 100 players at the entrance to a residence for hours on end, and there wasn't a ton of point in having low-level security guards. Basically, as far as I'd been able to learn, the clans used NPC mercenaries more than just occasionally, often taking them on raids and especially on ambushes. They had whole elite units of them. Players, after all, were individualists. A cooperative team, by contrast, like for example a whole unit of armored gnomes, could function as a unit, and could easily maul a higher-level enemy. "I have an appointment," I said as soon as I approached the gates. The guards lazily looked me up and down.
"Falk, you're expected in the throne room," said one of them dryly. "Any aggression against any of the residents is forbidden within the castle," said the second, every bit as emotionlessly. "Do you agree to these terms?"
"Of course," I confirmed.
"A debuff has been cast on you, preventing you from using any attack abilities within the walls of the castle, including curses and spells with a weakening effect."
Interesting. Turned out I wouldn't just be able to stroll into the clan castle and have my meeting, then start cutting people down left and right. So if somebody wanted to attack one of the residents of the castle, they'd have to take it by storm or get in unbeknownst to the guards and unaffected by the security spells. They couldn't go in as a guest. Walking down the broad corridors of the residence, I was fascinated by what I saw around me. Red carpets on the floors, graceful suits of armor standing along the walls, and different sculptures, many of which turned out to be awards for different accomplishments of the clan. It was a kind of museum that let visitors understand the magnificence of the clan on their way into the hall for meeting. And I understood, very much so. I even read a few of the plaques beneath some of the more curious displays. The first thing that drew my attention was a black helmet with multifaceted eyes, which looked a lot like the head of a huge fly. I'd never heard of a monster that looked like this, so I couldn't just stop without checking it out. Head of the Queen of the Black Swarm. These hellish creatures live on the islands of the Therinian Sea, and periodically organize raids on the coasts of the Empire. These aggressive beasts, who kill everything in their path, can only be stopped by killing their queen. Whoa, this must be one of the local events. Thousands of flying creatures looking like this, darkening the sky and descending to kill NPCs and players alike. Cool, but I'd still prefer to check this out from a safe distance. I was also intrigued by some light armor, which actually turned out to be level 30, a rounded, studded breastplate, shoulder armor, a light helmet, and mail gloves and skirt. It looked so-so, but it had nice attributes and the physical protection I needed so bad. Generally, armor started to actually look cool only after about level 80. Still, the visual factor was possibly the single most important thing for a lot of players when it came to picking out clothes, and it was logical that armor for low-level players would look pretty pathetic. "I'm not picky," I muttered to myself. I'd be happy to look like a mason jar holding a knife if it meant I could stand up to a blow from a sword. Reading the plaques on the numerous outfits displayed here, I realized what the pattern was. All these outfits were examples of the work of the clan's crafters. The sets of items were arranged by level. The level increased as one got closer to the throne room. When I saw some huge doors and some NPC guards looming ahead of me, I'd already begun to drool, looking at some elite level 110 armor made of dragon skin. Light, but tough, and resistant to magic, it looked simply unbelievable. The Lamborghini of light armor. The guards opened the doors in front of me, and I walked into the throne hall, still a little dazed. And yes, it was a hall, and very much fit for a throne. Actually, there were 6 thrones there, and the walls were decorated with pictures of the clan's battles with various monsters. Clearly, modesty wasn't among the main virtues of the unnamables. Mind you, if I'd been the head of a huge clan, I wouldn't have been in the mood to be modest either. Wow, I sighed, as I continued to check out my surroundings. It turned out all the thrones except one were empty. That was the smallest throne, on which sat a gnome who looked classically gnomish. He was level 80, in a sharp-looking suit with a vest and a white striped shirt. To be honest, the little guy looked really funny dressed like that, but I wasn't about to crack any jokes. "Hello," I said, bowing slightly. Yeah, it had become a reflex by now. It tended to suit the circumstances I found myself in. I'd even have done a curtsy if I'd known how to do it. "Hi," the gnome answered energetically, looking me up and down with a sort of light curiosity like I was some kind of weird bug. "Well, tell me, why did you need a meeting so urgently? And let's skip any pleasantries and formalities." The gnome's nickname was appropriate, considering his role. Daddy Rothschild. I had no idea what the legendary Rothschild had looked like, but this one could boast of a nice thick beard with little golden coins and other trinkets woven into it, together with fashionable short hair. I'd say he looked about 40 years old, but it was always hard to tell exactly how old a gnome was. "Well, I recently helped the Steel Rats get their hands on the sword that they just sold to you. I know this must sound a little strange since I'm just level 24, but I know about all this," the gnome nodded calmly. "Before I agreed to meet with you, I had a chat with Lazar." "Oh," I said, taken aback. "And what did he say?" "He confirmed what you just told me, but he didn't share any of the details. Really, it doesn't concern us. The main thing is we have the sword now." Ugh, I really didn't like how self-satisfied he sounded saying that. He'd said "we have the sword," but his tone was such that it'd have sounded more natural to say "my precious." Well, they stole that sword from me. I couldn't resist interjecting. "As far as I know, you got a pretty nice sum for that. I'd hardly call it stealing." And he said he didn't know any of the details. Well, well. "So what's your offer?" Daddy Rothschild hurried me to the point. Well, as it turns out, standing in front of the gnome on his throne, I felt a little out of my element. Plus, the offer I was about to make was going to sound stupid. "I'd like to buy the sword from you, or trade for it." "Funny," said the gnome without a trace of a smile. "If we could be serious for a moment." "I am serious. I need it for—" I winced just a little, as if this would save me from some kind of divine lightning that was about to strike me. "Completing a quest, along with a few other artifacts which I just need to find. And in exchange, I can give you the reward for the whole quest. Logically, it'll be something way more valuable than that sword." I deliberately kept quiet about the stages of the quest, since I really didn't want to give up the class-specific items, and I figured they could be a little extra bargaining chip if we found ourselves unable to reach an agreement. The gnome looked at me silently for some time, as if trying to decide whether to throw this little upstart out of the residence or just send him back to the respawn zone with a single hammer blow. His hands were empty, but no doubt somewhere in his inventory he had a version of every gnome's favorite weapon. "You understand that sword is part of a 7-part epic set?" he finally asked. "There are only 3 sets like it in all Arctania, 2 of which belong to top players in the clans. And you want us to break up the set and deprive Antibiotic of bonuses for the full set right before the Battle of the Clans." "When is that?" I clarified. Naturally, I was aware of this already. All the best players from Arctania were coming together for duels in the imperial capital, Agartha. One-on-one duels, 2-on-2, wall-to-wall battles. The best warriors, the strongest mages, the most experienced healers. Based on the results, the clan's standings would change, plus the Emperor himself would award valuable prizes. "In 4 days," Daddy Rothschild answered immediately. "Then we could do it after the Battle of the Clans," I said, a little desperately. "I have limited time. 1 week." The gnome looked a little surprised. Obviously, he hadn't been expecting me to be this stubborn. "Well, okay." He let out a deep sigh, obviously holding back his annoyance. "Tell me about the details of the quest, or better yet, just send me the full description." "I can't," I said guiltily. "Limitations. Actually, I'm surprised that I didn't get a bolt of lightning just for mentioning it." "Lightning?" the gnome echoed. "Okay, I think I know exactly who gave you this quest, if you're worried about lightning. How many epic items do you need to get together?" 5, I answered. Again I winced, but again I was spared the goddess's wrath. Daddy Rothschild noticed my nervousness and smiled, for the first time since our meeting had begun. The smile was more ominous than calming, since the look in his eyes didn't change at all. "Relax. I know how the limitations on divine quests work. Unless you let a specific name slip out, you'll be okay." "Whew," I said, relieved. "You already know." "A divine quest is a dangerous thing, but it can be very profitable. Let me guess. If you don't complete the quest, your character will be devolved back to level 1. "Does that happen?" I said, surprised again. No, I'll just be killed for good. No respawn. In the game, of course. Although I didn't know why I felt the need to clarify that. Any normal person would know it was only in the game. Only I, the most abnormal person, knew what might actually happen if I failed to complete the quest. "Well, if you've accepted a quest from one of the most powerful goddesses in our pantheon, then at least we have something to discuss," said the gnome pensively. "Although, it could definitely be the case that you'll get a change of class or a new title, and then it'll turn out that we gave you back an invaluable artifact just for a thank you. It's like spinning a roulette wheel. I don't like gambling." "Well, I can also give you 25,000 gold," I offered. "That's all I have." Daddy Rothschild looked at me in such a way that I immediately understood that he had an alternative proposition in mind. "Where do you live?" he asked suddenly. "Qatar. I meant in the real world?" Well, if he was in contact with Lazar, then in any case he'd easily be able to find out where I lived. A little more searching, and he'd easily find my home address to boot. "Moscow," I answered, unable to conceal a little hesitation.
Thought so," the gnome nodded. "Okay, if you can complete one little task for me in the real world, then I suppose I'd be willing to try my luck on the roulette wheel with the divine quest and lend you the sword."
"What do you mean, lend?" I asked, puzzled. "Just for a bit?"
"Well, yeah, it's by no means the case that artifacts are destroyed or disappear after you complete a quest. So if the artifacts you collect are still around, you'll give them all to us."
It was kind of scary how quickly lending me one sword had turned into giving all the artifacts to them, but I wasn't in much of a position to argue.
"Well, do we have a deal?"
the gnome asked. Somehow, I really didn't like this. At that moment, I felt like a sinner who was selling his soul to the devil for a burger and fries. "I won't kill anybody in the real world," I warned him right away. "No," Daddy Rothschild said, shaking his head insistently. Despite this, however, his eyes were still cold as ice, and I got the sense that when he expressed an emotion, he was just doing it for show.
"No need to kill anybody, but at the same time, this task isn't exactly legal. But after all, an artifact worth several 100,000 euros isn't something you just lend for free."
Chapter 4. Okay, well, it had begun. I was hoping he wasn't about to suggest that I do anything illegal or dangerous. On the other hand, if it was something simple, he'd probably just have done it himself or hired someone to do it.
"What's your job in the real world?" Danny Rothschild asked, quite unexpectedly.
Well, at least here I didn't have anything to hide. "I'm a programmer. It's just work. Nowadays, half the workforce does programming in some way or other."
"What's your specialty?"
"Data security, web programming, sometimes website design if I have no other choice."
"Excellent," the gnome said, rubbing his hands together. "This is quite handy, actually. We're in need of somebody like you."
Does he want me to hack into a protected site or something? No, that would have been too simple.
"There's some information that I need urgently. The thing is, it's located on a device that's kept in the Virtual Reality Technology Scientific Development Institute."
"Where?" I clarified.
"A daughter company of Rusvert Tech, which mainly works on developing innovative technologies in the area of AI.
I was slightly taken aback by the sudden abundance of scientific terminology. I mean, it was understandable, but I was still struggling to understand what exactly it was that he wanted me to steal, and how he was expecting me to do it. I mean, an enterprise like that was usually as well protected as any military base. But the main thing was that I had no idea why the gnome was comfortable asking a complete stranger to commit such a serious crime. "Why don't you hire a specialist to do that?" I asked, understanding full well that I was just digging a deeper grave for myself by asking. I just wanted to understand everything that was going on before I agreed to anything.
"The disappearance of this device cannot be traced back to me. In real life, I'm a pretty well-known person and I'm under constant surveillance. Therefore, a person who's completely unconnected to me, but who has a vital interest in the success of the operation, is ideal for me."
"So I'm in the right place at the right time," I said with rueful irony. "Do you have any more specific data about the target here?" The gnome looked at me, seemingly totally perplexed.
Do you think I'm suggesting that you break into the Institute and commit a robbery?
Well, aren't you? I said, now thoroughly confused.
And what, you were just up for it? He asked quizzically. Seems like I underestimated your interest in this game.
I mean, I hadn't just agreed. I had just decided to examine the opportunity a little closer, and anyway, I had no choice in the matter.
No,
the gnome reassured me without waiting for my answer.
You just have to get inside. Say you have a job interview, grab a device from someone who works for me on the inside, and bring it out of the building in a case that's specially designed for the job.
No problem, I said, unable to hold back a sigh of relief. Give me an address, I'll do it tomorrow. With a reproachful look at me, the gnome raised his finger menacingly.
Don't just agree to this without thinking about it. I'm going to send you a package with the instructions. It's essential that you perform them all, in precise detail. I already know your home address.
Damn! Lazar had found out where I live. Maybe it was through Artyom or some other way, but he'd found out. Maybe moving wasn't such a stupid idea after all. As they say, just because you're obsessed with someone following you doesn't mean no one is following you.
There's one more advantage to our working together, Daddy Rothschild continued. The rats won't be bothering you anymore. I've heard they're trying to prevent you from completing the quest. But now that we're on the same side, it's to my advantage to let you get all the artifacts in as short a time as possible.
Why did I get the feeling that this little guy already knew exactly how things would turn out as soon as I'd landed in Veritha? Lazar had almost certainly told him all the details of the divine quest, which would have allowed him to plan out exactly what he was going to say during our meeting. Seemed like I was just along for the ride. On the other hand, though, I had no one to blame for this but myself. Well, at the very least, I'd killed 2 birds with 1 stone. No more hounding from the steel rats, and I'd now have the chance to get the bone sword back. The fact that I'd now be an accessory to grand theft in the real world seemed like no big deal compared to the fact that my very life was in peril at the moment. I sure hoped the gnome would keep his word. How can I be sure that you'll actually give me the sword? I belatedly remembered to ask. You don't even have it. The head of the clan does. You also said yourself that the 7-part epic set is too valuable to break up.
Antibiotic is my son, the gnome answered calmly. Plus, the information from the Institute is something he needs even more than I do, so he'll be on board.
Oh, man. So the whole family was involved? Now the gnome's nickname seemed even more appropriate. I'd still like some kind of a guarantee, I insisted. I mean, I'll be an accessory to a crime. Only when I uttered these words out loud did the full impact of what I'd agreed to hit me. I was going to be participating in a real-life criminal operation. I mean, I'd never even so much as stolen candy from my parents' cupboard. Don't worry. Now that we've agreed on everything, my virtual lawyers will put a contract together before tomorrow. No matter what, it'll guarantee that you'll get the sword after the Battle of the Clans, in exchange for giving us the reward from the quest later on. Our deal in the real world, on the other hand, will have to rely on the agreement we've made here. You're not trying to deceive me, I hope? No, I shook my head like some kind of cartoon character. I certainly had no reason to try to deceive him. Plus, this gnome inspired trust for some reason. He just looked like a solid guy. True, there was one big downside to all this. He did know exactly where I lived and who I was, and I didn't know the first thing about either him or his medicinally named son. But that was a problem that I'd have to deal with through the proper channels. No point trying to hold the stolen item at home, for example. By the way, I could accept you into the clan. It would make completing the task much easier. You'd have the support of our warriors, guaranteed sets of clothes and weapons appropriate to your level, and help leveling up, of course. You'll need that. I never liked playing as part of a party. That's exactly why I'd quit playing games that depended too much on team play. All these clans, raids, locomotive level-ups, it just wasn't for me. And now, after my time with the Steel Rats, I didn't trust anybody anymore. Even if I hadn't been under the loner curse, I'd still never have agreed to become one of the unnamables. Single player only. Hardcore. I'm cursed. I can't even join groups of players, I answered honestly. And those developers really had fun with this one, the gnome said, surprised. Surrounded by limitations. He didn't even know the full extent of the limitations, or what was in store for me if the goddess's will wasn't carried out. I've got money for equipment, I continued. I'll be okay. Just keep your promise and give me back the sword. Lend, the gnome corrected me. We'll lend you the sword. Little bearded bastard, I thought. I knew it was just going to be a loan. Why did he have to keep reminding me of it?
In about an hour you'll receive the instructions, so I advise you to rent a room somewhere in Veritha and get back into the real world."
It still bothered me that this damn gnome knew where I lived, and his commanding tone wasn't really to my liking either. As if I didn't have enough to deal with an omnipotent goddess following my every move. Now I had a little half-pint trying to order me around as well. "Maybe I will," I agreed, not really having a choice.
"We'll be in touch."
The gnome pulled out his tablet and tapped the screen pointedly to show me that he'd added me as a friend. I needed friends like him like I needed a kick in the teeth, but I was going to have to carry out this operation. So now my circle of friends had grown to 5, and to think, not long ago I'd considered myself to be totally antisocial. I left the citadel of the unnamables with mixed feelings. Perhaps it could best be described as some kind of mix of annoyance, malice, surprise, and excitement. It was an explosive mix, and hinted at the likelihood that the gnome's task wasn't going to be much to my liking, but at the same time, it would be interesting. I mean, who hasn't fantasized about being part of some kind of elegant, and most importantly, successful robbery? Or was it just me being weird again? I walked casually through the city, looking for a suitable place to hole up. Basically, I had enough money that I could go wherever I wanted. At least, that's what I thought until I stepped into a hotel with the ridiculous name of the Imperial Tower of Comfort and Relaxation. Something told me that the owner of this place was probably Egyptian or Turkish. Those guys tended to love names like this. Almost as much as they must have loved living in this admittedly beautiful building with its endless golden flourishes on the walls, stucco walls and ceiling, graceful crystal chandeliers and other crap. It must have cost hundreds of thousands of gold. When I heard the price, I understood that I might have overestimated my financial capabilities. I'd have to look for something a little less extravagant. Eventually, my choice fell on a peculiar Asian-style bungalow. Honestly, it just seemed like it would be funny to continue with the tree theme and stay at the hotel called the Three Palms. Again, a small room, a decent price, and a chest which I had nothing whatsoever to put in. Exit. Getting out of the capsule, I quickly got myself together and sat down at the computer in order to try to wrap my head around the unfolding situation. I mean, this is how all normal people think nowadays. They arm themselves with a search engine, Wikipedia, and access to a few forums. It was already getting light outside. A light, drizzly rain was falling, and despite my sleepless night, I didn't feel like sleeping at all. Besides, what kind of sleep would I get now that I'd gotten myself involved in who knows what? What a bunch of BS, I couldn't resist saying out loud. Maybe the fact that I just signed myself up for a very real robbery surprised me even more than the recent appearance of my supernatural powers. Let's be honest, what kind of thief would I turn out to be? Naturally, I'd always liked movies and shows about robberies, but I doubted that that would have given me enough knowledge and skills to carry one out myself. All the more so when the target was a daughter company of one of the biggest corporations in the world. I was starting to feel some serious doubts about the prospects for the success of this operation, but I didn't really have much of a choice. The ring of the doorbell, even though expected, made me twitch nervously. Nerves, nerves, nerves. Looking into the peephole, I saw a thin young man in a courier's uniform and let out a sigh that was part relief, part disappointment. I couldn't have told you myself how I was feeling. To be honest, I'd been expecting to see some kind of 7-foot-tall thug in a nice suit with a gun sticking out of his belt. However, things had turned out to be quite a bit less dramatic than that. True, I didn't have to sign for the package. He just held out the envelope for me to take and silently walked away. Notwithstanding the surreal feeling about all this, I was genuinely curious as I opened the envelope. You might definitely be forgiven for calling me a psycho or an idiot, but I was starting to get excited by the upcoming operation. Every detail was laid out in the documents in such detail that it was totally idiot-proof. Running my eyes quickly over the text, it only took me about a minute to get an idea of the general requirements. 1. Send a resume for one of the vacancies listed on the official VRT-SDI website. 2. Call the number indicated in the document to let them know the official time of the interview as soon as it's scheduled by someone using the indicated email address. 3. Bring the bag into a locker room not far from the Institute and head over to the interview. 4. Blow the interview with VRT-SDI and head to the bathroom on the next floor, having first sent a message to your accomplice and collect an unnamed artifact from him. 5. Leave the Institute, bring the bag to the locker room, and forget about everything. Basically, pretty easy. Plus, on the official site, I found a few vacancies that I was a pretty good candidate for. That is, of course, if I had had any interest at all in working in an office. But that would mean teamwork, which I couldn't stand. That was why I'd always tried to work remotely. But I had no problem going in for an interview, as long as they didn't schedule it in a week or two. I might not live long enough to get there. And by the way, I thought, what would happen if they completely passed over my resume? Then both I and the gnome would be in for a disappointment. Mind you, the instructions had obviously been written for me specifically, which meant that he was obviously planning to somehow make sure his candidate got in for an interview ASAP. With a quick update to my standard resume, when you work as a freelancer, you always have such a document ready to go, to make it fit one of the most appropriate vacancies on the VRTSDI's official website. I sent my application to their HR department. After that, with a feeling of a job well done, I ran down to the store, whipped up a decent breakfast, which would also be my dinner, and then let out a calm, collected sigh. Very soon, I'd be getting my bone sword, restore my reputation with the goddess Elenia, and be able to start my search for the next artifact. And my participation in a robbery? Well, what can you say? It was a necessary evil. Sure, it was only for my benefit, but when my life was hanging in the balance, there wasn't much of a choice. Maybe it was the lack of sleep, maybe just overactive nerves, but I managed to fall asleep right there at the computer. Perhaps for the first time in my life. Usually I had the strength to at least crawl over to the bed and sleep in relative comfort. The funniest thing was that despite the imprint of the keyboard on my face and pain across my whole body, I woke up feeling surprisingly well rested. The last few days had been really trying, but everything had worked out in the end. I'd been able to negotiate the return of the bone sword, and now I felt a little more purpose and at least some idea of what I was going to do. After almost 10 hours sleep, I now had the energy for more action. Coffee, checking my email. Alas, no answer yet on my application. That said, it would have been odd if they'd responded the very next morning. So for now, I'd keep working on my virtual development. Level 30 wouldn't reach itself. Entrance. My room at the Three Palms greeted me with an unwelcoming emptiness. In Moscow, it was already evening. But in Veritha, the sun was shining so hot that in real life, I'd never have gone out without sunscreen. I could only hope that the developers hadn't gotten so obsessed with making everything realistic that I'd have to rub my face with sour cream or something. Well, I decided. It was time to work on basic leveling up with some routine quests, preferably not ones that involved fighting. Checking the menu, I glanced at my current pain setting. Pain sensation is set at 82%. Yeah, it would definitely be better to avoid any battles. I walked out onto the threshold of the hotel for a look around. Players and NPCs of all different races passed by. Everybody seemed to be in a hurry, and all looked pretty serious. Weren't we supposed to be enjoying this game? It felt like this was a metro stop during rush hour, not a virtual city on a sunny coastline. Ugh. Excuse me, what's going on? I asked one of the people passing by. Judging by his clothes, he was some kind of mage, about level 70. With an appraising look, the man frowned. Level 24? Are you serious? You'd better not even leave your room today. Why? I said, now thoroughly confused. The Black Swarm is coming. The city is preparing to defend itself. The mage moved on while I hurriedly pulled out my tablet and did a quick search on the Black Swarm. The huge head of the queen, which had not long ago grabbed my attention in the residence of the Unnamables, had looked pretty intimidating, and the picture and plaque that had accompanied it had reminded me of some kind of apocalyptic horror movie. Damn it, I swore, having barely begun to read the article within the Guide to the World of Arctania. The Black Swarm are beetle-like creatures which live on cliffs near the Theridian Sea, near the coast of the Golden Empire. The queen, who lives deep in a cavern, gives birth to offspring who hunger for human flesh, doing so at such a rate that the swarm launches raids on human settlements every few days. Only a raid launched by high-level Imperial players against the queen's lair can temporarily stop the onslaught of ravenous beasts. All the beetles possess tough chitinous armor and razor-sharp claws on their many limbs. There are several varieties of beetle: flyers, battleships, smiths, and acid beetles. Flyers have wings, allowing them to airdrop the other three types of beetles and then continue fighting in the air. Battleships are heavy, ungainly specimens, somewhat resembling rhinoceroses. Smiths are crafty, agile opponents, possessing powerful attacking abilities. Acid beetles are small, normally found riding on the back of battleships or smiths, and have the ability to spit poisonous and highly corrosive acid. Ugh, nasty little bastards. Most importantly, and most unfortunately, the event description mentioned that participation was recommended only for players at level 50 and above. So, while nobody was preventing lower-level players from trying to fight the beetles, it wouldn't be much use. One spit of acid, and all that would be left of me would be a foul-smelling puddle, and even that would be gone before I respawned in my room. Based on what I was reading, the beetles' attacks could last anywhere from 10 hours to 2 days, depending on how many players were in the city and how successful their defense was. I obviously wasn't in a position to hole up for a day or two waiting for it all to be over. Pulling up the quest timer with some annoyance, I read, "Time to failure to complete the quest Road of Swords, 7 days, 5 hours, 42 minutes. Yeah, every day counted now, so I'd have to hurry out of here to some other place and work on leveling up there. I hurriedly ran off to the airship station, not neglecting to look around me as I did so. The city was preparing for a siege. As far as I could gather from the info on the tablet, almost everything was destructible, excepting the hotels and some other key structures. Rooms being rented by players were immune to any damage, but anyone who decided to buy their own property was responsible for ensuring its defense on their own. So, all around me, magical defenses were being installed, fighting golems were being trotted out, and NPC security guards were being hired. Players' possessions were safe only in hotels or safety deposit boxes in banks. Anyone who'd managed to acquire some property was vulnerable to thieves. That's why real estate, as a rule, was owned only by clans or sufficiently big groups of players. Particularly advanced, top clans would even buy whole city blocks for their people, or build a huge fortress. Those like the Unnamables, who were more modest, however, would just outfit a well-defended citadel within the city limits. Anyway, returning to the defense of the city. In preparation for the beetles' attack, all the residents of the city were frantically hiring players to defend their property, giving out mini-quests left and right. Only nobody was paying me any attention. At level 24, even defending a doghouse would have been problematic for me.
"Seeking 5 glorious fighters for the defense of the fried boar," yelled a plump halfling in lamellar armor.
2 mages needed to join a team defending the bank, Rudazar and daughters.
Sharp-eyed archers and wise mages are invited to join the defense of the walls. I was pretty wise, but it was the wisdom of experience. It wasn't reflected in my attributes. Well, take me anyways. No, of course I was kidding. The walls would see the heaviest fighting. What was I thinking? No, best to hop on an airship and get the hell out of here. At the airship station, it was suspiciously quiet. Most likely this is because there didn't turn out to be a single airship there. The register turned out to be closed, and there were no station employees in sight. My intuition told me that everybody who was going to fly away had already done so, and there weren't going to be any more flights in the near future. With my luck, I could almost guarantee that the beetles' attack would last at least a day, and I really didn't feel like just sitting in my room. Even if I took it as a fact that I would be getting the bone sword back, I'd still have to get 4 more. The higher my level was, and the cooler my equipment was, the easier it'd be for me to handle that, which meant that every hour in Arctania counted, and I'd have to spend it productively. A crowd of tiny green humanoids ran past me. Maybe they were goblins. Maybe aliens. Behind them marched a massive golem, whose every joint let out a screech, and behind him, a barbarian in wolfskin whose eyes glowed red with fury. Who walked around the city with a berserker's buff on? I stood at the entrance to the airship station, watching the passers-by. None of them inspired particular confidence in me until I noticed a gentleman in a suit with a little dog under his arm. "Excuse me," I hurriedly sidled up to him. "Could you tell me how I might be able to leave the city other than by airship?" The player pulled a monocle out of his breast pocket and studied me carefully.
Well, the hammer of the Jibboas at level 24. It sounds impressive, but you'd still better leave this place before the swarm arrives.
Like I didn't know that.
You could buy a horse, the man suggested, although unless you have the corresponding skill you won't get far. A better idea would be to head to the outskirts of Veritha and get on a steam bus.
On what? I clarified.
On a steam bus, the gentleman shrugged. A steam-powered bus. It's not as fast and comfortable as an airship, but it's not a bad option if you have to get out of the city quickly.
Thanking the strange man, who was obviously quite committed to playing his role as accurately as possible, I gave his little dog a scratch behind the ears, and then barely withdrew my hand in time. The little dog turned out to be quite irascible, and judging by the fact that it was level 40, it could probably have killed me just by nipping at my finger.
"No, Shipstick," the man scolded the beast, then tipped his bowler hat as a farewell. "Good luck to you, young man."
Once I'd watched the colorful man disappear into the distance, I pulled out my tablet for yet another check-in. There were no less than 3 steam bus stations marked on the map. Choosing the nearest one, I hurried toward it, trying not to get squashed underfoot by all the high-level players. And, mind you, their height wasn't relevant here. Even a halfling at level 100 could accidentally kick me and deal a good 50 damage. The city itself wasn't completely safe territory. It was just defended by the law and the ubiquitous security officers. The steam bus station was located immediately outside the city walls. The platform was lined with a bunch of contraptions that looked like a cross between a tractor, a bus, and a wooden sleigh. Actually, probably 60% of the things were made of wood. A huge steam chamber at the front, just like an old 19th century locomotive, followed by a cabin for the driver, operator, and then a closed passenger car. Of course, the ubiquitous gnomes were swarming around the steam buses, and the station was full of people. Mainly, it was people at level 50 or lower, i.e., people who weren't leveled up enough to take an active part in defending the city. "Who's last in line here?" I asked the extremely diverse crowd.
"Depends on which bus you're looking for," a cute elven girl answered.
She had a bear cub in her arms, and her nickname, Chamomile, struck me as somewhat childish.
"There are more than 10 routes that start here, heading to various dungeons and instances. Where are you headed?"
Seeing my confusion, Chamomile pointed to the station wall.
"Check the map."
Easier said than done. On the wooden tablet were illustrations of all the routes and stops for all the buses, but the names of each of the different instances didn't help me at all. And even though I really wanted to check it out, the Electromage's tower didn't appear anywhere on the list. I have to think about it.
"I'd suggest you hurry," the elf winked. "Hear that noise?"
And indeed, from somewhere in the direction of the coast, I could hear a dull roar, which, in my hurry, I'd completely failed to notice up till then.
"There aren't many free seats left," the girl said, a little more insistently. "You're not very high level. You could ask to join one of the groups in the lines here. Ours, for example."
I'd already begun to study her a little more closely. Well-built, cute like all elves, with a braid of blonde hair with a little glint of silver. Level 32, which explained the size of the bear. She'd obviously just gotten her pet and hadn't had a chance to level it up much. An archer with a bear tank was a great combo. It made me start to imagine what awaited me when I opened the egg that contained my beast. "Thanks," I told Chamomile warmly. "But I do have to figure out where I want to go first."
"Whatever,"
said the elf, seeming a little offended as she turned away. I mean, I couldn't just tell everybody I met that I was forbidden from joining any groups with other players. By the way, I realized, I kept forgetting about the money in my account. I could just hire a few NPCs to help me level up. Preferably someone big, so I could hide behind their back during cooldowns and throw lightning. That would be ideal. First, I checked the map for the nearest places where I could do some leveling up, and then filtered them by level, looking for one just a little bit higher level than I was. It turned out there were about 10 options. After checking this list with the routes for the buses that were leaving this station, though, it turned out there were only 3 options: Mountain Troll Cave, Varitha's South Shore, and the Eastern Marches. After imagining what a mid-level troll would look like, and how it would feel to have a massive club crash down on my head, I immediately switched lines and went for the bus that was heading to the Eastern Marches. I preferred to skip the shore for a while, since it was just a little too close to where the beetles would be attacking. Then, already standing last in line like I was used to, I settled back into my tablet and went to check out the NPCs for hire. Oh, what a range of choices. Elvish snipers, magical reinforcement units, goblins riding golems, druids riding trees, cavalry, zebramen, how else was I supposed to refer to knights riding zebras, airship crews for subduing new lands, and teams of all kinds, ranging from the classic warrior mage archer healer to the unpredictable combination of mage demonologist priest. Not able to resist, I dove into the guide to try to find out how it was that such different specialists could learn to operate as a unit. But I didn't find any answer. I didn't know how my curiosity had managed to survive such nerve-wracking, such danger, and so much bad luck, but whatever the case, I could now think only of hiring that team. Alas, the filters in Varitha and available units filtered out not only that interesting bunch, but also almost everyone else. Yeah, the selection wasn't so wide anymore. A team of 4 orcs or a pair of gnomes. The gnomes looked a little more solid thanks to their identical suits of heavy armor. Plus, they had a pretty good reputation, while the orcs just looked like orcs. Big, unwashed, toothy mugs, nasty, dirty armor, huge chipped axes, swords, and shields. I had the suspicion that if normal creatures got bonuses for assembling matching sets of equipment, then chaos creatures, like orcs, must have gotten them for having totally non-matching outfits. That was why they were chaos creatures, I figured. But to return to my choice of companions for leveling my sorry ass up, both groups of warriors were under level 40, but for the price of 1 gnome, I could get all the orcs. Logically deducing that it'd be best not to skimp on my choice of allies, I hired the gnomes, which was going to cost me 110 gold a day. I set the rendezvous point at the steam bus stop for the Eastern Marches route. All I had left to do now was hope that Rigmus's best guess would turn out to be correct, and that I'd be able to create a group with NPCs. Otherwise, that 110 gold would just go down the drain. Despite the fact that I was last in line, things moved pretty quickly. So much so, in fact, that I was next in line within 5 minutes. Having purchased tickets for myself and the gnomes, I now had to wait outside the vehicle to meet my mercenaries. The roar of the approaching swarm grew louder and louder, and one by one the steam buses pulled away from the station until there was only one left. Ours. "We're leaving in 5 minutes," the gnomish driver warned me nervously, raising his voice to be heard above the roar. No, it was now more like a deafening roar of the approaching swarm. "We're not waiting for anybody. Delaying our departure is just too dangerous." I understood then why the little bearded dude was getting so nervous. From the direction of the sea, a buzzing black cloud of level 50 monsters was slowly but surely getting closer. With each passing minute, it got closer, and the roar of hundreds and hundreds of wings got louder and louder. If you've ever heard a June bug buzzing, then you just have to use your imagination. Make the insect 100 times bigger and fill the whole sky with them. It was scary to imagine what the attack of the black swarm would look like from the city walls. Probably some kind of insect apocalypse. Meanwhile, my gnomes had finally arrived. "You must be Falk?" one of them asked as he approached. "I must be indeed," I agreed. In front of me, there immediately appeared a request from the mercenaries to join my group. I quickly hit confirm, and to my immense relief, it worked. This meant that the limitation from the curse really did only affect players. "Pretty scrawny," the second gnome commented upon seeing me. The mercenaries looked so identical that they could have been identical twins. Red-bearded, long-nosed, and stocky, they looked more like Vikings than classic gnomes. Or maybe the developers were just trying to save on templates. Although the developers of Arctania never seemed to skimp on anything. It was more likely these two actually were brothers. Naturally, the info on their attributes was hidden, but I did belatedly see that they both belonged to the Gabilskar clan. The same one I had improved standing with after the skirmish on the airship. Maybe I'd be able to progress a little more where that was concerned. Maybe it could even lead to some kind of bonus, like a discount on hiring mercenaries. "And weak," agreed the first gnome. "I'm Rogar, and this is my brother Dogar. Where are we headed?" No sooner had I opened my mouth to speak than the driver interrupted me. "I don't know where you're headed, but I'm headed to the Eastern Marches, and if the three of you get your asses on the bus right now, you can join me." Rogar looked at the driver with a frown, but didn't respond as he climbed up into the bus. Although to judge by his face, he must have really wanted to snap back with a sarcastic word, or maybe even a fist. Behind him, the other gnome and I followed silently. As soon as we sat down, the steam bus immediately began pulling out of the station. Other than us, there were 5 players at about my level in the bus. All were visibly quite nervous. And no wonder, the other steam buses had already departed long ago. We were the last to leave, and the black cloud had already transformed into a horde of perfectly discernible giant beetles. If I'd had a telescope, I could have checked the monsters out in more detail, but alas. Both gnomes sat there silently, obviously in no hurry to get into a conversation with the person who'd hired them, that is to say, me, but the players were chatting incessantly. "Damn, the nearest respawn point that you can set to is next to the old burial ground. It's a 2-hour slog," said a frustrated-sounding, gangly-looking man, obviously a dodger, as he periodically looked over his shoulder. "What's so bad about that?" asked a grumpy-sounding, muscly man in a wolfskin who was sitting next to him. "It's time to sleep, that's what's so bad about that," the dodger snapped back, annoyed. "I have to work early tomorrow. Now I have to schlep all the way out there with you." "You think that's bad?" snorted a girl, also a human. "I have an exam tomorrow. But still, I'd rather spend 2 hours here than have to wait for a day or two while the high-level players fight off the Black Swarm." The girl, by the way, was just level 15, so she really had no business staying in Veritha. Although, of course, I wasn't too much better off myself. Still, I was pretty sure I'd have been able to last a little bit longer in a battle with one of the beetles than she would have. The other 4 players looked a little more serious than these 3, with their steel armor and level 35. All 4 of them. Reading their info, I learned that they belonged to the Knights of Dawn clan, and they obviously weren't too concerned about what was happening behind us. "Have you ever been to the Eastern Marches?" Rogar asked me, having decided not to stay mum after all. "Never," I answered honestly. "It's a pretty standard location, a forest populated by arachnids." "Arachnids?" I perked up. Ugh, I should have read the description before I chose my destination. That was just what I needed. Giant spiders.
Not too bad, just level 30.
How big are they?
About as tall as us, little guys.
Little indeed. I mean, I'd barely fought with anything other than jerboas, plus a few zombies, but with them, I'd either had help or I'd killed them using trickery. Now I was headed into an open battle with monsters as tall as me. Mind you, I would be alongside 2 gnomes in full armor. Maybe I was panicking for no reason? "Look, they're coming!" the girl suddenly cried. And indeed, we hadn't gone too far to see the swarm of beetles descend on the city like a black cloud, a murderous rain of chitinous carapaces. True, I didn't have a telescope or binoculars, but nevertheless I could now make out the individual bodies of the monsters. And one of those bodies seemed to break off with suspicious deliberateness, passing by the city and heading straight in our direction.
The dodger in the next row asked uneasily. Has it ever happened that beetles have attacked a steam bus?
I've never heard of it, said the driver, looking around, preoccupied. Maybe it would happen anyway? Knowing my luck, time to buff up and pull on our helmets. He's definitely coming for us, the girl screamed, somewhat hysterically. Why was she so nervous? It was me that had the almost 100% pain setting, thanks to which I was in no hurry to meet any monsters. What was her deal? Sounded like she was mainly worried she'd have to go back and waste a day relaxing in Veritha. I looked at the approaching monster with a mix of fear and curiosity. The wings of the giant beetle sounded like a helicopter's rotors and moved so fast that they were just a blur. More than anything, it resembled a black, shiny armored car. Only when I looked a little closer did I notice that this was a flyer, carrying a battleship in its many spiky arms. It was just my luck, of course, that both monsters were level 70, which was certainly fatal for our group. It's moving faster than the steam bus, I said, deciding to play the part of Captain Obvious. The thing was practically already hovering above the bus. We won't be able to get away from it.
So put on your armor and get ready, Rogar snorted. What are you waiting for?
I'm already in my armor, I said, a little offended.
Huh. Well, then you have my sympathies, his brother Dogar chimed in. At least say a prayer.
Right then, the beetle flew over the bus, sending a big shockwave of air crashing into it, and dropped the battleship right onto the steam chamber. From there, the world around me began to spin violently, and for a second, I felt myself in free flight until I felt my head crunch onto something solid. Chapter 5. Everything went dark, but of course I didn't lose consciousness. Getting knocked out in the game was like experiencing full-body numbness, and you could get pretty lucky. If you fell face down, you wouldn't see anything, but if you happened to land with your back against a wall, you had a full view of everything. Obviously, I hadn't been lucky when I'd been flung from the steam bus, since I couldn't see anything at all. Well, except the little menu. And based on the system communications, I'd survived only by a miracle. I took some significant damage, but part of it was blocked by my armor, which lowered its toughness by almost half. My consciousness returned after about 10 seconds. Once I could feel my body again, I raised myself up on my elbow and checked my surroundings. As it turned out, I'd been thrown a good 30 feet from the steam bus, which was definitely lucky for me. Those who'd been sitting in front of me had been crushed by the giant beetle and gone straight back to the respawn zone. They hadn't even had time to really get scared. Only me, the 2 gnomes, the dodger with the nickname Aramis, and, most surprisingly, the level 20 girl, Rosa. How she managed not to get hit by any shards of metal, I couldn't imagine. She had about as many hit points as a mouse. Whatever the case, the gnomes were defending my unconscious carcass valiantly, stumbling awkwardly around the wreckage of the bus. Fortunately for us, the beetle's hind legs had gotten stuck in the steam chamber. They'd run right through it with their powerful claws. Our enemy looked more than anything like a well-flattened rhinoceros, covered in black plates of smooth chitinous armor. The eyes weren't discernible, and the head in general reminded me of a one-piece helmet from some exotic piece of armor. The flying beetle, which had dropped off the little present for us, was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, it had returned to the city, not especially concerned about the long-term fate of its precious cargo. This cargo, with the long name Battleship Beetle of the Black Swarm Level 60, was crushing the remnants of our steam bus underfoot, not paying the slightest attention to the people standing around it. "What are we standing here for?" I asked the gnome, slowly standing up from the ground. "We gotta get out of here before it gets its aggro up."
Don't move, Rogar hissed at me. The first one of us to move will be the one who gets all the aggro. Even that little lady over there knows that. Meanwhile, you talk about getting out of here.
I shut up, somewhat embarrassed, my attention riveted all the while on the beetle and the other players. Finally, it got its hind legs free and turned its eyeless head around in search of an opponent.
Right now, he'll react to movement, the gnome warned me. When his oral armor plates perk up, he'll be able to hear things. If he opens his eyelids, he'll be able to see. But then he'll be especially vulnerable, and a lucky hit or arrow will take away half his health.
But who was up for that kind of risk?
Let's get into a group and take him down,
Aramis yelled at us, waving his compound bow.
Easy for a pipsqueak to say, Rogar noted. We do have a chance if it's all 5 of us.
Both gnomes were covering my precious carcass with their shields, which were taller than they were, but I had a nagging doubt in their ability to defend me against such a huge monster. As they say, a rhinoceros can't see very well, but that's not his problem. It's not going to work, I said tersely. You're a pessimist, the gnome snorted. Don't be a self-centered dickhead, the girl screamed hysterically. Before I had the chance to tell the story of the goddess's curse yet again, the battleship perked up his sharp-pointed ears, forcing us all to be quiet. That was probably for the best. That said, the players all immediately began to take advantage of the moment to back away in different directions. The gnomes and I also started backing away from the beetle, our eyes fixed attentively on his head. It seemed like whoever the beetle's horn was pointed at the moment he opened his eyes would be his next target. Well, or whoever was the most awkward. Crunch. Naturally, who could it be other than me who would find the only dry twig for a mile around? Although, it should have been predictable. After all, the archer and the young woman both had their dexterity leveled up beyond mine, and judging by how quickly they ran away, I'd have guessed theirs was several times higher than mine. The battleship immediately got angry at the sound and threw himself into an attack with surprising agility, considering his size. And at that point, to be honest, I didn't know what to do. All the signs seemed to indicate that even a brick wall couldn't stop this beast, let alone some little gnomes, no matter how huge their shields were. But both mercenaries remained where they stood, seemingly not even thinking about running away.
Hit him in the ears, Rogar ordered me. We'll only be able to survive a few attacks, so our chances aren't great.
I nodded in agreement, but actually I couldn't think about anything other than the massive multi-ton beast currently barreling down on us. Virtual tons, sure, but no less capable of inflicting serious wounds, breaking bones, and generally inflicting a whole sea of pain on me. As the beetle launched all his weight toward the gnomes, I was ready for anything, including the possibility of crapping my pants, other than attacking this enemy. But contrary to my fears, the little dudes stayed put. Their shields flashed with a blue glow, which bonded them together into one big defensive wall, and the beetle literally bounced off it.
Hit him, Rogar yelled,
and I belatedly let loose with my chain. Alas, the moment had passed. The chain just wasn't long enough to reach the battleship.
Seriously, the gnome grunted angrily. That's all you can do.
My bad, I'll do better next time, I said hesitantly, frantically collecting an electrical charge for a shock. Well, at least I'd try to do better next time. The beetle launched into another attack, but the gnomes were ready with the shields and stopped him again. This time I didn't miss my chance. I managed to land a blow right on his ear. The whole charge instantly arced along the chain and, with a blinding flash, cracked against the battleship, taking off a good 100 hit points. The only downside was the beetle still had 5 times that much health left.
Again, Rogar commanded.
The question of who was in charge here instinctively occurred to me. I mean, not that I was much of a commander, to be honest. The gnomes beat back 3 more of the beetle's attacks, and every time I managed to deal him about 100 points of damage. Alas, it wasn't enough, and when, at one particularly unpleasant moment, the battleship threw the gnomes aside, he left them with only about 1/3 of their health. I scrambled frantically to get away, only by some miracle avoiding a kick from my opponent's huge chitinous foot. It made sense that the monster's aggro should have been directed at me, since it was me that was dealing him all the damage. So it made sense that he continued to come after me.
Run!
Rogar screamed again, as though I needed that hint to know not to stand there face to disgusting face with my opponent.
We'll restore your mana and repeat the maneuver.
And I ran. Not far from the road, there was a small stand of birch trees, which seemed like a good destination to me. At any rate, with my endurance, it'd be better than hanging around the crossroads. Although it was certainly possible to get crushed by a falling birch tree, even that would be better than getting crushed by a giant beetle. Running deep into the grove, I turned around to make sure that my opponent was still on my tail. Mind you, it wasn't really necessary to turn around and check. The sickening crunch of birch boughs being flung from side to side like confetti made it pretty clear. Oh yeah, I remembered. He moved based on his hearing. How could he hear me while he was making so much noise? What if I just took a little risk and stopped suddenly? Maybe he'd just run right by me. Maybe it was a good idea, but making oneself stop and stand totally still when such a huge beast was tearing along behind you wasn't exactly instinctive. Indeed, all I had to do was focus on the giant beetle for 1 second, and I'd find myself picking up speed. Luckily, the trees slowed my pursuer down enough that my paltry dexterity still enabled me to maintain some distance between us, and even occasionally to stop and recharge for a second. But it was obvious that this wasn't going to be able to continue for very long. I started to gradually change direction, run out of the grove, and make my way back to the gnomes. Thanks to the fact that we had formed a group, I could see them on the map. However, I hadn't been expecting to run into Aramis, who'd fled the field of battle. Obviously, the dodger had climbed up a tree in order to watch the battle with the beetle, and that's how he ended up in the line of fire.
I ran past him, shouting, "Say hi to whoever's at the respawn point," and I heard his reply, "You," before it was swallowed up in the hurricane of splintering trees.
You know what they say about curiosity and the cat. The gnomes were waiting for me next to the grove. I sprang through the gap between them at top speed, and the little guys immediately closed ranks behind my back. Turning around to deliver the next blow to the beast's ears, I caught it at the exact moment that it collided with the shields and their glowing blue aura. But this time, the battleship beetle was itself covered by its own buff, which obviously helped it deal damage. And this time, the double shield of the gnomes didn't hold up. They were not only thrown to the side, but also lost a significant amount of health. The worst thing, though, was that the beetle didn't slow down. It made it to me before I had a chance to react. I was just lucky that at the last second, one of the gnomes managed to plant his axe in the back of the beetle, thereby attracting all the beetle's aggro. You've taken 350 points of damage from the battleship beetle of the Black Swarm, level 60. Health, 20 of 370. The beetle had just bumped me with his side as he turned to face the gnome, but even that was enough to almost kill me. My shoulder erupted in pain, and my arm immediately went numb. I had to frantically gulp down a healing elixir before I could rush to the gnome's aid. By that time, Dogar had managed to absorb the full fury of the battleship's horns and had gone peacefully off to the respawn zone. This was the difficulty when you were fighting an opponent who was way higher level than you. You could jump around and lay into it, dealing small amounts of damage, and all it had to do was land one single blow. Theoretically, if you were agile enough, you'd have a chance of dealing with a monster who was 30 levels higher than you, but more likely you'd end up making a mistake of some kind before you managed to whittle away its hit points. And that's not even to mention the fact that your opponent's health might regenerate faster than you could deal it damage. For example, while I'd been running with the beetle in the woods, he'd managed to gain back about 70% of his health. The situation was now critical. After all, there were now only 2 of us, while the beetle was already almost fully recovered. Meanwhile, I was having trouble deciding when to land a blow on the beetle, since as soon as I did, I was almost guaranteed to have all the thing's aggro directed right at me. While Rogar was managing to beat back its attacks pretty successfully, I had the traitorous thought that I could just leave my mercenary here and run off somewhere. I mean, that is why I'd hired the gnomes, to protect my oh-so-precious hide. But my conscience wouldn't let me stoop so low. Trying to hit the armored hide of the beetle from behind seemed like a fool's errand, but I figured I'd try. My trademark blow to the head with the full length of my chain didn't accomplish anything. The steel spearhead bounced harmlessly off the chitin, leaving not a single scratch. The beetle continued to attack the gnome, and judging by Rogar's ever-diminishing health, he wasn't going to hold out much longer. "Jump onto his back," the gnome shouted at me, drinking another healing elixir. "Try to hit him in the eyes from there." Easy for him to say. Nonetheless, seeing as there were no other options, I grabbed onto one of the many pikes protruding from the beetle's back and climbed up. Alas, charging up an electric shock as I climbed wasn't possible, so I ended up having to get into position behind the beetle's head first, and only then start attacking it. The problem was, the beetle's eyes were still closed, and I wasn't sure how I was going to manage to hit them. I could hit him in the ear, sure. But as I already knew, my attack hitting him there didn't do a ton of damage, and as soon as I did manage to deal the beetle a good 100 points of damage, he'd notice me, throw me off his back, and stomp me into the ground. I didn't like this plan.
"Sooner or later he'll open his eyes," the gnome said,
as if he'd been reading my mind.
"Just hang on."
I could hang on, but I wasn't so sure about the gnome. At some point, he might just not have enough time to drink yet another healing elixir after a blow from the beetle. And also, it was a pretty good bet that he didn't have an unlimited supply of them. Sooner or later, he'd run out of elixirs, but all I could do for now was sit on the back of the battleship and watch the gnome duck and dive. Despite his heavy armor, Rogar was moving with surprising agility, dodging the wide, sweeping blows of the beetle's horns. Nevertheless, from time to time he was having to block damage with his shield, and when that happened it took away nearly half his health. And the shield itself, judging by its sorry appearance, was on its last legs. Ding! And then, indeed, the next blow sent a crack rippling down the steel shield, and it split in half right there in the gnome's hands. The next blow from the beetle took away almost all Rogar's hit points. "In the name of the goddess Lethera," I heard a loud female voice boom, and suddenly the gnome was surrounded by a light-shining aura, and his health returned to the green zone. Not far from us stood the level 20 girl who was casting healing spells with all her might. I really didn't know what possessed her to make her come help us, but I was really grateful to her. The beetle had heard the new sound and apparently decided to find out what had popped up. Otherwise, why would he have opened his armored eyelids and stuck out his multifaceted eyes? I'd been waiting for just this moment, and immediately plunged the Shanbiao spearhead into the beetle's eye, releasing all my built-up charge into the metal. The beast shuddered, taking critical damage to the tune of a few hundred hit points. I'd never tried to break in wild horses or anything, but the beetle sure seemed like it would have given any Mustang a run for its money. At this point, there was no reason for me to keep hanging on to its smooth back anyway. Basically, I just slid off the battleship's back, keeping the chain, whose spearhead was still firmly planted in the beetle's eye, in hand. As I slid down, I gathered energy for another charge in order to let another blow loose at the moment I hit the earth. This was my only chance. If I happened to touch the ground while the beetle was still alive, he'd stomp me out in an instant.
"I call upon the might of Thor,"
the gnome roared somewhere above my ear as he let loose a powerful blow with his axe. At that exact moment, I plopped onto the ground, released my electric shock, and curled up in a ball in the expectation of pain. But the beetle didn't attack. Opening my eyes a crack, I saw the exhausted gnome leaning on his axe, and the girl happily jumping up and down a few yards away. Level 23. Don't tell me she somehow managed to land the last blow, I frowned as I got up from the ground.
"What do you think?"
the gnome snickered into his beard. Yeah, I suppose you couldn't fault his logic. The beetle's corpse was right there, but I hadn't gotten any communication about receiving experience.
"Damn girl."
I had uttered those last two words aloud, which made the gnome frown.
"If it weren't for her blow, the beetle would have crushed us both, so you owe her a thank you."
Ugh. I was the one hustling across the fields and forests, climbing onto the beetle's back. Meanwhile, she landed the last blow and got all the experience. I don't think it would have been out of line for me to kill her. "Oh, man! I leveled up 3 times!" the girl yelled joyfully. "Cool! How will we split up the drop?" "Split up?" I exploded. "Seeing as you stole the kill from me, I should take some money from you on top of the drop." The girl frowned. "It's your own fault. You should have accepted my invitation to join the group." "I can't join groups," I snapped back. "I'm cursed." "Yeah, right. You could come up with a better excuse than that," the girl snorted. "And anyway, I didn't mean to land the last blow. It just turned out that way." I sighed a few times, trying to calm down and not skewer her to the ground where she stood. Judging by the info, nothing good fell from the battleship beetle except a few scales. These wouldn't be likely to bring much in the way of cash since there'd be thousands of them in the city. "Take the whole drop from the beetle and get lost," I said, already a little calmer. I didn't really need it anyway. I had enough money as it was. But the invaluable experience, she'd taken that from me at exactly the wrong time.
"You shouldn't talk to a woman like that," the gnome pointed out, "although giving her the loot is pretty noble of you."
I was pretty noble. I mean, she was still alive, wasn't she? "Where are you headed next?" said the girl, smiling happily as she walked around the beetle's corpse looking for the drop. Good question, but I didn't see what it had to do with her. "Wherever we're headed, it's not on the way to wherever you're headed." It's more fun to travel together, Rosa noted. For you, obviously, I replied sarcastically. Farewell. Rogar, let's roll. The gnome shot me a disappointed look, but turned to follow obediently. If only I'd known myself where we were headed. Did your brother respawn in the city? I asked the gnome, although the answer was obvious.
Yeah, and he probably won't be able to make it back out during the raid, Rogar said, confirming my worries. So from here on, it's just us two. Although honestly, a healer would come in handy. That girl obviously has some useful skills.
I'm not vindictive, but my blacklist just kept getting longer and longer. At the top were Alexander and the other members of the Steel Rats clan, the Orc Destroyer, and now that little girl. So working with her was out of the question. Walking over to the steam bus that the beetle had destroyed, I kicked one of the piles of wood and metal that had so recently been a mode of transport. Maybe there'd be a valuable drop left by one of the players, I thought. But here again I was disappointed. There were just a few elixirs for giving a slight defense against fire magic. But in the pile of metal I did find the gnome who'd been driving. He seemed to be breathing his last.
I'm here,
he croaked, trying to get my attention. Take it easy. We'll get you fixed up right away, I said, running over to him. We have a healer with us. The gnome looked pretty bad. His legs were crushed by a hunk of the steam chamber, his torso was covered in blood, and a wooden splinter was sticking out of his shoulder. A quick check revealed that he didn't have a respawn sign, which meant that we were his only chance.
That girl isn't powerful enough to heal these wounds, the gnome said.
He was surprisingly articulate and perceptive for someone who was mortally wounded.
I'm dying. I just have one request. Give my medallion to my relatives in Veritha.
Damn it! I hate this kind of quest. Hey, what's your name? Rosa, come here quick, I yelled to the girl. Heal this poor bastard. The girl ran over to us, immediately understood what was going on, and started to cast a spell. It's not working, she said guiltily, as she threw up her hands a few moments later. I can only do some minor healing spells. They don't work if someone's health is already in the red zone.
You were able to heal me during the fight, Rogar noted.
That wasn't a spell, it was a prayer to my patron goddess. I can't use it more than once a day. Yeah, now I remembered. She'd yelled out to the goddess Lethra, and the gnome had added to it when he called upon Thor. Was it just me that didn't have any ability connected to Elenia? So unfair. I'd have to look into that as soon as I had some free time. What about elixirs? They don't work if someone's under the badly wounded effect, Rosa burst out. Sorry. And she actually started crying.
Don't worry about it, the gnome exhaled with a little cough. I've lived a long and happy life. I only have one request for you, my girl. Bring this amulet to my family. Let them know I died thinking of them. They live on the outskirts of Veritha, on Potter Street, 3rd house.
And he reached out his hand to give her the amulet, thereby giving her the quest as well. What the hell? Of course I'll do it, Rosa answered immediately, taking the amulet from his hand. The gnome then breathed his last, leaving me to grind my teeth in frustration. Poor guy, said the girl, wiping away a tear. It was all a bit too theatrical for my taste. Well, I'll be happy to do what he asked of me. I didn't doubt it. It was obviously a rare quest. It wasn't every day that the Black Swarm attacked a city, much less blew a whole bus to smithereens. Plus, to find the gnome alive, we'd had to kill a level 60 beetle first. That was a pretty huge coincidence. You'll help me, right? The girl suddenly asked, her eyes still a little red with tears. Did she actually feel bad for the guy, or was she hamming it up for the audience? I couldn't say why, but my intuition told me she was trying to take advantage of me. I told you I can't join groups with other players, I replied, annoyed. Plus, I'm super busy, and thanks to you, I didn't get a single point of experience. Wow, somebody can hold a grudge, she said, sounding hurt. Well, that was just great. She'd stolen my kill. Now I'm supposed to apologize to her to boot. Maybe she really was that naive that she could screw someone over and not even be aware of it? Or was she trying to pull a fast one on me here? Maybe your friend here won't leave a girl alone in a difficult situation, then? She said, throwing a pointed glance at Rogar. No, she clearly wasn't stupid. She was at least a good manipulator. Thorny Rosa, I thought I'd call her.
I feel for you, mademoiselle, but I'm bound by my contract, said the gnome stiffly.
But you're trying to do a good thing, and I'm confident that my employer will see reason." His employer, at that moment, was positively boiling with fury. I'd have killed the girl if I hadn't been afraid of doing it in front of the gnome. He'd almost certainly carry the news back to the city, and then as soon as I got back, I'd find I'd acquired the undesirable reputation of a murderer. With that, my nickname would turn red, and I'd be barred from any Imperial city. The first guard I ran into would haul me off to court, and then I'd be off to jail for a day or two, which was not what I needed at the moment. I looked at the girl with a frown. "I'm sorry. I have other plans." Obviously, she did have some sense that she'd crossed the line a little bit. She immediately made her peace with the situation. "Fine. I'll try to make sure the brave gnome's last wish is honored on my own," Rosa sighed sadly. "All I can do is wish you luck." Not the most convincing good luck I'd ever heard. It was more like a parting shot. "And good luck to you too," I said, forcing something resembling a smile onto my face. The girl took off toward the city, almost at a run. Something told me that even during the Black Swarm's attack, she'd somehow be okay. "Well, on we go to see the arachnids?" the gnome asked me. "No choice," I sighed. "I have to get to level 30 as soon as possible." "It's not going to be too soon if we do it like this," the gnome chuckled. "Without transport, if we're just walking, it'll be about 8 hours till we get to the forest."
What?
"Don't we have any other options?"
"You're the boss. I'm just a mercenary," Rogar laughed. "But I'd recommend catching up to that cute girl and helping her."
"You're right," I mumbled. "You're just a mercenary. I'd rather fight 5 more beetles using just my hands than spend any more time with that cute girl." "Bad luck. Such bad luck," I summed up, sitting down dejectedly on one of the steam bus's wheels. At that moment, there was a bright flash in front of me, and a miniature man in a clerk's costume appeared, holding a black and white abacus.
"Ba ba ba ba! My name is Hotei. I'm the god of good luck," he chirped. "Recently, Falk, you've had a lot of really bad luck, so I'm happy to do you one not very big favor."
Chapter 6. The gnome looked at the little guy skeptically and then at me, this time sympathetically.
"Looks like you've been having really bad luck if the god of luck himself has to get involved and fix the situation."
"He doesn't do anything," I frowned. "He just rubs your face in it."
"Not all the time," the gnome disagreed. "Sometimes the unpredictable little god can really help you out."
It seemed to me that the world of Arctania was against me. Lock, stock, and barrel. Players, events, and even gods. So I wasn't expecting anything special from Hotei.
"Our world is busy, busy, busy," the little god continued to pontificate. "Everyone's always rushing around. You yourself are trying to get somewhere ASAP. Purely by chance, I happen to have a speed elixir for just such an occasion. Ba 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 ba!"
The little man threw me a bottle full of sky-blue liquid, then disappeared into thin air while I quickly read the description for his little gift.
"You've received an item. Speed elixir. Having drunk this elixir, a player receives a plus 15% bonus to their speed for a period of 3 hours.
Helpful. So helpful, I shrugged, still annoyed. Now I can get to the Eastern Marches in 7 hours instead of 8.
"If we split it, we'll save even less time," said the gnome, openly mocking me for having had the idea. "Not too lucky. An unlucky present from the god of luck."
It'd be funnier if it wasn't so infuriating. By the way, I thought, it'd be worth sitting down sometime to learn a little more about elixirs, like which ones you could split and which ones you couldn't. Who could say? Maybe it'd come in handy someday. Still undecided about what to do now, I pulled out my tablet and searched the auction for a speed elixir. 50 silver. He was a thrifty god, that was for sure. Mind you, even if he'd given me the much cooler Great Speed Elixir that was worth 50 gold and which gave you a 40% boost, it wouldn't have helped us.
"Your goal is just to gain some experience," the gnome clarified, obviously concocting a plan of some sort.
"Well, yeah," I confirmed, looking at him hopefully. "Do you have any other ideas besides helping that poor little girl?"
"She's a nice, kind girl," the gnome started to say.
But seeing the look on my face, he hurriedly continued.
"But we can go find some beasts to hunt around here. You don't get as much experience for them as you do for arachnids, and you could probably handle them on your own without me, but it's still better to spend 8 hours hunting than walking."
In a way, he was right. Plus, I hadn't even thought to look for places where players my level or lower could level up. On the contrary, I'd been searching for slightly higher level places so I could get my money's worth out of the mercenaries. "What kind of beasts are there?" I asked, checking the map.
"There's a swamp nearby. There are frogs there that are fat and slow, basically harmless."
I looked at the gnome quizzically, but it seemed like he was being totally serious, not trying to make fun of me. "Any other options?" Since our time in Hellscream Gorge, I hadn't been the biggest fan of swamps, and not just because of the nasty leeches and the pants that I'd been lucky enough to lose in the swamp. Arctania was a realistic game, so the smells in the swamp were quite unpleasant.
"About an hour from here, there's a valley where some small beasts live," said the gnome, seemingly having just remembered this fact. "It isn't even on the map, since there aren't that many animals there and they respawn pretty slowly. But you could try your luck. Maybe no hunters have wandered in there today."
My luck isn't too dependable, I chuckled. But why not? Forward march! It had been a good decision after all, using a local mercenary who knew the outskirts of Aretha really well. Wandering around here using just the information available on the tablet to orient myself would have been quite problematic. And speaking of the outskirts of the city, listen, do you know where the Electromage's tower is?
"Come again?"
the gnome asked, preoccupied with scratching his beard.
"Never heard of anything like that."
Some local he was.
"Although I have seen some kind of tower on the coast near the mountains. It gets hit by lightning a lot. Maybe that's it."
The coast? Seemed like a good bet. At least I'd know where to start my search once the event with the Black Swarm was over. For now, though, I had more pressing concerns. Deciding not to sweat the small stuff, I shared my speed elixir with the gnome, and we headed on our way. It had been some time since I'd seen anyone who had even less stamina as a runner than me. I felt like a sprinter. I mean, it would probably be pretty cool to level the ability up to a few hundred points, and be able to attack using parkour and acrobatics in all sorts of terrain. If you could combine that with shooting a bow at machine gun speed or slashing everybody around you with 2 magical swords, that'd be awesome. Alas, that wasn't in the cards for me, or for the little gnome. Even with the elixir, we were making our way forward very slowly. Well, whatever, I thought. As soon as I got to level 30, I'd not only get my equipment from Boris, but also finally be able to open the egg with my mount. I'd nurture the beast, and then moving around would get a lot easier. If it turned out to be able to fly, that'd also be excellent. Basically, the gift egg was basically the only way to get a legendary mount. They were the only kind that could fly. All flying beasts had to be earned with sweat and blood by characters around level 100, via really rare quests with slim chances of success. Most people had to content themselves with simpler options: horses, wolves, deer, zebras, and other 4-legged beasts. Anyway, up till that point, I'd never met any players on mounts, since riding mounts in the city was forbidden, and I basically hadn't been anywhere else. Of course, I'd seen goblins riding golems, but that was more of a peculiar type of symbiosis.
"This is not what I had had in mind," the gnome said, panting as he walked. "You should have hired somebody a little faster for this kind of fun."
Yeah, if they'd have been able to help me with the beetle as well, that is. There wasn't much of a choice. It was either you guys or some orcs.
Pfft, Rogar spat. "Talk about stinking frogs. There's no point hiring those guys. The only thing they might do is give you an advantage in numbers."
Thankfully, our little improvised jog soon came to an end. What the gnome had called a valley turned out to be a little forest sandwiched between 2 hills. Actually, it was more like a little grove, which you could walk through in about 5 minutes. "Yeah, not a lot of life in there," I said when we'd stopped to catch our breath and enjoy the view from the top of the hill. A little river, actually more like a creek, cut right through the middle of the grove, flowing into the earth somewhere. The territory of the grove itself was little bigger than my parents' plot of land outside Moscow, and they didn't have that much. At most, it was like 3 acres.
"It's bigger on the inside than it looks from here," the gnome laughed.
I'd heard someone say that before, but I think that time they were talking about a telephone booth. Well, let's see what kind of miracle valley we were talking about here. As we descended from the hilltop, we walked into the grove, and practically as soon as we did that, the trees all around us started to grow rapidly. I got a little dizzy, squinted, and when I opened my eyes again, the sad little birch in front of me had been transformed into a massive baobab, way too big even for 3 people to get their arms around. "No way," was all I could mutter. Did we shrink, or did the forest grow?
What difference does it make? The gnome shrugged.
Logical, especially considering this was a game. Are you sure the animals that live here are ones that we can hunt, or are they the kind that will stomp us into oblivion with one paw? I asked suspiciously. Are 100 pigeon-sized mosquitoes about to come suck all the blood out of my body? I mean, if I saw one tick, I'd probably die from the horror of it all.
There aren't any mosquitoes or ticks here. The animals here are big, but harmless, the gnome reassured me. Usually field mice or hares.
Mutants? I clarified.
Normal ones. Fluffy ones. Don't worry. We'll just do what we did with the beetle. I block, you strike.
I'm not afraid, just being appropriately cautious, I sputtered. If he felt pain the way I did, although of course he was an NPC, do they feel pain? And did it even make sense to talk about feelings when it came to virtual characters? Hard to say. Korn and Amina had looked really realistic and cute, and they might have really loved each other. And what was the qualification for being human if not love? Do you have a wife? Kids? I asked the gnome, not really sure why. Said Rogar, obviously not expecting such a question.
No, I'm not married. Why do you ask?
Just making friendly conversation, I said, a little embarrassed.
Are we friends now? Rogar frowned skeptically. Anyway, before you start a family, you have to establish yourself firmly in the world. Buy a house, get something solid in your line of work. For us mercenaries, that's not very easy to do.
Well, I thought, what did I expect from a dyed-in-the-wool gnome? What's your line of work?
Actually, I'm a half-decent golem builder. True, it's a very specific profession, and developing it requires a lot of rare materials and instruments. That's why I have to work as a mercenary, in order to develop. But sooner or later I'll work my way up to the rank of master, and then I'll hang my axe on the wall of my own fancy house in one of the capitals.
I knew what he was talking about. Golem building was one of the options for developing the mechanic profession, along with being a gunsmith, auto mechanic, machinist, clockmaker, or one of the more specialized professions. But while a weaponsmith might be able to develop by making pistols or basic shipboard cannons, making the simplest golem required a lot of special materials and parts, some of which could only be made by masters in other specialties. In other words, it was almost impossible to do it all on your own. You had to buy stuff, and it was always expensive. Producing such masters was usually the work of an entire clan. Only that way could their rapid development be assured.
"Oh, I see something," the gnome said, interrupting my train of thought.
And indeed, in front of us loomed a big, white, and seemingly fluffy blotch.
"Awesome. Some of these animals' hides are super valuable," the mercenary said excitedly. "You remember that 10% of the take from selling the loot goes to me?"
Naturally, I hadn't read the contract. I had just clicked hire, and that was it. Well, now I'd know to check, and this did explain why the gnome wasn't exactly burning with the desire to spend half the day on the road. It would mean significantly less earnings for his time. "I don't care if you have 50%, I answered flippantly. It was unlikely that any enemy that I could deal with would drop anything that was actually that valuable, and even in such a case, I actually really didn't mind the idea of splitting things 50-50 with the gnome.
"Deal," Rogar reacted immediately, pulling out his tablet right away. "Confirm the change to the contract."
I then also had to grab my tablet, making a mental note of the fact that with gnomes it'd be best to be careful about what I said. After signing the changes to the contract, he seemed to grow taller and cast a bloodthirsty look around the forest.
"I'm not letting any beast get away from us any more."
Actually, as we soon discovered, nobody was going to be running from us. Actually, quite the opposite. The first monster jumped out to meet us almost immediately after the gnome's self-confident announcement. Well, I mean, not so much a monster. It was a huge, furry black and white squirrel.
"Excellent pelt," the mercenary said excitedly, and tore off to meet the opponent, swinging his axe with all his might.
The first blow took a good third of the thing's health away, and then I jumped in, throwing a bolt of lightning right into the eyes of the beast.
"You've dealt damage, 80 points.
Belatedly checking the info of our opponent, I froze.
"Sharp-eared skunk, level 25.
"Skunk!" The beast turned its back to us, along with what was just below its back, and then let loose with a huge spray of reeking yellow liquid that covered us from head to toe.
"You've taken 50 points of damage from the sharp-eared skunk, level 25. The debuff Horrible Stench has been placed on you, which lasts 20 minutes. Now, any creature up to level 70, except skunks, will feel intense discomfort in your presence. If another debuff is received, the debuff's durations are added together."
Health, 320 of 370.
Damned beast, the gnome swore angrily, hitting it once more with his axe and finishing it off. I did get my share of the experience this time. Actually, it was pretty good, since the opponent had been a little higher level than me. But this didn't bring me any pleasure at all. How could someone be happy when they smelled like a septic tank? I doubted that this was really what a skunk smelled like, but again, that didn't make things any easier.
The good news is, they're pretty weak opponents, and you can get a pretty penny for their hides, said Rogar cheerily, as though the horrid stench didn't bother him at all.
Let me guess what the bad news is, I muttered, pinching my nose.
Yeah, they don't smell very good,
Rogar agreed calmly, pulling what looked like a respirator out of his inventory.
But mountain folk always have mining equipment on them, including things for keeping your lungs safe from dust and poisonous gases.
I hesitated. What about me?
Sorry, I only have one, the mercenary said bashfully, as he pulled the filter over the lower half of his face. On we go?
Let's go, I said, and we moved on. Really, I didn't have anywhere better to go, since we were already here, and seemed to be the only people here to boot. It only made sense to take advantage of the opportunity. It was funny. Trying to avoid the swamp, I myself had become the source of the hellish stench. Eventually, you get used to anything, and I'd probably have to put up with a lot in order to achieve my oh-so-precious level 30. Then I'd finally be able to set myself up with some decent armor and get my mount. Only these happy thoughts enabled me to put up with this awful stench. Thankfully, though, besides the stench, there wasn't really much the skunks could do to us. They just sprayed their stinking liquid all over us and ran happily into battle, only to get stopped midway by Rogar's axe. So I didn't take any damage at all. This is exactly the kind of leveling up I'd been hoping for when I'd hired the gnomes. If it weren't for a few olfactory discomforts, it had been lovely. A little while later, I glanced at my info and frowned. I'd racked up enough debuffs for the next 10 hours. It would definitely be a bad idea to go into a city like this. Some player would definitely kill me instead of putting up with the smell. On the other hand, if something other than skunks lived in the forest, even if it were somewhere above level 30, it wouldn't be coming anywhere near us. Oh, man, idea! I read the description of the debuff carefully one more time. Any creature above level 70. Would that include beetles? Did they even have a sense of smell? Stupid question. This was a game, after all. If the developers had wanted, they could have made fish talk or ostriches that flew up into the sky, which meant that this stench could definitely protect me from the black swarm whenever I returned to the city. Provided, of course, that discomfort entailed the animal in question wanting to get away from the source of the bad smell.
What are you daydreaming about? The gnome asked, annoyed. They're not very tough opponents, sure, but that doesn't mean I should have to do everything.
I got back to business right away. Honestly, killing these skunks was the most boring, monotonous grind I'd had to use to level up, even including the tasks in the older RPGs. I'd used to think that in a full immersion game, battles couldn't become boring, since your adrenaline would be through the roof. But as it turned out, people could even get used to that. Mind you, if we'd been dealing with some kind of nasty little animal that sprayed acidic saliva from a big fanged mouth instead of these fluffy skunks, I probably wouldn't have been so relaxed. That said, the residents of the forest were pretty good practice for my skills with the chain. Why not hone my skills, given that I had the opportunity? Too bad this skill didn't transfer into the real world. Actually, that whole question was something I need to look into in much more detail. After all, how useful would it be to be able to use a few healing spells in the real world? Or learn to fistfight? I'd already received my class and was unlikely to be able to learn spells for other specialties, but I could at least try to learn to fight. Having killed yet another fluffy opponent, I leveled up to 26 and got a system communication.
You've achieved the status of Exterminator of the Skunks. Skunks at your level or below will flee in terror as soon as they hear you approach.
Well, great. First, the hammer of the jerboas. Now this? And you just couldn't explain to people that these skunks were the size of a bear?
I think we've already gone through half the forest, said the gnome as he leaned, exhausted, on the shaft of his axe. Let's take a little break and then go check the rest of it.
I wonder if there's a papa skunk or something, I asked. I'd only leveled up twice, and at this rate I obviously couldn't count on hitting level 30, unless we somehow found a boss that we could kill in this location.
You mean a boss? Asked the mercenary, again displaying a deep familiarity with gaming terms. You never know, but we can hope.
He carefully collected all the trophies that had fallen from the skunks, and even managed to pick up a few mushrooms from the bushes. This instinct I could understand. Take everything home. Everything. I wasn't worried about selling the pelts, teeth, and other parts of the beasts. Rogar would definitely be able to get a good price for them, and he'd probably pay me right away. This was guaranteed in the contract. Struggling against the boredom, I also started to look around for mushrooms. I mean, when was the last time I'd walked around a forest in real life? It was important to have fun, even during mundane leveling up. Finding a few boleats the size of a bar stool, I soon got so wrapped up in the search that I eventually knocked my head against a tree, and immediately I received a system communication. You've discovered a hidden stash. Perception +1. Total 2.5. Looking up, surprised, I saw a huge cavity about 10 feet off the ground. We've got to go in, I exclaimed happily. Maybe there'll be treasure or something the squirrels have stashed. Can you give me a boost? Sure. The gnome immediately put out his folded hands and lifted me just high enough that I could grab the edge of the cavity. Pulling myself up, I looked inside cautiously. Ba 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 ba! The little Hote screamed, startling me and causing me to tumble backward onto the ground. The gnome immediately reached for his axe and jumped on top of me to shield me. What is it? It's just me, said Hote happily, gliding smoothly down from the cavity to hang suspended in the air in front of the gnome. Congratulations, you've found my secret sanctuary. Ugh, what's that smell? Is it you, little man? The gnome just glared unhappily at the little god, not saying anything. We just stumbled onto it, I said. Can we choose a different tree? Hote didn't pay any attention to my unhappiness and continued to expound. Bring gifts to my altar and you'll receive a chance to satisfy your deepest desires. Within reason, of course. I know exactly how well you grant people's wishes, I said, annoyed, from behind the gnome's back. We'll figure something out. Can you give me a boost? Rogar said, turning to me. Traitor, I thought. This little god was just going to pull our legs again. I'll give you a boost, but... I glanced at Hote and added, well, fine. Why not take the risk? I turned out not to be able to give him a boost. I wasn't strong enough, and he definitely wasn't going to be able to get in there by himself. It had been a long time since I'd met someone with luck like mine. I think someone's been eating too much, said the little god, flying around us with an unbearable sarcastic expression on his face. Anyways, the altar can only fulfill one wish, and it's you that discovered it, Falk. Why didn't you say so right away? I asked with frustration as I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Because, Hote answered cheerfully, it wouldn't have been as fun. Ba 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 ba! I threw out my hand, intending to cast some lightning at him. Screw the consequences. It's fine, said Rogar, grabbing my shoulder. Obviously it's not meant to happen. Make a wish already, and let's go hunt some more skunks. The gnome gave me a boost up to the cavity, and now I could finally get a proper look at it. It measured about the same size as the tree itself, about the size of a small cave. Inside, I could see a neat little golden circle about 1.5 feet in diameter, which on closer inspection turned out to be a roulette wheel. And what gifts does the god of luck require? I asked Hote suspiciously as he fluttered around next to me. Valuable ones, said the little god, suddenly assuming an air of importance. I need the most valuable item in your bag. Pfft. I couldn't hold back. Easy. I didn't really have anything in my bag. I'd left Qatar traveling light. Well, except for Glitch, the adventurer's dagger and sword. They were probably quite valuable, but oh well. Things come and things go. Overall, I liked what the developers had done here. You never knew when you'd run into the altar of the god of luck, and what would be in your inventory when you did. Plus, the god didn't inspire any trust. It was a fair bet that there was no predicting what you were going to get in exchange for your offering. And what do I have to do in order for my wish to come true? Lay a sacrifice on the altar, pick a color, and spin the wheel. Simple enough. It's just... why are there so many colors? There weren't just 2 colors, like on a normal roulette wheel. Yeah, I know, the 0 is green, so there are 3 colors. There were 16. If there were just 2, it wouldn't be interesting, Hote said, bursting into a huge smile. Only with difficulty did I refrain from spitting in his smug little face. I wondered, would he curse me for that? And you'll fulfill any one of my wishes, I clarified. Except those that have to do with tasks from other gods, Hote added hurriedly. That's not my area. Damn. So he wouldn't be helping me collect any of the swords. Should I just ask for a pile of money? By the way, I know that money wasn't the goal here, but it did help simplify the path to the goal quite a bit. 1,000,000 gold, I said decisively. No, said Hote sharply. Now what's the problem? Only one of the higher gods can take responsibility for your bank account, so I have limitations. I can offer you 1,000 gold. A pile of euros just like that would be pretty sweet. But I bet I could get more mileage out of my wish. Plus, I didn't know how much glitch the adventurer's sword would go for. Maybe it would be worth more than that. Or should I try to lay the dagger on the altar? Although judging by the quality, the sword would be worth more. And trying to deceive a god, even this little pipsqueak, was probably not a good idea. I also can't give any highly valuable artifacts, the god of luck warned me. The idea of my help is that I can give you a trinket, which in a specific sort of situation might bring you some serious advantage. What kind of trinket could help me in my current situation? All my needs are large-scale. Maybe I could ask to meet with a teacher for my slider class? Actually, that was an awesome idea. I want to meet with someone. Is that doable? A chance meeting? Hote clarified, rubbing his hands excitedly. Of course. With whom? Oh, I get it. You're a young man. I bet you want to meet one-on-one with a certain girl you like, eh? No, I started to say, but had to stop myself. After all, maybe it would be nice not only to meet the girl that I liked, but also have a chance to be alone with her. Tough choice. Profit or pleasure? Pleasure. I didn't know what I'd feel if I met with Sofitel one-on-one. She had a man, after all, and she was getting married soon. But I still had to know, which meant I had to take the risk. The game was important, sure, but real life was more important. Yes, I want to meet up with a girl. Her name is... That's unnecessary, Hote stopped me. Do you think I'm a god, or that I just came to hang out? Pick a color and spin the wheel. For a god, he sure didn't inspire much trust. And the 1 to 16 odds of winning? What a bunch of BS. I don't even know why I decided to try my luck with that damn wish. For fun, I suppose. I laid the sword down on the purple strip next to the roulette wheel and gave it a spin. Lucky you, Hote giggled when the wheel stopped. The ball had landed right on the purple strip. Yeah, lucky me, I repeated slowly, glancing suspiciously at the god. What now? Wait for your meeting with your friend. It could happen at any time. She might even come here right now. I looked back instinctively at the entrance to the cavity. When I turned around, Hote was already gone, together with his altar. Shifty little guy, I muttered to myself, and crawled back out of the cavity. It was all just a little too suspicious. I mean, he'd appeared in front of me no less than 3 times in 2 days. It was weird, especially if you consider that previously I'd never even heard of this little god, who was one of the lowest-ranking gods in Arctania. What are the odds that among all the millions of players it would be specifically me who stumbled upon his altar? This was all so complicated. Maybe he was part of the Goddess of Fate Alenia's team and was trying to help me complete my quest? If that was the case, though, he wasn't doing a very good job of it. It'd have been better if he offered to make one of my more practical wishes come true, instead of offering a meeting with the girl of my dreams. Well, what'd you wish for? The gnome asked me when I dropped back onto the ground. Honestly, I want to meet with a girl I know, I admitted. I didn't really think he'd make my wish come true, so I wasn't really thinking too hard about it. Wasted a wish on nonsense, Rogar sighed, sounding disappointed. You should have gotten some money. If you have money, the girls will come running. How romantic, I laughed. Thanks, nodded the gnome seriously. Well, shall we continue exterminating these beasts? And continue we did. There didn't turn out to be too many skunks, so I could only reach level 28, but my achievement reached a 2nd level. I became the heartless exterminator of the skunks. By the way, it actually gave me a pretty decent bonus, additional damage against fluffy and stinking enemies. Only thing was that at the moment, the forest was totally empty. I think we'll make a decent amount on these hides, the gnome said, rubbing his palms together in anticipation. You've still got me for a day, so we can still go down to the swamp and hunt some frogs. I don't think there'll be much point to that, I laughed. We've got this debuff. I'm sure he could forget about the smell. He was walking around in a respirator, after all, but despite the old saying, I just couldn't get used to the smell, even after several hours. The debuff would now extend for a full day, so my plan was to buy a respirator first thing when I returned to Varetha. I think we'll be safe from the Black Swarm now. Our smell should scare them off. I shared my idea with the gnome. So I suggest we head back into the city, see what's going on. Why not? Rogar agreed casually. If the smell really does scare the beetles away, we can also go pick up my brother from the respawn zone. And if not, We'll be joining him so fast that we'll save time on a journey through the city, I chuckled. You never know. It was hard to say what the developers might have had in mind when they used the word discomfort. Maybe it just meant that the beetles would tear our heads off, but not really enjoy themselves while they did so. Chapter 7. We had to return to Varetha on foot again, but to be honest, it was worth the effort. Of course, I could have just committed suicide and gone straight back to my room instead of schlepping back to the city for 3 hours, but then I'd have lost my stinking debuff, and I would have missed out on quite a curious sight. All in good time. The city had changed dramatically in the 8 hours that had passed since we left. Some of the buildings had collapsed. Here and there smoke was rising from fires, and flashes of lightning burst out now and again in the semi-darkness. The black silhouettes of flying beetles could be seen diving out of the darkness here and there, but some neighborhoods were protected by magic domes, which seemed to be more than a match for the beetles. Obviously, this was how strong clans protected their property. Moving closer, we were soon able to make out individual groups of warriors fighting the Black Swarm. We could hear the blasts from small and large caliber weaponry, and the crackling of fireballs and other offensive magic. I suspect that this was responsible for the fact that a few of the houses were burning. After all, there weren't any fire-breathing beetles. Of course, in such chaos, friendly fire was pretty common, since it wasn't possible to keep track of everybody all the time. Well, I thought, we'd soon find out whether the debuff had any effect on the beetles, and no sooner had I thought that than a massive battleship beetle appeared. The gnome and I froze, afraid of attracting the beetle's attention. Too late, I wondered whether the battleship beetles had a sense of smell. After all, with their eyes closed, they only reacted to sounds and movements. Nobody had said anything about them having noses. Moving his little cobblestone of a head from side to side, he opened his eyes and let out a chirp, correctly identifying us as enemies. The gnome tried instinctively to grab his shield, which no longer existed, swore, and thrust his axe out in front of himself. I gripped my chain tight in my hand and put on a brave, but stupid face as I faced certain death, as I prepared mentally for my return to the respawn point in the hotel. But we ended up being in luck after all. Hardly had we started our advance when the beetle suddenly stopped, stuck his horn right into the ground like it was a handbrake, and raised up a cloud of dust. Then he started backing away from us energetically, waving his huge beetle butt from side to side. Right then, a fireball measuring about 4 feet in diameter slammed into him, immediately reducing him to a few smoldering chunks. It looked like an overripe watermelon that had split open. From the roof of one of the buildings, a level 80 mage dressed in an iridescent red robe floated up into the air in front of us. "What are you doing here, noobs?" he said, without hostility, and, without waiting for our response, continued, "Anyway, I wouldn't advise you to go any further. That's where the real meat grinder is. People are hitting their own side without even realizing it. And what's that smell? Nasty." "One man's nasty smell is another man's anti-beetle defense," I said proudly as he walked away, obviously not interested in hearing my explanation. Maybe the debuff itself only affected creatures, but it sure didn't do anything to encourage other players to hang out with us either.
"The main thing is it's working." The gnome winked at me. "Other people's reactions aren't our problem. What say we head to the city respawn point and pick up my brother?"
"First, I want to buy a respirator," I said firmly. "The stores are still open, right?"
"The stores will be open even if the world starts collapsing around them," Rogar laughed. "Let's go. I'll show you where you can buy the best mining equipment at a decent price."
Ugh, I was so sick of this stench that I was ready to pay any price, even for the absolute worst respirator in the world. Alas, I was fated to be disappointed. Rogar ended up leading me to a picturesque pile of shattered wood.
Seems like old man Gilmore's luck ran out," said Rogar worriedly. "I hope he's still alive. To be honest, I don't know where else you can buy a decent respirator."
It was all I could do to keep from swearing. "I'll take anything," I said as calmly as I could. While we were checking out the ruins of the store, one of the flying beetles noticed us. It changed direction, obviously intending to spit some kind of nastiness at us, but suddenly lost its orientation mid-flight. It was like he'd run straight into some kind of invisible dome, i.e. the horrible stench emanating from the gnome and me, and careened into one of the nearby buildings.
"Ha!" Rogar laughed heartily. "I'm actually starting to like this. We could actually hire ourselves out to protect buildings now. Sit on the roof and spit into the sky."
"There's an idea," I said hopefully. "What do you think? Could we find a building in the city that might still be looking for defenders?" Of course, I was thinking less of the money and more of the extra experience. A contract to defend a building from the Black Swarm would definitely bring a decent amount of experience for a player at my level, as long as there weren't any strict limits on players' levels and the attack ended before our debuff did. In either of those two cases, we just failed to complete whatever task was on offer.
"We'll find something," said the gnome confidently. "I have a nose for opportunities to earn a little extra cash."
I suppose with a nose as big as his, he could sniff out a lot of things. It seemed to me that his respirator, which fit him so well and defended him from the stench so effectively, must have been made to order. A standard-sized one would never have fit on such a huge schnoz. Anyway, off Rogar and I went in search of some work. It was really interesting to see the players who were defending the city up close as they conducted the defense using everything that was available. Mages and warriors, archers and snipers, golem drivers, self-propelled weapons, and military steam buses. Everything was rolling through the city, sometimes pursuing beetles, other times running from them. We made our way forward almost at a crawl, fearing we'd wander into the path of some high-level player's attack. Perhaps the only thing missing that would have made it just like one of the good old war movies was trenches and barricades. Honestly, there were literally bullets whistling above our heads, fireballs crackling through the air, and even Messerschmitts on the ground, beetles that had been shot down. Damn, I even saw an orc with a mobile Gatling gun on one of the rooftops. On his bald head, he even had a German army helmet. His huge hands maneuvered the machine gun confidently. He was chomping down on a gigantic cigar, and his yellow eyes shone with real insanity. To top it all off, he was laughing cheerfully and letting out a stream of filthy language. Perhaps just for this scene alone, Arctania could have won Game of the Century.
"Who gave that frog a gun?" the gnome snorted. "Waste of bullets. Everybody knows that nobody shoots like a gnome."
That's funny, I thought. He said this as he was holding an axe, not a gun. But I decided not to point that out.
"The bigger stores are definitely guarded by high-level mercenaries," Rogar mused as we walked. "Private homes are guarded by the clans, who get a fee from the owners for their defense. Private hotels are defended by the residents themselves who don't want to part with their goods."
"What are the guards doing during all this?" I interrupted. "I haven't seen one guard this whole time."
"They're guarding the palace and other municipal buildings. They're all in the center. We're out here on the outskirts. I think this is going to be the easiest place to find people who didn't think ahead about hiring security. They'll probably be out here begging for help from any passing character they see."
Well, there were indeed such people. Or, at least, there had been. Now all we could see were piles of boards, stones, and ruined goods where they'd been standing. My guess was that the most valuable stuff had been hidden in safes and cellars, but you could still see local ne'er-do-wells and low-level players gleefully picking through the rubble, collecting the little bits and pieces that remained. I mean, it was understandable. People lower than level 10 didn't really fear being killed, since they didn't lose anything when they died, so they could risk staying in the city during a high-level event in the hope of picking up something good. I'm embarrassed for you guys, I couldn't resist saying when I caught sight of a pair of level 5 players fighting over an empty elixir bottle. Both kids, whose classes had yet to be determined, turned to look at me, and simultaneously answered me with the same undignified gesture. Then, catching a whiff of the smell emanating from us, they threw their little bone of contention aside and took off at full speed.
"Scavengers,"
said the gnome haughtily. He picked up the empty bottle, wiped it on his clothes, and put it into his inventory.
"Perhaps I'll look around here, just for a second. You never know. Maybe there'll be something useful."
While the gnome dug through the garbage, I leaned on the relatively intact wall of a house and pulled out my tablet. Why not spend a little time finding some answers to some of my burning questions? For example, how much one could expect to earn for defending a house from the Black Swarm. It turned out one could earn a lot. A security team could earn between 100 and 300 gold, depending on how close the building was to the epicenter of the attack. It turned out that the beetles didn't fly in randomly. They adopted a complex military formation and took a specific trajectory which depended on a whole series of factors. So until the very moment of the attack, nobody could say how hard it was going to be to defend any particular point. Some people felt they were better safe than sorry. Some tried hard to weigh the danger they'd be likely to face, and some skimped on security and just hoped they'd be lucky and the worst of it would pass by them.
"Hey, pipsqueak,"
I suddenly heard, in a sarcastic female voice. Looking up from my tablet, I saw a female orc standing about 30 feet away from me, rifle in hand. The light leather armor she wore on her somewhat excessively shapely figure was eye-catching, almost as much so as the gun pointed at my face.
"Destroyer says crunch."
One critical axe blow to the head from behind cut short the she-orc's little speech in the most picturesque way possible. Instant death.
"I can't stand these nasty little frogs," the gnome said as he spat on the player's corpse. "Even the women."
I, on the other hand, was starting to respect them. I got the impression that once that relatively low-level orc had added me to his clan's hit list, every orc I happened to cross paths with now wanted to send me a hello from Destroyer. What a huge hit list they must have had.
"Let's roll,"
said the gnome, clapping me on the shoulder.
"Sounds like someone's screaming over there."
Where are you going, gentlemen? Come on into our store. Check out the amazing craftsmanship we have available. Of course, everything's in the warehouse right now, but that's no reason to just pass by. You can have some tea from a melorn flower, an elvish tree considered sacred, and help me defend my store, a real architectural specimen, mind you, from these damned beetles. A small fat man in flowery clothes was hopping around a massive plate-armored level 75 knight, who was continuing his forward march, not paying the little man the slightest attention. Catching sight of us, the fat man instinctively jumped up to meet us, but saw our levels and turned away in something resembling disgust.
"Hey, Budakis," the gnome called out. "I understand you're looking for security."
Security? The fat man parroted back, turning around. What do you mean? The store is defended by an elite team. It's completely safe. Get out of here, you low-level stinkers. I'd never been insulted with so much accuracy, but what security was he talking about? I looked around a little worriedly, but couldn't see any teams, much less any elite ones. However, I did notice a boy of about 10 on the roof, slingshot in hand. Is this your elite defender? I asked sarcastically. I mean, in theory, I could believe that some kind of hypothetical NPC boy could be level 100 and blow apart a brick wall with one punch, but this little blonde kid was only level 5. Not him, the fat man answered, irritated. His guardians. Not understanding what he meant at all, I waved a dismissive hand at the unfriendly salesman. Let's get out of here, Rogar.
"Wait," the gnome said, stopping me. "I have a feeling we could make some money here."
By finding it on the ground? I said sarcastically.
"It'll be easy," the gnome replied. "Budakis will definitely hire us. We just have to convince him."
I had to move aside and let the gnome carry on the negotiations, since he was so sure he'd be able to shake down this unpleasant fat man. I mean, this Budakis was even trying to tempt high-level players with tea. Skimping on security. Little bastard.
"What do you mean, his guardians?" the gnome asked the salesman. "And how are they going to defend your store from the Black Swarm?"
Why are you so interested? The fat man asked suspiciously. One of the flyers passed overhead, but was immediately shot down by about 10 ice arrows. The beetle's carcass fell onto the street not far from us. A few scavenger players immediately ran over to it, hoping for some easy pickings.
"We'd like to offer you our services," said Rogar confidently. "We can guarantee that not one beetle will come anywhere near your store."
The salesman assessed us with a mocking, but nevertheless interested glance. "And how do you propose to do that?"
"It's our secret," Rogar said.
His tone made it clear that this was not something he was prepared to discuss any further.
"But we can offer you insurance with our services. If the beetles do manage to get anywhere near your store, we'll return all your money."
What? The fat man and I reacted at the same time.
"We charge the standard 50 gold for our services," the gnome continued, businesslike, "and your property will be insured at 10 times its value."
500 gold? This gnome was a risk-taker, that was for sure.
"You have 500 gold, right?" Rogar whispered to me. "Just as surety."
Little bastard. I couldn't resist. What? A beetle? The fat man burst out anxiously.
"There are beetles everywhere," the gnome said, not missing a beat, "so I advise you to accept our offer before it's too late. With every passing minute, I'm adding 5 gold to the price."
The fat man was a little thrown off by the gnome's rock-solid self-confidence, but it obviously still wasn't enough to get him to sign the contract. "It's an interesting offer, of course, but as I've already said, we have our own security. Look." The boy on the roof let out a long whistle, and a bunch of silvery birds rose up to attack one of the beetles flying overhead, like little pairs of scissors, and just as fast. They threw themselves at the beetle so rapidly that they looked like little silvery streaks while they attacked. It wasn't more than a few minutes before the beetle was gone. "That's our elite security," said Budakis, practically panting with self-satisfaction.
"But it obviously won't protect you from several battleships," the gnome replied immediately. "Which means you'll need some backup on the ground that can stop those armored bastards and give your birds time to do their work. That's why you were trying to invite that knight to tea."
"Exactly," I said, throwing in my invaluable 2 cents. "The battleship beetles usually don't come as far as our store," the fat man answered hesitantly. Rogar sensed the weak spot and redoubled his efforts.
"Look, if some opponents show up right now that your birds can't deal with, our insurance won't be in effect."
"And by the way, I think I just saw a beetle behind that building," I mentioned. Screw it. Let's have the contract." Only thing was, I didn't know where we were going to get the text of the contract, since the gnome had obviously just thought up the thing about insurance.
"Of course," Rogar answered immediately. "I'll send it to your tablet."
Well, when did he have time to whip that up? And I wondered, had the crafty little mercenary thought to limit the contract term to the duration of our debuff? Although I could answer that question myself. Of course the little dude had thought of absolutely everything.
"Well, now you're under our protection," said the gnome confidently.
The fat man had barely glanced at the assign task function on his tablet before the relevant info began to glow in front of me.
"You've received a task. Defend the store from the Black Swarm. Task conditions: defend the merchant Budakis' store during the Black Swarm's attack. Reward: plus 30,000 experience, plus 50 gold. Fine for failure to complete task: minus 500 gold. Trust me, you're now completely safe," Rogar assured the merchant. "I'm leaving."
"Where are you going?" Budakis asked, amazed. He beat me to it only by a second or two.
"One person's enough."
To me, the gnome whispered,
"I want to find one more client for our little business. Let's call ourselves the Skunk Brothers. No point in us both staying here."
"Ah, you clever little bastard."
"We'll split the profits,"
he winked at me. If only I could also get half the experience from the other contract, too. The gnome headed off, now moving a little quicker than he'd been moving before. And this was after the speed elixir had already worn off. Maybe it was some kind of passive effect. For example, something like the smell of money. "And how, might I ask, is one little weakling warrior going to defend me?" "It's a company secret," I laughed. "But I won't even have to fight. Basically, imagine there's now a magical defensive dome around your store. Meanwhile, I'd love a cup of Malorn tea." "Wow, you're a bold one," the fat man said, with a hint of outrage in his voice. "You want some tea? It'll cost you 1 gold. That's how much it costs for a cup of tea made from melon flowers, picked 3 days after the vernal equinox. And drink it outside. I'm not letting you into the store as long as you smell like that." 1 lousy gold wasn't going to stand between me and such a unique drink, but the merchant's crappy attitude made me feel like I had to argue a little bit. Plus, right at that moment, no less than 3 jumper beetles came into view, jumping aggressively in 15-foot intervals. Budakis' eyes widened. He obviously wanted to call up to the boy on the roof and tell him to let loose the birds, but I stopped him. "Wait, they'll go away on their own," I said confidently. The debuff was in place, which meant that everything would be fine. Probably. And indeed, halfway to the store, the grasshoppers literally stopped in midair and took off, almost immediately disappearing in the other direction. "I told you everything would be fine," I said happily. "And anyway, I wasn't planning to go into your store. I'd prefer to join your elite security team on the roof. And bring me some tea on the house. Let's say that will be the start of our friendship. Who knows? You may want to take advantage of our services during the next Black Swarm attack." Budakis appeared lost in thought for a second, obviously weighing the pros and cons of investing a whole gold piece in this. Although I really doubted the tea actually cost that much. Judging by what I could gather of his personality, he'd probably at least tripled the price for me. "Okay, I suppose I could give you a half cup for free," he finally said. I immediately received a communication telling me that my socialization skill had increased by a full point. Apparently, wearing down such a stubborn guy wasn't easy, but Rogar and I were clearly smooth talkers. "A whole cup," I said sternly, heading for the stairs. The boy on the roof didn't pay any attention to my arrival as he was absorbed in chirping back and forth with his birds. The silvery falcons stood in a row in front of him and were listening to his instructions attentively. Knowing that there likely wouldn't be any point to my getting involved in the conversation, I got comfortable on some bags lying in the corner and started to check out my surroundings. Mind you, there wasn't anything new to see. We'd already seen the battles against the beetles on our way over. Budakis came up not long after with a whole cup of tea for me. A whole one, but very small. Maybe like a half cup. But as it turned out, that was enough. The tea turned out to be very sweet, sort of a honey taste, with notes from different kinds of flowers and herbs. And of course, the flavors came one after another, like with other virtual foods. A few times I had to keep my eye on some winged beetles which flew by, giving Budakis' store a wide berth, as well as a few passing battleships. Basically, the stinky defense worked like a charm, and then a system communication let me know that our group had signed up for one more job defending a store. The experience from the two tasks still wasn't enough to get to level 30, but it was now getting mighty close to that magical number. I'd only be a little shy. With a yawn, I closed my eyes and saw the menu. Would you like to transition to sleep mode? You can choose the standard setting or use one of the preset options. Light sleep, heavy sleep, or light nap. Well, given that we were just waiting, why not get some sleep? Light sleep, of course. True, reading the description, I then understood that lightness of sleep was relative. It depended directly on the perceptiveness of a character. So, in my case, lightness, when it came to sleep, just meant that a kick in the ass would wake me up, but quieter sounds like cannon shots wouldn't. Well, at least if I'm attacked directly, I'll wake up. So, sweet dreams. Chapter 8. I woke up feeling a little strange. Usually you wake up a little bit gradually, stretch out in bed, and battle drowsiness for a little while. This time, I opened my eyes and leapt right to my feet, like I'd just slammed an energy drink. Mind you, that was a distinct possibility. The capsule might well have stuck me with something to give me some energy. I immediately got a flurry of system communications letting me know the quest had been completed. I'd leveled up, and the contract with the mercenaries had expired. I must have slept a good 10 hours, and judging by the fact that nothing had woken me up, the anti-beetle defense must have lasted right up to the end of the Black Swarm's attack. "Good morning," said Rogar the gnome acidly. He and his brother were standing in front of me, stick straight, in full armor with two new shields on their backs. "Morning," I replied. "I see our contract has expired." "Yep," Rogar agreed. "I think it was probably the most profitable contract we've had in the whole time we've been mercenaries. We made something like 200 gold, plus a little extra from the skunk hides. I already sent your share in the mail." "Yeah, we got the most out of our time," I agreed, suppressing a yawn with some difficulty. I didn't want to sleep anymore, but psychology is hard to fight. You wake up, you want to yawn. So I had just a teeny bit to go to level 30, but since the beetle event was now over, I'd gotten my freedom to move back. This meant I could do a few city quests and get the necessary experience pretty quickly. "Good to meet you," the gnome chuckled into his beard, as he held out his hand for a handshake. "If you need any mercenaries again, we'd be happy to work with you. We'll even give you a discount." "Really?" I said in disbelief. "Well, maybe 0.5%, said the gnome hesitantly. This earned him a glare from his brother, who clearly considered a whole percent to be egregiously generous. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Shaking the gnome's hand, I immediately lost about 50 hit points. "You've learned the skill, Steel Handshake. This is a secret gnomish handshake which increases the trust you inspire in any gnome, a temporary plus 100 to your standing." "I'll add you to my contacts," I promised Rogar. Looking at the system clock, I suddenly realized that my allotted time in the game was almost at an end. Of course, sleeping in the game was nice, and gave you a lot of energy, but there was one big downside. It burnt up precious time in the game. Saying goodbye to the gnomes, I hurried back to my room in order to leave the game and get back to reality. Feeling perky and energized as I climbed out of the capsule wasn't something I was used to. Plus, I had a slight pain in my left arm. It felt like my arm was asleep, although that was completely impossible within the capsule since your muscles were constantly exposed to toning electrical impulses. The beetle hit me, I remembered. It had bumped my shoulder, and that's why my arm hurt. But whereas in the game you just had to drink an elixir and the pain would vanish, the side effects lingered on in the real world, and that's not even to mention the fact that the fight with the battleship had been half a day ago. I was sick of these phantom pains. Thankfully, the pain went away pretty quick, and otherwise I felt just fantastic. Even the best traditional sleep in one's bed couldn't compare with a well-calculated, subliminally stimulated sleep in a virtual capsule. Fine-tuning of the balance between fast and slow phases of sleep, the gradual wake-up, all this meant I ended up sleeping better than ever before. Still, though, I'd burned precious game time. By the way, I could never understand why sleep in the capsule counted as time in the capsule. Your brain was at rest and everything. Taking a nice, not energizing, I was already energized, shower, I snapped my fingers and let off a few sparks into the stream of water. "Electro," I said with a laugh. "I'm gonna kill you, Spider-Man." It would have been funny to put on a mask and go out and catch criminals. Only thing was that real villains often carried guns, one shot from which could outperform all my lightning. Plus, the cameras that hung everywhere in the city wouldn't allow me to avoid the attention of the responsible government agencies. Unless, of course, I also acquired the ability to make myself invisible. Pouring myself my standard cup of coffee, I spent a little while sitting in my chair, in no particular hurry to wake my computer up from sleep mode and re-immerse myself in the world of Arctania. It seemed like so much had happened in my life lately, but in fact it hadn't been all that much time since the capsule had been installed. It was really like I was living in two worlds. Actually, sometimes it felt more like three. Well, whatever. Time to work on something useful. My inbox is empty. Still no response to my sending in my resume. To be honest, the anticipation had started to make me a little tense. I just wanted to be done with this incredibly sketchy assignment and get the bone sword back. And I forgot I had my usual session with Leosha at the Virtual Warrior today. In light of recent events, I'd started to doubt whether these were really necessary. Certainly at the moment, I was in no mood to work on my skills with the chain. Nor was I in the mood to go to the gym, which I'd honestly totally forgotten about lately. My biceps could wait, and I didn't anticipate much need for chain swinging within the game in the near future. What I did need at the moment was to work on my slider skills. At least I still had money for rent and food for the next few months, and didn't have to think about finding new work for the time being. It was only in the movies that people with superpowers would immediately go out and start robbing banks and doing other stupid stuff that would immediately attract the attention of the authorities. Not me. I was planning to lay as low as possible until... Honestly, I didn't really know exactly what I was waiting for. That's the truth. There was just one goal at the moment, completing the Road of Swords task and opening the passage to some new world. That was in Arctania. What to do with my paranormal abilities in real life? I had absolutely no idea. At first, I wanted to call up my trainer and temporarily cancel our lessons, but then I thought better of it and decided on a different course of action. True, working on my skill with weapons wasn't critical at the moment, but hanging out with someone at the Virtual Warrior would be useful. Who, if not them, would know about any especially successful players who'd learned to use their powers in real life? But this was a conversation I preferred to have in person, and one I wanted to keep going only as long as circumstances were favorable. And I could try to start this conversation without worrying too much about Leosha getting suspicious. Plus, the capsule wouldn't be letting me back into Arctania for the next 6 hours, so why not use the time wisely? "Hey, Leosha, what's up?" "Yeah, training just like normal, but I just wanted to ask, do you have a steel Shanbiao?" "Yeah, I wanted to try it." As I'd expected, he wasn't at all surprised that I wanted to try working with a real weapon. Many of the VW's students who'd come to consider themselves real badasses in Arctania wanted to bring their skills into the real world. But according to what I'd read on the forums, comments on my posts, and what I'd learned from Leosha, I knew perfectly well that pretty much nobody was able to do it. Naturally, there were realistic simulators out there, made for real fighters and soldiers, but nobody in society was really interested in the prospect of having a 16-year-old kid who spent hours in a video game suddenly being able to fight like an expert boxer. Therefore, all the games just created the illusion of having skills by playing subtle tricks on the brain. It was like flying in a dream. Imagine you're having one of those dreams where you just lightly take off from the earth and fly. Even when you wake up, for a little while you still have the feeling that you could maybe just raise your arms and float up into the air. That's what virtual games are like. A peculiar type of inspired, conscious dream. Although, of course, I was one of the chosen ones. At least I was pretty sure I was. On the other hand, The sheep who gets chosen by a butcher might sometimes also feel like a chosen one, until the gigantic cleaver comes down on its neck. Or do they just slit their throats? I'd never really looked too deep into that question. I must admit that the sleep I'd gotten in the capsule hadn't turned out to be as good as I'd thought at first. Yeah, I felt rested and energetic, but my extremities felt like they were delayed in their reactions. Obviously, the stimulating electronic impulses didn't get transmitted to your muscles during sleep, and sleeping a whole night in one fixed, motionless pose isn't really good for anyone. Leaving my house, I ran to the bus stop, just to get my blood pumping a bit, and immediately felt way better. Perhaps it'd be worth looking over the instructions to the capsule, just to get familiar with the mechanisms connected to sleep. It could be that there's a warning to always do something active after you get done sleeping in the capsule in order to get the blood moving to your muscles, or something like that. My session with Leosha started with a light stretch, which was really stretching in name only. From the side, I bet it would have looked pretty funny to see a little guy of 18, at oldest, chasing a grown man like me around. But despite his age, he knew exactly what he was doing, and most importantly, he had a lot of experience in the game. After stretching, Leosha handed me a real steel chain with a real steel spearhead. Admittedly, it was dull. As soon as I grabbed it, I felt how heavy it was. It had always seemed lighter in the game. "Just don't kill yourself," said my teacher with a grin. I just smirked back at him and confidently performed my blow to the head. And I did indeed perform a blow to the head. My own head. The chain wasn't handling at all like I'd expected when I tried to perform my habitual moves from Arctania. "I warned you," Leosha laughed. "How does it feel?" Staying silent, I tried to do a few more moves, but none really worked out. I not only managed to pinch my fingers in the chain and hit myself in the leg, but also to scratch the ceiling. "Oh, you guys have finally moved on to using real weapons instead of ribbons?" I heard a hoarse male voice. A familiar-looking bald man was standing at the entrance in his kimono. "Sergey, you again?" Leosha asked with a frown. "One more complaint and the VP said you'll be out on your ass." Calm down, I'm just kidding," said the man, not at all embarrassed. "Actually, I came to apologize." "Strange apology," said my trainer with a frown. "It is what it is," the man snorted. "Anyway, I won't bother you anymore, and you keep that electroshocker off me, okay?" With that, he turned around and left. Leosha looked at me, perplexed. "Electroshocker?" I just shrugged and made a face as if to say I didn't understand either. "He was drunk," I reminded Leosha. "Overall, Sergey is a pretty good guy," Leosha said for some reason. "He only just recently started to drink. Obviously, there's some reason for it. He is a great trainer. Besides working at the VW, he also ran children's classes at some kind of cultural center. Well, until he got fired, at least." "I've never believed that there's any excuse for drunkenness or drug addiction," I said frankly. "Same for smoking or suicide. You're responsible for your own fate." "Well, who can judge someone for being a little crazy when they're young?" Leosha snorted. "But I agree. I'm not trying to justify him, I'm just explaining. Anyway, shall we?" Then we continued our exercises. I continued my efforts to perform all the moves I knew in the game, in the hopes at least something would work out. But alas, training with real weapons didn't work out for me. I didn't turn out to have any miraculous abilities, and my skills from within the game didn't help at all. Apparently, I hadn't been able to hide my disappointment, since Leosha started trying to cheer me up. "You're neither the first nor the last," he said with a smile. "There are a huge number of clubs where people try to use their skills from the game, especially magical skills. Some of them have even turned into cults." "And nothing works out for any of them?" I asked, glad that Leosha himself had brought up this topic that I was secretly so interested in. "Most often it's fighting skills that transfer into real life. Working with weapons is more complicated. In the game, your strength and dexterity have an effect on the weight and kinetics of your weapon. And magic, I mean, you know yourself, it's just fantasy." Oh, yes, I knew that quite well. That explains why the last few days I'd been feeling like a character in a low-budget Hollywood film with a bad love story. I still wasn't sure if it would end up being a fantasy drama or a comedy. And it wasn't even necessarily the case that I was the main character. I might turn out to be a supporting character who'd end up dying at the end. By the way, that was not something I was hoping for. But aren't there legends about people who've been able to use magic in real life?
Oh, I mean, there are always tons of things cropping up about how people can throw fireballs, cast healing spells, and stuff like that. But there was probably plenty of that even before virtual capsules were developed. That's true, I agreed. It would be cool, though. That's what I've been thinking for a long time, said Leosha with an unexpected degree of emotion. I used to comb through the forums and meet up with people who were as into it as I was. Even working at the VW isn't so much for the money as for the chance to meet other players. He suddenly stopped and let out a sad sigh. Anyway, that's all pretty stupid. Yeah, I agreed. Anyway, we're going to have to go back to the ribbon, since I guess I don't have any miraculous abilities after all. The training proceeded without much of a sense of optimism. At that time, I couldn't have cared less about being able to use weapons in the game or developing my professions. Although I understood that that was all important, I just couldn't bring myself to get to work on any of it. All I could think about were my new abilities as a slider and how they'd transfer into real life. I couldn't wait to get back to Arctania and pay a friendly visit to the Electromage's tower. True, the obligatory break from the game hadn't finished yet, so I just wandered around the city, had a bite to eat in a cafe, and stopped into some stores. I was especially excited to stop into an appliance store, where I bought up a bunch of little things, from a wireless doorbell to a little children's synthesizer, a little motor, and some equipment for radio broadcasting. I was planning to use all this to increase my ability to affect the functioning of electrical appliances. I still didn't understand whether my ability to affect appliances of a certain complexity had to do with my profession as a mechanic and how leveled up it was, or whether it was just a matter of intellect. I figured I could keep track of my progress in developing my abilities by measuring how complex an item I was able to affect. And it'd also be nice to check whether bonuses conferred by equipment would transfer into reality. If I bought some ring that gave me plus 30 wisdom, would that mean my powers would be that much stronger in the real world too? Returning home, I laid out all my purchases in order of their supposed complexity. First the doorbell, then the battery-powered motor, then the synthesizer and the radio equipment. The motor's complexity was due to the fact that I'd left one of the wires disconnected. My intention was to try to create the electrical current. With the synthesizer, I was hoping to find out how many electrical connections I could effect at the same time. And the radio equipment, that was going to be a much more serious test. The doorbell worked only at the same distance as before, about 1.5 feet. I couldn't create the electrical current in the motor, but I did manage to start it just by touching it. So it turned out I was able not only to create electricity, but also to transmit it in a sufficient quantity to start the mechanism. Next came the synthesizer. I played Mary Had a Little Lamb from the same distance, about 1.5 feet, but I wasn't able to hit 2 keys at the same time. The radio equipment was a total failure. It didn't move even a bit. A negative result is still a result, I thought. After playing with the motor a little more, I decided to run a new experiment. For this one, I was going to have to use a wireless charger. The little plastic disc, which could charge phones and other little gadgets wirelessly, had a pretty decent capacity of 20,000 AH. It was also really handy in that it was equipped with a little screen that displayed how much charge was left. Well, I thought, I hope my power is enough to charge it and I don't kill myself. I figured lightning was pretty powerful. If I could even cast 1 bolt, it would probably charge 10 of these little things. True, it was just a theory based on my understanding of physics. If this lightning was somehow magical, then my theory might well end up being nonsense. Taking the charger in my hand, I sent an electrical impulse into it just as I'd done with the motor, and the numbers started climbing. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the indicator hit 99, I took my hand off it with no problems. Ha! I couldn't resist bursting out. Looks like my phone will never die again. True, this wasn't a huge benefit, but after all, I was still only level 29. Who knew how my abilities would evolve when I got to, say, level 100? Especially if I improved some of my existing abilities in addition to learning new ones. Maybe with time, I'd be able to make some money charging Teslas or find work as a generator. The main thing would just be to survive until then. Trying to kill time until I could get back into Arctania, I scrolled through the latest news. The Russian-speaking community was buzzing about the upcoming Battle of the Clans. Only top players level 100+ were accepted into the championship, and it promised to be quite the spectacle. There were a few different sub-tournaments, one-on-one fights between people of the same class, mages against mages, swordsmen against swordsmen, and so on. A battle royale where players were thrown in irrespective of class, and 5 against 5 battles.
What was interesting was that the favorites in each sub-tournament varied widely. Antibiotic, for example, was one of the top swordsmen, but didn't even make it into the top 20 of the Battle Royale. To my significant disappointment, there were no electromages among the players who had been announced. Maybe there weren't any who'd leveled up to 100. Maybe electromages tended to work on their crafts rather than fighting. It would have been interesting to see the fighting skills of a high-level player of my class. Mind you, the registration hadn't closed yet, and there was still a little bit of time until the Battle of the Clans. Meanwhile, it had gotten dark outside, and as weird as it was, I really wanted to go to bed. Something wasn't quite right with the virtual sleep, given that I'd already started to feel so tired and it was only evening. But my curiosity won out. As soon as I'd finished the required break period, I dove back into the capsule. Thanks to the gnome, I knew approximately where to start looking for someone who could teach an electromage. Therefore, as soon as I popped up in the hotel, I raced off immediately for Varitha's coast. Despite it being pretty late, the streets were as busy as ever. Carts filled to the brim with building materials trundled along the roads, and from all sides came shouting, creaking, hammering, and all the good old sounds of people at work. Perhaps I could have stayed in Varitha and make some money and experience on some kind of side job that didn't require special skills, but I really didn't want to put off the chance to potentially find a teacher. The tower stood a ways outside the city, on a cliff next to the coast. It would have been hard to miss it, given the lightning that was constantly striking the lightning rod on the dome at the top of the tower. Why have a simple lighthouse when you could have this bright thing, which also came with sound effects? The lightning was so loud it popped my ears and made my heart skip a beat. Given that I'd now left Varitha proper, I was out of its safe zone. From here on, I'd have to be a little more careful. Yet again, I found myself wishing I'd become a thief. They had a much easier time when it came to moving around unnoticed. The open space between the city wall and the big stone tower made me an ideal target for anyone looking to take advantage of an easy kill. Plus, I couldn't forget about the possibility of running into an aggressive mob of some kind, whose level nobody could really predict. Although the place looked empty, my experience had demonstrated that monsters could appear anywhere. And sure enough, a few minutes later my fears were completely justified. An opponent jumped up out of the ground, in the most literal sense. A few steps away from me, the ground opened up, and onto the surface jumped something resembling a mix between a mole and a battleship beetle. Just like a mole, it had big blind eyes and a long snout, huge shovel-like paws. Unlike a mole, it had solid bone plate armor. Small digger, level 26. I wondered if a small digger was 5 feet tall. What did a big one look like? I gave it a kick. Instead of moving the digger at all, I was sent flying myself. Wrapping my chain around its thick neck as I flew, I started powering up an electric charge. As a rule, I had to give it about 10 seconds to get a strong enough charge. Of course, few of my opponents were prepared to give me that much time. But the mole turned out to be pretty slow, so I was able to calmly gather the maximum charge and hit him with a huge blast from the depths of my electrified soul. You've dealt damage, 115 points. Opponent is knocked down and stunned. Man, I was lucky that this monster, which after all lived next to an electromage, somehow didn't have any resistance to electricity. Maybe not the most logical thing in the world, but it did make my life a lot easier. While the digger was rolling around, stunned, I landed a few more good blows and killed it. Man, I was becoming a badass, I thought happily. Now there was proof. I could take out a mole with one hit. All the mole dropped was a dubious-smelling slab of meat, which I preferred to leave lying on the ground. Deciding that the diggers not only made for stinky steaks, but also easy experience, I wandered around by the tower for a bit, killing more of them. Alas, the cakewalk soon came to an end. Maybe the moles took a long time to respawn. Maybe the system had decided that that was enough of the good life for me. Whatever the case, they stopped appearing, and I still hadn't reached level 30. Well, I figured, what else was there to do but pay the electromage a visit? The door turned out to be locked, but a sign hanging above it gave me a pretty good hint. He alone may enter whose summons electricity obeys. I shrugged, cast some lightning at the door, and watched it open up instantly. Pfft, too easy, I chuckled. Inside, I found an elevator platform, but not the spiral staircase I'd already begun to assume would be there. What was interesting was that the steel plate that served as an elevator was bolted to a steel rail that led upwards, but had no sign of any kind of operating mechanism. I walked onto the platform and examined it thoroughly. Where are the buttons? I thought after about 10 minutes fruitless searching. There were also no hints here like there had been on the front door. On the other hand, taking the personality of the tower's owner into account, I was probably going to need to use one of my class abilities here. The main thing was to decide which one, but of course I didn't have a huge array to choose from. Lightning, electric shock, or control over machinery. The logical option was number 3. Mentally summoning my ability, I ordered the elevator to rise, and it did so. Actually, it did so fast that it almost knocked me off my feet. But it quickly collapsed back to the floor, having ascended just 10 or 15 feet. This time it did knock me on my ass, and even dealt a few points of physical damage. Sitting on the steel plate, I looked up and tried to get a sense of how tall the tower was. Seemed like it couldn't be any less than 150 feet. Obviously, the platform didn't have enough energy to rise any higher, which meant that I'd have to try using 2 abilities at once. Was I just really smart, or was this all too easy? I wondered. Mind you, I hadn't actually gotten to the top yet. Ordering the elevator to rise, I put my hand down on the steel plate and activated my electric shock. The platform rose 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, and then crashed back down again. I'd have to use my electric shock again. Quickly estimating that each few meters was going to require an electric shock, I frantically counted up my remaining mana regeneration elixirs. Theoretically, there were enough, but I still regretted not having bought a bunch more before I'd come to check out the Electromage's tower. But who could have known? So that's how I ended up ascending foot by foot, feeding electricity into the platform and gulping down one elixir after another. 5 minutes later, as the bottles were already beginning to run out, I could make out the shape of a hatch above me, whose dimensions were clearly aligned to those of the elevator. Only, I wasn't so sure anymore that this unique elevator would be able to make it that far. This became painfully clear when I had only about 20 feet left to go, and I'd just finished the last mana elixir. I was going to have to move fast. Discharging my last electric shock, I jumped as high as possible and grabbed onto the edge of the hatch. Pulling myself up, I kicked my leg through it and crawled up into it. The platform fell away into the darkness as I stood up and looked around. It was a small, circular hall with lots of windows and a domed ceiling, from which there hung a whole web of multicolored wires that led to a gigantic steel throne. On that throne, which looked something like a big lazy boy, sat a blue-skinned man who resembled some kind of futuristic spaceship captain. "And what have you forgotten in the Master of Lightning's tower, young man?" he asked, looking at me with his completely white eyes. Little arcs of lightning coursed occasionally across the man's blue skin. A dark blue cloak covering his entire frame obscured his body, but from his bare arms I could tell that this guy was pretty well built. And the level 150 Master of Lightning had hinted, not so subtly, that one had better address him with the maximum possible amount of respect. "I salute you," I said with a bow. "I'm a beginning mage who works with electricity. Having learned that a great master dwells near Veritha, I made haste to come pay my respects to him." I deliberately avoided mentioning my class specifically, so as not to have to lie to him explicitly. You never know what kind of abilities such a powerful man might have. "That's good," said the mage. "And since you are able to get up here, you must indeed have some abilities. It pleases the Master of Lightning to see a young person who still remembers such a rare branch of magical knowledge." If electromages were rare, then what could one say about my slider class? I mean, there wasn't even anything in the guidebook about teachers for this class. "I've just begun, and I still know very little," I continued. "I was hoping you might be willing to teach me something." Of course, it would be good if this didn't mean changing the color of my skin and hair. I didn't want to turn blue. It just seemed... Well, let's just say I didn't think it would look very good on me. This world of ours had become more tolerant than ever, but within the game, your race was part of your overall character. Looking like that, I'd just be the butt of a bunch of jokes. "The Master of Lightning does not train," the mage answered arrogantly. Actually, it pretty much always sounded arrogant whenever somebody referred to themselves in the third person. That said, his tone was totally devoid of any emotion. "Perhaps I could offer something to merit your attention," I suggested. "Or perform some service?" "The Master of Lightning has all that he needs," the blue-skinned man answered. "And anyways, what could a worm like yourself offer?" I mean, he had a point. But it still seemed like this was going to be an exception to the usual straightforward task assignment process within the game. Maybe I didn't have enough socialization skills. Maybe I was too low level. All I could do was guess, given that I hadn't received any system communications yet. "Do you sit here all the time?" I said, resolving not to give up. "Perhaps I could bring you something that you need."
Possibly. There is one small task that the Master of Lightning would prefer not to take care of himself," said the mage after a short pause. "But are you capable of performing it? Come closer."
I shuffled closer to him obediently.
"Somewhat weak," the Master of Lightning concluded. "Also a strange aura of strength emanates from you. Are you really an electromage?"
In response, I just sent a little bit of lightning coursing between my fingers.
Well, all right. The Master of Lightning long ago ceased to require human food. But sometimes he does long for his favorite childhood food. The Master of Lightning wasn't always a semi-divine being. He was once a child who was born and raised in a small village. Perhaps the only thing that the Master of Lightning occasionally misses is a berry pie prepared in a small bakery across from his home. Bring it, and the Master will give you an ancient scroll explaining the techniques of an electromage."
"I'll do it," I said, not hesitating for a second.
"You've received the task, Pie for the Master of Lightning. Task requirements: bring a pie prepared according to the old bakery's recipe to the Master of Lightning. Reward: scroll with techniques for an electromage. Plus 18,000 experience."
"The city was called Qatar, and the bakery was owned by a human woman by the name of Lorna," the Master of Lightning continued.
Oh, man, he must have been born a long time ago if he remembered Qatar as a little village. Well, I was headed there to get my stuff anyway. Now I had one more reason to get going ASAP.
"Now leave this place," the mage said. "The Master of Lightning wishes to dissolve into the ether again."
I turned to the open hatch. I'd be happy to, but the elevator's gone." But the electromage didn't react to my words at all. He'd just frozen and sat there like a statue. "Master of Lightning?" I turned to him, already guessing that I wasn't about to get an answer. Seemed like players who got themselves into the tops of 150-foot-tall towers were responsible for getting out again themselves. Too bad I hadn't grabbed the glider from Artium at the Dead City, and hadn't thought to buy a new one. Generally speaking, I hadn't really done much prep for my trip to the Mage's Tower, especially considering that I had money to burn. I could have taken 10 minutes and stopped by the shops, filled up on elixirs and useful artifacts. There was a really simple artifact that was called a rope, which would have really come in handy right now. I really didn't feel like committing suicide, since it'd mean losing my experience. I was so close to level 30, and would be painful to boot. Looking around the whole hall, I didn't manage to find any way to get myself down to the ground. Screw it, I thought. I'd get some rest, and figure out what to do in the morning. Chapter 9. In the morning, I was awakened by the long-expected call from the VRT-SDI. A stern-sounding female voice asked whether I was one Andrei Valkovich, and whether I'd sent a resume in for the programmer position. She asked the question in a tone that made me feel like I'd somehow insulted her personally, and the Institute as a whole, just by sending the letter. A little taken aback, I confirmed that I'd been the culprit behind this despicable crime, and I was informed that for some unfathomable reason the Institute was interested in my otherwise insignificant existence. Therefore, I was expected that very day for an interview, and would be expected to bring with me all the certificates I'd described in my application. From the commanding tone, I'd almost felt like snapping to attention anyway. As soon as the call was finished, I jumped up from the bed and started gathering my things frantically. True, as I was reaching for my jeans, I suddenly realized that it was only 8 a.m., and my meeting was scheduled for 3 p.m., so I really didn't have anywhere to hurry off to just yet. I tried to get a little sleep, but I couldn't calm down. Too many thoughts about my upcoming caper, or whatever it was. Secret operation? Yeah, that sounded way better. Finally tiring of tossing and turning in bed, I went into the kitchen, made myself some coffee, and sat at the table. It felt like I hadn't drunk a cup of coffee in the kitchen for years. I mean, who actually ate in the kitchen anymore anyway? The computer was everything now. So I thought, what should I do now? Somewhat slowly, an answer came to me. I should get my documents together, get dressed, and head down to the 24-hour shop next to the Institute where I should find a bag with a false bottom waiting for me. I was setting myself up for a trap, going to the scene of the crime with an envelope full of my personal documents. I must be an idiot, I thought. This was perhaps the first time since I'd met with Papa Rothschild that this had occurred to me. Up until the call from the VRTSDI, until there was an actual date and time set for the whole thing, it had all felt like some kind of game. Even less realistic a game than Arctania. There, everything was colorful, full of emotion and drive. Here, everything was gray, boring old reality, which I'd stopped taking very seriously during the course of the past week. And now, to get revenge, it was pumping me full of adrenaline even more than the game was. Returning to the normal course of my morning routine, I poured myself another cup of coffee and drank it at the computer, as I read the latest news from Arctania. For the time being, there was nothing new. The developers had announced the start date for some new global event, but they were keeping it in strict secrecy until the launch. The timetable was pretty short, just a few days or something, so obviously this didn't have anything to do with my Road of Swords. Honestly, I couldn't be the only person with a global-level divine quest. I was sure there had to be other players who were already doing things that would affect the entire universe. I didn't go back into the capsule just then. I really didn't feel like trying to solve the problem of how to get down from the tower. I'd finish the assignment from Papa Rothschild, and then jump back into the game without that hanging over my head. Okay, I thought as I looked at the clock. It was time. I left my apartment, already feeling a little more relieved. In the locker room of the 24-hour shop, I found a stylish leather bag with a false bottom waiting for me. Judging by the size of the little pocket, whatever it was I was being asked to smuggle past security must have been about the size of a cell phone. And the pocket itself was none too basic. Sewn into the cloth inside was a flexible, platinum-colored material arranged in some kind of complex pattern. Apparently, it wasn't so simple to hide whatever this thing was from the security guards. Of course, it could be the other way around. Maybe this fabric was to protect the item itself from radiation. I was hoping that it didn't turn out to be radioactive. After all, I did want to have kids at some point in my life. When I'd reached the metro, my phone rang. It was from an unknown number. Usually, I didn't answer calls like that, but it could have been the HR department at VRTSTI, so I had to answer. Hello? Hello? Who's this? The female voice on the other end sounded surprised. You're calling me and you're asking me that? I answered, just as surprised. I had a missed call from this number is all, which was pretty weird since the phone was on and lying on the table in front of me the whole time. I haven't called anyone today, I assured her. But if you're interested, my name is Andrei Volkovich. I've heard that last name somewhere. Suddenly, things started to come together in my head, and I almost dropped the phone in shock when I realized what was going on. Maybe this was BS, but it did seem like the little virtual god had made my wish come true. Or was it BS after all? Sophia, I said, my heart skipping a beat. Yeah, said the girl cautiously. So you did call me after all? Yeah, no, I answered, dumbfounded. It's me, Falk. There was a pause for a second. Hi, she said slowly. Where did you get my number? I have no idea, I said, feeling a bit stupid. Maybe someone's playing a practical joke on me? She stayed silent for a bit, obviously confused. Well, whatever. Actually, it's kind of funny. I was thinking the other day that I wanted to talk to you about something. Want to meet up for a coffee? I remembered waking up, taking a shower, putting on my best suit, and leaving the house. If this was a dream, it was pretty realistic. I'd have to pinch myself. Sure, I said, trying to stay calm as I pinched myself on the arm. When? Right now. Are you at home? Great. Seemed like all the rats now knew where I lived. I'm on the metro, at Shosa and Stuziastov. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Where should we meet? The submarine, I said quickly, looking over at the sign. I'll send you the address. It seemed like this establishment was destined to play a big role in my life, I thought as I opened the door. Well, I figured, if you're in the service of the goddess of fate, virtual or otherwise, you're going to end up paying attention to signs like that. At first, it had just been Alenia messing with my real life, but now Hote had joined in too. Who'd be next? And what might a god of the dead or some demon from a virtual underworld end up doing in the real world? I sat at a table near the window, ordered myself a coffee, and only then remembered to check my watch. I'd allowed myself plenty of time to get to the interview, but I hadn't been planning on a stop in a restaurant. But I couldn't bring myself to say no to Sophia. She walked into the cafe like a red-haired hurricane. She was wearing tight black jeans and tall boots, and her light jacket swept from side to side as she walked briskly over to me. "Hi," she said happily as she threw off her coat. Only then did it occur to me that it'd be good to take my coat off too. Honestly, I just got a little stupefied looking at her. "Hey." "Waiter, could I get a cappuccino and some marshmallow cake?" Sophia waved. The waiter headed off to the bar immediately. I was trying hard not to stare at her, so when she sat in front of me, I was trying to focus on my half-empty cup of coffee. "So, what did you want to talk about?" I asked, casting a suspicious glance at her. This was pretty unexpected. "Your call was pretty unexpected," she said, returning my suspicious look. "Be honest. Did you get my number from Artyom?" "I didn't call you," I started to protest, but then I stopped myself. Any other explanation would sound ridiculous, and she wouldn't be likely to trust me from then on. I figured it would be easier just to say I wanted to call, but then changed my mind and hung up. "Well, okay, I did want to call," I said, "but I couldn't decide whether I should or not." I'd never noticed this nervous side of myself before, but at that moment I felt like some kind of shyness demon had possessed me. "Well, whatever," she laughed. "I wanted to apologize to you anyway, for what Lazar did." Well, this was great. Everybody wanted to apologize to me. First Artyom, then Alexander, and now Sophia? The only one left now was Lazar himself. Too bad no amount of apologizing could change the past. None of this would help me get the sword back. Or my faith in the rats, either. "I'm on to new things now," I responded warily. I managed to negotiate with the new owner for the return of the sword. "I know. That's why I wanted to meet with you. If you think Lazar is a bad guy, you obviously don't know the head of the Unnamables very well. Don't get involved with those people." I checked my watch again, remembering my upcoming interview. Screw it, I thought. I'd just tell them I got stuck in traffic and I'd be 15 minutes late. Whoever was going to give me the item would have to respond to my coded text message when I was in the building anyway, so if I was a little late, it wouldn't matter. "At least you can negotiate with them," I said, not without a bit of sarcasm. "A deal with people like that is a lot worse than it seems at first." "How so?" I was just going to give them the swords if they happened to still be around at the end of the quest, as well as the main reward. It was good, of course, that I'd gotten away with keeping the stage completion rewards a secret. I really didn't want to have to give away my class-specific legendary items. Judging by the auctions, that was the only option a slider had to get their hands on a class-specific item. This reminds me of a similar deal with one of the other clans. It turned out to cost me a lot. Enough whining," she interrupted me. "You lost the artifact, you're getting it back. It's a game. But the people who work for Antibiotic and the Unnamables work in real life as well, and I'm sure they already know where you live." She'd guessed it. All of it. And indeed, if this was all just a game, I'd never have agreed to commit a crime. "Well, whatever. I'll figure it all out, I hope," I said confidently. Whatever the case, I did have one advantage that nobody else in the world had. Or at least very few people had. My ability to control electricity would continue to develop, and I'd get stronger and stronger until the time would come when I could tie up any loose ends in my work with the Unnamables. "Actually, I kind of envy you," said Sophie, looking out the window dreamily. "The start of the game, complete freedom, not a care in the world." "Did you forget about the 5 swords?" I reminded her. I have no choice. I have to spend all my time thinking about how to complete this quest for the goddess by the deadline. Exactly. That's the only thing you have to worry about. You don't have to follow a schedule for raids, lead noobs into dungeons by the hand, give report to the clan leader about how your attributes are leveling up, or get advice on which abilities are best for the clan. Not that you'd ever get to consider which abilities are best for you personally. For us, Arctania has somehow turned from a game into full-on work. Yeah, it's good money, but it sucks almost all the fun out of it. To be honest, I hadn't expected her to be so open with me. I'd certainly never thought I'd ever be sitting with her one-on-one in a cafe, and until now, I hadn't really been able to believe that this was really happening. What about the raids of different bosses? I asked. That's got to be really cool. That doesn't happen all that often, really. Plus, for a healer, every raid turns into an endless series of healing spells and mana regeneration elixirs. Drink, heal, drink, heal. Not the most interesting way to spend your time. Would you even want to be part of the main attacks? I laughed, subconsciously raising my hand up to where the battleship beetle had rammed me. I'd love to be a full-on fighting mage. Originally, I'd even taken on a double class, healer pyromancer, but I never really leveled up my attack spells properly. Overall, the clan is convenient, even fun sometimes, but you don't have the freedom that a single player has. Oh, if only she knew just how much freedom I had at the moment. Completing each level of the quest right on schedule, left foot, right foot. Then, out of nowhere, the occasional death. Choosing abilities wasn't too simple for me either. I was constantly torn between developing skills that would be useful in the game and ones that'd be useful in real life. I was even trying to keep my attribute points evenly divided between what I needed in the game, for example, increasing my strength so I could wear level-appropriate armor, and my intellect, which was the basis for all my real-life abilities. Well, I guess I did the right thing, staying on my own, I concluded. I said this as if I'd had a choice. In your case, I don't know, Sophia said pensively. Despite all the complications and difficulties, the clan protects you. From opportunists and people who like to bully you within Arctania, and from raiders in real life. Raiders? It's a relatively new thing. Before Arctania and some of the other super popular games came out, it wasn't much of a thing, but once it became possible to make billions within virtual reality, the hunt was on for high-level players in real life. They make hit lists, take people hostage, and force people to give all their virtual property to other characters. It gets bought up quickly by law-abiding players, and the company can't really do much to stop it. Usually they scare the players so bad that they're afraid to report what happened. Holy shit. Of course, I was always afraid that the rats would pay me an unexpected visit, but I'd never thought it would be this dangerous, or that this kind of thing was this common. So now, as it turned out, there was no point in my complaining to everybody that they were taking advantage of me. I could just sit back and wait to be paid a visit by some thugs with machine guns. If I'd known that, I'd never have shared my secrets with the whole clan. Whatever a group of 10 people knew, pretty much anybody could find out if they wanted. So, even top players need protection? I clarified. And how? Sophia confirmed. You may be surprised to hear that you can now buy armor for your virtual capsule, and there are security firms offering a new service. They'll provide you with a safe place for your capsule that's under constant surveillance and is totally anonymous. Sounds like you're already familiar with this stuff, I said. I am, since Lazar's already moved all the top players in the clan to a top-of-the-line secure complex. As for him, they say he has the latest capsule in some secret location. They say it can even survive a nuclear explosion. Well, considering how he did business, it did seem like a good idea to stay put in the capsule, and basically never risk going anywhere he didn't need to go. Whatever the case, there's nothing more to take from me, I said, looking quickly at my watch. I'm low level, and the divine quest is still going to take me a while. But when it's done, they might just get rid of you. If I even live to see it, I chuckled. That wasn't going to be easy. There were 5 swords, after all, and I was always getting into new trouble. In movies, sure, the hero might be able to make it through a bunch of tight spots without a scratch on him, but in real life, if someone managed to take 5 shots at you, it was pretty likely that one of them would hit you. And yes, stopping bullets was the first thing I was planning to ask the Master of Lightning about when I completed his task. I was hoping our abilities would at least coincide a little bit, and I'd be able to get something out of the scroll he gave me. After all, besides the danger I was facing from people, there were also these virtual gods and goddesses wreaking havoc in the real world, who were obviously perfectly capable of killing me at any time. "What are you daydreaming about?" Sophia suddenly asked. "About how unpredictable life is," I said. I was now being completely open with her. "I'd never have thought I'd be sitting here with you today, drinking coffee." "I wasn't planning on it either," she agreed. "I actually have to go sample some wedding cakes, then go get the invitations. Actually, I have to get going. I just wanted to say sorry in person and warn you not to trust the unnamables." "The more I get to know people, the more I trust NPCs," I said, slightly adjusting the famous phrase. "Believe me, nobody's going to take advantage of me ever again." We sat in silence for a little bit. "Okay, gotta go," Sophia said abruptly, jumping up from the table. "If you need any help in Arcania, send me a message. I promise it'll be just between us." Oh, just between us. Perfect. True, I didn't completely trust her. "Okay," was all I could say in response before she kissed me on the cheek and sprang out of the restaurant. She was gone so fast. Or maybe I just slowed way down every time I saw Sophia. It did make me forget everything. Oh shit, the interview! I quickly paid the bill and ran off to the metro. I was definitely going to be late, but 10 or 15 minutes in the heart of the city wasn't such a big deal. Although, of course, being late to an interview didn't bode well for the future. But that only mattered if you actually wanted to get the job. For me, all that mattered was getting into the building. Fortunately, I was in luck. I was only 10 minutes late. I could have been right on time, but there was such a crowd around the building that I couldn't elbow my way in for some time. And once I did get in, I had to argue with security for some time. The tough-looking guys in equally tough-looking suits really didn't want to let me in. They examined my passport for so long I thought they were going to bust out a microscope, checked all my stuff twice, and in the end they made me stand there in the hall while they went back to find the guy who was supposed to come out to meet me. Obviously they hadn't found the hidden pocket, otherwise their tone would have been quite different. I'll admit, I was pretty nervous while they were examining the bag, but it turned out okay. 20 minutes later, a stockily built woman of about 45 came out to meet me. She was solidly built, but had fine, sharp features, a little too much makeup, and a sharp glare, which picked me out from the crowd immediately. "Are you here for an interview?" "Yes, ma'am," I said, feeling like we were in the military for some reason. "I'm Evgenia Sergeyevna. I'm from HR. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move your interview to a different day," the woman said. Her tone made me feel like this was somehow all my fault. "Does tomorrow work?" I was a little thrown off. What happened?" I asked with some concern, as I frantically tried to determine what to do next. According to the plan, I was supposed to get in and meet my contact, or the thief. Well, what else was I supposed to call him? "Internal problems," the woman answered vaguely. "So what time would work for you?" Right then, my phone vibrated. "Just a second," I said, checking my phone quickly. A message from an unknown number read, "Abort! Get out of there!" "I already have another meeting somewhere else tomorrow," I said quickly. "How about I'll check my schedule and call you right away?" "Excellent," she responded. "Here's my card. I should tell you that we're very interested in hiring a specialist like you, and we have something to discuss." Well, this was interesting. This explained why she'd come out personally to tell me the interview had to be rescheduled. I wondered, was this Daddy Rothschild's person on the inside doing his magic, or were they genuinely impressed by my resume? I hung around outside the Institute's building for a bit, hoping to find out what had happened, but I couldn't get any concrete info. According to the rumors, security had stopped somebody, and most floors were temporarily off limits. Intuitively, I had a pretty good idea of who they might have stopped, but I really wanted to know for sure. Partially to make sure they wouldn't trace anything back to me. But who here was going to share that kind of info with me? On my way back to the metro, I got a call from an unknown number. "Hello?" I said cautiously, a little afraid of the kind of swearing I expected to hear in response. "I'll be waiting for you at the clan's main residence in 1 hour," a hoarse male voice said sternly. "Okay," I said, and suddenly remembered. "But I need a little help. getting down from the Master of Lightning's tower.
Son of a...
And then I did indeed hear the expected swearing.
Fine, someone's coming for you.
Then came a dial tone. Seemed like my companion was none too happy about the failure of the operation. Well, it was logical, but it was nice that he wanted to meet in Arctania instead of sending a pair of thugs in a car with tinted windows. Whatever the case, I had to hurry if I was going to get home by the appointed time. The whole way back, I was still nervous and mulling over the developing situation. It wasn't likely that Daddy Rothschild himself wanted to see me just to have a little tea party or something. At a minimum, he'd probably tell me he wouldn't be holding up his end of the bargain, since I'd failed to hold up my end. Sure, it wasn't my fault, but it was what it was. Plus, I had to hope that the gnome wouldn't attribute the failure of the mission to my being late. Maybe he was one of those people who wanted to look his victims in the eyes at the moment when the people he'd hired in real life sprayed their capsules with machine gun fire. So I'd head off into their clan's headquarters, and meanwhile somebody would break into my apartment and... Of course, I might be exaggerating, but who knew what might happen with this latest generation of mafiosos? Having run home, I locked my door with a little extra force. Who knows, maybe my fears would turn out to be justified after all, and hopped back into the capsule. I found myself in the tower, still alone. Well, not counting the Master of Lightning sitting on his throne. He seemed totally indifferent to my presence, but I hadn't been counting on much else where he was concerned. But walking over to the window and looking down, I noticed someone hanging out outside the entrance to the tower, dressed in the robe of a mage. "Hey!" he yelled when he saw me. "Jump down!" "I don't want to die!" I yelled back. "I'll catch you!" the mage assured me. Well, what could I do? I was going to have to take him at his word. It'd be pretty funny if I splattered all over the ground and headed back to the respawn zone, and the last phrase I heard was, "Just kidding," or, "Oops, I didn't catch you." But it all worked out. I crawled out the window and stepped off the edge, swearing to myself, and before I hit the ground, the speed of my fall got slower and slower. It didn't totally stop, but it felt like I'd jumped down 10 feet instead of 300. "They're waiting for you at the residence," the mage said tersely. He whistled, and in front of him there appeared a coal-black horse with deep red eyes. He jumped up onto the hellish-looking thing and took off in the direction of the city without even offering me a ride. Well, whatever, I thought. I hadn't really felt like going with him anyways. The wounds Varetha had suffered from the Black Swarm had healed nicely, and the hustling and bustling with which all players were familiar was back at its normal tempo. Low-level players were running all over the place, carrying out little tasks for NPCs. Those who were a little higher level could be found at the market, buying and selling all sorts of ingredients for crafting and other little things. To sell high-quality weapons and more valuable materials, players usually use the electronic auction services. The market was for people trying to sell things quickly and cheaply, or to improve their haggling ability. Auctions, after all, moved slower, were more limited in what you could do, and always took their percent. At the market, you could easily drop the price by a third or negotiate a simple exchange instead of buying something. Perhaps I'd also have something I could sell. For example, Glitch, the adventurer's dagger. But the prospect of standing there and yelling at the top of my lungs, attracting the maximum possible attention to myself, wasn't at all appealing. And besides, trading wasn't just a skill in the game. It also transferred into reality, and it wasn't just anyone who was good at it. I avoided the market, although I did really want to go in and see if I could find something for my rare class, and also just look around. But time was of the essence, and I really didn't want to be late for another meeting today. The Unnamables clan residence looked completely untouched. Obviously, the beetles must have shattered their chitinous bodies on the stone walls, if they'd even been able to get through the defensive dome in the first place. Security let me in with no questions, almost like I was one of the gang. Rothschild had obviously entered me into some kind of access database, which may have been a good sign. Walking down the hall where the clan's trophies were displayed, I noticed that the Queen of the Black Swarm's head had been joined by another, almost identical head. The recent attack must have been a chance for the Unnamables to fill out their already impressive collection. In the throne room, a 7-foot-tall surprise in full bone armor awaited me. Daddy Rothschild wasn't alone this time. His son, Antibiotic, was with him. He was huge. One blow from his armored fist would have sent me flying back to the respawn zone, and he looked majestic and a little bit scary. His tight-fitting helmet prevented me from seeing his face, but I was perfectly able to see the two-handed sword that hung on his back. My sword. I had no idea why his class was Dark Inquisitor. He looked like a pretty typical tank. Something like a Dark Paladin or a Death Knight. Hi, I said from the threshold, a little taken aback.
Come on in,
said Daddy Rothschild with a wave of his hand. The gnome was dressed in an elegant white shirt, a leather vest, and wide pants with a lot of pockets. Antibiotic just greeted me with a slight tip of his helmet, and otherwise remained motionless. Again, I had to stand there meekly in front of the gnome on his throne. Apparently, nobody had thought to get any chairs for visitors. True, the Dark Inquisitor was also standing, but that was just because none of the 6 thrones in the hall were big enough for him. I figured that most likely he didn't wear the bone armor all the time. This was probably just a demonstration for me. Well, thanks. I got the message.
Our guy in the Institute got arrested, the gnome said, getting right to the point. So the operation is off. It's a good thing you were late to the meeting, or they would have gotten you too when he handed off the artifact. By the way, why were you late?
Traffic, I replied laconically.
Lucky, Daddy Rothschild concluded. Well, in any case, our previous agreement is off, which means we'll have to work out a new agreement.
Ugh. Well, at least it was a relief to hear that nobody was blaming me for anything. But how was the gnome planning to change the conditions for me getting my sword back? They didn't really have much to offer, unless there were some other jobs in the real world that they needed done. It was so unpleasant to be totally dependent on complete strangers, although being a pawn in the hands of people you knew was hardly any better. And I agreed. It was indeed time to change the terms of our work together. Yeah, I said right away, and I have a business proposition for you.
We'd be happy to hear it, the gnome nodded courteously.
I'll steal that thing for you, if you can get me all the necessary information about the Institute. I was surprised as soon as I heard myself say it. It had dawned on me suddenly, as if some equation had just worked itself out of my head. The interview, plus my ability to control electricity at short distances, plus my specific skill set in programming, multiplied by my desperate situation. I couldn't say why, but I just knew that I'd be able to do it. I had no doubt in my mind at all.
Seriously? The gnome echoed. Have you ever done anything like that?
Of course not, I answered. But I have certain skills which will get me into the room where it's stored. Antibiotic looked at me quizzically.
Did you study as a ninja? The gnome put words to what his son was thinking.
Let's just say this has to do with my skills as an electrician, I said, almost being honest. So I'm willing to get this device for you. But since this is a serious risk, I want you to renounce your claim to the reward for my quest. Meanwhile, our agreement where the sword is concerned will remain the same. If I manage to get the artifacts back after using them, they'll all be yours.
Actually, I had already been looking into finding a specialist for that, said Daddy Rothschild pensively. But it's not easy. I'm pretty far removed from the world of crime.
Well, who'd have guessed? I'd have guessed they were career criminals.
Plus, I'd have needed a guarantee from whoever was going to perform the work, the gnome continued. And that's pretty problematic. Nobody wants to reveal their real identity. Where that's concerned, you're a pretty ideal candidate, since I have what you need, and if things don't work out, you won't get it.
I didn't like where this was going. We'll have to change the timetable, I pointed out. I'll need more time to prepare for this. I'll need the sword in advance. Antibiotic, huge and silent, subconsciously raised his hand up to the hilt of the bone sword hanging on his back.
How long do you need to prepare? Asked the gnome crossly.
At the very least, 10 days, I said, pointing my finger up into the sky. I can tell you exactly once I've had a chance to check out the building's blueprints and get to know the area where the interview will happen.
Too long, Daddy Rothschild objected. We'll need it very soon. And anyway, giving you the sword as an advance would be unbelievably foolish. If they catch you during the operation, we'll be without it, and that means we'll be without the complete set. So do it however you can, but steal it before the time limit on your quest expires.
I never thought I'd be involved in a negotiation like this, where part of the instructions include the phrase, steal it. I felt like the combination of Zorro, Indiana Jones, and Danny Ocean. Unlike Ocean's 13, of course, I didn't have 12 expert thieves to help me out. Okay, I said, not having any choice. But can you get me the necessary information about the Institute and what I'm going to steal?
I think you should have everything you need by evening, said Daddy Rothschild, nodding to his son. But we won't be participating in the operation any further than that.
The document will contain a phone number for a burner phone, which you'll send a text message to when you've deposited the artifact in the locker room.
Well, I couldn't have expected much more than that. But at least he was willing to consider my scheme seriously. That was nice. Deal, was all I could reply. I'm heading to Qatar now. All my stuff and my class quest are there. All future communication is going to have to be via personal messaging. I had deliberately said it like that, as if I was informing them of my future plans, instead of asking their permission. These requests to appear at the residence had started to feel like orders, and it was high time I gave the gnome a signal that I didn't work for him.
Okay, Daddy Rothschild agreed. We'll wait to hear from you.
Well, the audience was over. I turned around and left the hospitality of the Unnamable's fortress. Deciding not to wait a minute, I went straight to the airship station. Time was of the essence. Along the way, I thought about what I'd gotten myself into. There were 2 pluses to this developing situation. I still had a chance to get my sword back, and now the rewards for the quests would all be mine. That was, of course, if the Unnamables kept their end of the bargain. All I could do now was to prepare and think about how I was going to use my abilities to get past the Institute's security system. Of course, I'd have to level them up pretty significantly, increasing my attribute points and abilities. For that, the Master of Lightning would help me. Plus, once I'd leveled up to 40 or 50, I'd have developed my intelligence and wisdom. Maybe it would be worth asking Daddy Rothschild for help after all. Although, was there any point to doing that while I was prohibited from joining groups with other players? No. My best bet in a fight was to hire mercenaries. Deals with them were bound to be highly scrupulous, since it'd be specified in their contracts. At the airship station, I checked the schedule and bought a ticket for a VIP cabin. It was already starting to feel like home. A tiny female gnome at the register looked at me a little suspiciously, but took my money without any issues. I didn't look like someone who could afford to splash out 10 gold on an airship ticket, but I didn't look that bad. And the VIP cabin was actually a necessity for me at the moment. I had to get the necessary experience to get to level 30, so I needed the resources that were available in the elite cabins. I still had 20 minutes to wait before takeoff. I climbed up, took out my tablet, and immediately sent a message to Boris, telling him I'd be in Qatar soon, and besides buying some armor, I wanted his help completing a certain quest. Of everyone I knew, Boris was almost certain to know where I could find the ancient bakery. Alas, he was offline, so I didn't get an answer, and had to content myself with something less important, studying Qatar's geography. From what I knew so far, I'd have to find Lorna, who owned, or used to own, the bakery who knows how many years ago.
Excuse me, are you Falk Fudra?
I looked up from my tablet and saw a thin young official in a stern-looking dark blue suit. He was surrounded by 5 level 100 guards in heavy armor. Well, I am Falk, I said honestly. About the rest, I'm not so sure. His face really reminded me of a rat. He had the same little buck teeth, little beady eyes, and sharp facial features. Obviously not a pleasant character. At the same time, his calm and captivating look betrayed a formidable intellect, plus his class, Inspector, assumed a certain amount of intellect already. And where an NPC was concerned, this attribute was a direct indicator of cognitive ability. Overall, my intuition hinted that such a smart rat with such a powerful bodyguard would be unlikely to look for me for any reason I'd be happy about.
My name is Inspector Sharp. In the name of the Emperor, I place you under arrest.
I couldn't even blink before I'd been clapped in steel shackles.
For what? I asked, flabbergasted. I advise you not to play dumb with me, said the rat, wrinkling his nose.
I'm not, I answered, but then paused, belatedly realizing I'd said something stupid. I mean, I was playing dumb, but not quite in the way it's usually understood.
An imperial tribunal awaits you, the rat explained. All accusations will be made formally there.
All? There was more than one?
And don't even think about running,
he said, as if anticipating my confusion as he pressed some kind of amulet to my neck.
Until the end of the trial, you've been branded a criminal.
I felt a light burning, and in front of me there immediately popped up a red system message. You've received the brand of a criminal. Every security officer in the Empire will consider it their duty to seize you and send you to the nearest prison until a trial is set. Minus 1,000 to your standing in all cities of the Empire. I hadn't even thought about it, I said honestly. This was too interesting. Not to mention that arguing with security officers was a bad idea for anyone who wanted to continue living in the Empire. It was just a bummer that my departure for Qatar had now been delayed for an indeterminate amount of time, just like the rest of my plans. Well, whatever. Bad things happen to everyone, right? Time for my trial.